And we'd like to begin with our call to order. Madam Clerk, if you'd run through our protocol, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to provide a very shortened review of the protocols for electronic participation in this council meeting. Voting for this meeting will be conducted verbally. For procedural votes that do not require a recorded vote, the chair or I will call for any objections. If you have an objection, please indicate your name and your objection. If no objections are stated, the motion will be deemed to be adopted. For recorded votes, I will call upon each member in alphabetical order based on last name. I will confirm the vote for each member. If you do not respond when called upon to vote, I will call your name a second time. If you do not respond to the second call, you will be recorded as abstaining from the vote, and your vote will count in the negative as a nay vote. If you're participating electronically and are leaving the meeting, please send an email to council@peelregion.ca to indicate that you are leaving the meeting. If you leave the meeting for any votes thereafter, you will be marked absent. We'll now commence the meeting with roll call. Mayor Brown?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demurla?
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Downey? Councillor Downey?
Present, sorry, I'm here having some tech problems.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Weird.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Groves?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Innes?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac?
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Happy Thursday, everyone. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sato? Councillor Sato? Councillor Santos?
Sorry, it's Councillor Sato. I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Starr?
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson?
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Thank you. And we have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather and which the Region of Peel operates as part of the treaty land and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We're grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. And I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of Regional Council. It's March 11, 2021, and as many of you know, it's a rather auspicious day. And I thought on behalf of my council, we would acknowledge the one-year anniversary, dubious as it is, of the COVID pandemic. So I would like to open our council meeting by recognizing that it was 1 year ago today that the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 global pandemic. To honor the lost lives and the lost loves and lives forever changed by COVID-19 this past year, Peel Regional Council will mark today as a day of mourning in our community, and our flags will be flown at half-mast. All of us have been touched by the COVID-19 epidemic. We have all either lost a beloved friend or a family member or know someone who has. And whether they lived here in Peel or halfway across the world, it is important today to remember them and honor the gap that their passing leaves in our lives. To our residents in Peel who have lost loved ones in the pandemic, I speak for everyone in the region when I say we are here for you. Our community mourns with you, and we see your loss. To our essential workers, we say thank you. Thank you for taking care of us and our loved ones in our time of need, often when it meant you could not be with the people you love. Thank you for helping our fellow Canadians by keeping the mail and goods moving all over the country. Thank you for keeping food on our tables. To our public health workers who have worked tirelessly, even before the pandemic was declared, to protect our community, you have our gratitude. You have responded to this global health crisis with grace and determination that has inspired all of us. Even though the pandemic is not over, we do have cause for hope. Thanks to the vaccine, a return to normal is on the horizon. And while that doesn't mean our grief is at the end, it does mean that soon we will have the comfort of knowing additional families won't have to suffer the same loss. So at this time, I would like to invite council members and everybody watching at home to join me in a moment of silence to remember those we have lost. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for speaking on behalf of all of us. I'd just like to also state that at the City of Mississauga, we've dimmed the lights at our clock tower and also lowered our flags in commemoration of those who have passed and the families who have struggled on this National Day of COVID observance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie. With that, I turn to declarations of conflict of interest. Do I have any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes. I have a motion before me moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Rass, that the minutes of the February 25, 2021 Regional Council meeting be approved. Is there anyone in opposition? That is carried. I now turn to the approval of the agenda. I have a motion before me from Dasco and Sinclair that reads as follows. Madam Clerk? Oh, Councillor Parrish, you're waving. I don't see your name on my list, but I'm going to read the motion, Councillor Parrish, then I'll come right to you. So the motion is before me, and then we'll carry on with whatever you have with regards to the approval of the agenda. The motion before me with regards to approval of the agenda is from Councillors Dasco and Sinclair that the agenda for the March 11, 2021 Regional Council meeting include communications regarding the GTA West Highway 413 to be dealt with under items related to public works as follows. Vicky and Eric Tran regarding GTA West 413, Caitlin Champalia regarding the protection of Caledon's environmental future generations, item 1865, Gravel Watch Ontario regarding the GTA West 413 in Holland Marsh, item 1866, Shane Wiraharaja regarding the GTA West Highway 14, item 1867, Sam Tiniero Alvarado regarding the GTA West Highway 14, item 1868, Isabel McCloskey regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1869. Lizzie Gibson regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1870. Maya Wazitzkowitz regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1871. Nina Iglesias regarding the Highway GTA West 413, item 1872. Turner Moore LLP regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1873. Chris McGlynn regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1874. Irene Hack and Nathan Bylock regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1875. The Brampton Board of Trade regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1876. Mark Zureb regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1877. Spencer Van der Staren regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1878. Hassam Taha regarding the GTA West Highway 413, item 1879. And further, that the agenda for the March 11, 2021 Regional Council meeting include an oral in-camera item related to the Rapid Housing Initiative to be dealt with under in-camera item 24.2. And further, that the agenda for the March 11, 2021 Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. My list, Councillor Parrish and Mayor Brown. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, out of respect for a number of delegations, I was wondering if we could move report 17.2 and motion 22.5 to after delegations and before COVID. And I think Mayor Brown would probably like to move his as well. I think it's more timely if we can do those at the beginning of the meeting.
And Councillor Parrish, yes, and that was the intent of the chair as well, because so many of the deputants speak to it. So I think that's a wise suggestion, and the chair will gladly comply with that. Mayor Brown.
Yes, I was just going to ask, as Councillor Parrish alluded to, I have an item in regards to former Premier Bill Davis, and I was hoping that we could bring the item up to when the former Mayor of Brampton, Peter Robertson, is speaking, because he'll be speaking on that topic. I think he's the first deputant, so if the motion could be brought up at the same time.
Gladly, and again, that was the intention of the chair. Very good. With that and those acknowledgements and changes in terms of the management of our agenda, you have heard the motion. Is anyone opposed? If not, our agenda is carried. That brings me to our consent agenda. So following the delegations and the COVID-related items, which would include the presentation from Dr. Lowe as 8.1, and as well 8.3 needs to be held regarding the motion Councillor Parrish has referenced. 8.2 can go on consent if everyone wishes. 8.2 is, under COVID-related items, additional childcare sector funding for COVID-19 expenses. Do I have consent? Thank you. Moving on to communications. 9.1, Christine Massey regarded statement on virus. On consent? Thank you. 9.2, retired General Rick Hillier regarding the COVID file. On consent? Thank you. 9.3, Jim Adams, Director of Housing Programs Branch, Ministry of Municipal Affairs regarding social service relief. On consent. 9.4, Minister Caroline Mulroney regarding the Safe Restart Agreement for Public Transit. On consent. 9.5, Minister Clark, letter dated March 4, 2021, advising of additional funding through the 2021 COVID-19 Recovery Fund. On consent. Thank you. Staff presentations, items related to human services. Item 12, communications. On consent for 12.1, New Horizons for Seniors program, here for receipt. That is on content. 13, items related to planning and growth. 13.1, report of the Planning and Growth Committee meeting held on February 18, 2021. On consent. 15, items related to enterprise program and services. 15.1, supply of industrial automation software maintenance and support at various wastewater pumping there's a Freudian slip, at various wastewater pumping stations. On consent. 15.2, supply of risk management software, hosting, maintenance, and support. On consent. 16, item 16.1 needs to be held from Shelley Peterson, President of the Royal Agricultural Fair, where we have to, as usual, appoint one of our representatives, so that has to be dealt with at the appropriate time. So we are holding 16.1 as I wait for a nominee. 16.2, letter from Minister Clark, dated February 26, 2021, regarding funding for projects under the Audit and Accountability Fund.
Mr. Chair, it's Karen.
Karen Rass has asked us to hold 16.2. Thank you. 16.3, letter from Rob Serp, Executive Director, Peel Regional Police Services Board, regarding external funding assistance. Do I have consent? Thank you. 17, items related to public works. 17.1, here for information, Queen Street Highway 7 Bus Rapid Transit. On consent. 17.2, Greater Toronto Area West Corridor Project. We will be dealing with that as part of our presentations, so that'll be held and dealt with at that time. 18, communication matters. All of my communication matters on the agenda that was sent out all relate to the 413 corridor, but one. So what I'm going to do is announce the individual that sent in their correspondence on the matter and ask for consent when I'm done, unless somebody wants one held. And then I will deal with the one item I had on my agenda that is correspondence unrelated to that file. So on consent for matters related to the 413, I have the following correspondence from Arun Kumar Nayaran. Item 18.2, correspondence from Adrian Smith, our Chief Planner, and there will be a report on that later as well, related to 72 and 22.5. 3, Carl Browley, regarding the 413 and their correspondence. 18.4, from Tom Dolson, President of Peel Federation of Agriculture, on the 413. 18.5, David Lang, Dale Lang, on the 413. 1806, Greg Sweetnam, again 413. 1807, Diane Tolstoy, a resident of Caledon. 1808, always on the 413, Richard and Jeanette Hart. 1809, a letter from Carol Elfstrom, resident of Mississauga. 1810, Mimi Chan, resident of Caledon. 1811, Jane Gray. 1812, Janine Laforestier. 1813, Maureen Texera. 1814, Christine Hines, again always on the 413 corridor. 1815, Nancy Simpson. 1816, Sarah Ben-Magor. 1817, Francis Tabone. 1818, Stephen Crocker. 1819, Dan O'Reilly. 1820, Karen Allison. 1821, Astrid Hardiana Large. 1822, Jennifer Laforestier. 1823, Leovi Reyes. 1824, Janet Kuzniar. 1825, Barbara Young, again on the 413. 1826, Norbert DaCosta. 1827, Kate Hepworth. 1828, John Eldridge. 1829, Leo O'Brien. 1830, Laura Campbell. 1831, Leonella Maya. 1832, Kay Peck. 1833, Betty Ann Goldstein. 1834, Philip Dixon. 1835, Maria del Terranoro Perez. 1836, Gail McLennan. 1837, Raul Mehta. 1838, and I'm going to distinguish this one out. So I'm first going to fall for consent on everything up to 1837. Do I have consent? Thank you. 1838 is a differing matter. It is from Raul Mehta, resident of Mississauga, email dated March 5, 2021, opposing the motion regarding reinstatement of the 2 additional bags of waste allowance without garbage tags and supporting the motion regarding 2021 Year of Sustainable Active Mobility. Do I have consent on 1838? Thank you. Carrying on with my list now again of the correspondence related to the 413, I have 1839, Rohit Mehta, correspondence on the 413. On consent, thank you. 1840, Kathy Yablonsky. Sorry, is somebody asking for me to hold something? I just think that's background noise. I will carry on. We've just dealt with 1840 on consent. 1841, always on the 413, Brenda Lee. 1842, Audrey Partington. 1843, George Olnick. 1844, Alan Axworthy. 1845, Armand McFarland. 1846, Barbara Sognosi. 1847, Gary Elfstrom. 1848, Stacy Wilson. 1849, Menely McDonald. 1850, Pauline Thornham. 1851, Doug Oldham. 1852, Kathleen Molesky. 1853, Elizabeth Eves. 1854, Sal Badali. 1855, Stephen Kirby. 1856, Ivor Pinto. 1857, Tony Malfara. 1858, Susan Walmer. 1859, Irene Ford. 1860, Divya Arora. 1861, Sabine Abbas. 1862, Ellison Zeladon. And 1863, Martin Milacek. And Madam Clerk, you have it.
Can I, the Martin Milacek, can we hold that one, please?
Okay, very good. And
That's
that one's
the MTO one, right?
Absolutely. So just to be clear, Councillor, Mayor Thompson has asked for 1863 to be held. Martin Milchalek, Head Major Planning Projects, Transport Infrastructure Management Division, Ministry of Transportation. So that is held from Mayor Thompson. On my additional agenda, carrying on with matters related to the 413 corridor, 1864, Vicky and Eric Tran. 1865, Caitlin Campiala. 1866, correspondence from Brian Smith, President Gravel Watch. 1867, Shane Haraja. 1868, Sam Tiniero Alvadero. 1869, Isabel McCloskey. 1870, Lizzie Gibson. 1871, Maya Waskowitz. 1872, as always, correspondence on the 413 for consent. Nina Iglesias. 1873, Balker and Dillon, Partner Turner LLP. 1874, Chris McGlynn. 1875, Irina Hack and Nathan Bylock. 1876, Lorraine Denardis Asenza, Office Manager on behalf of Todd Letts, Brampton Board of Trade. 1877, Mark Zureb, Resident City of Brampton. 1878, Spencer van der Sterren. And 1879, Hassam Taha. Madam Clerk, is that my list exhausted for all correspondence for which we are asking consent on the 413? Do I have consent? Thank you all. Moving on, that brings us to item 19, items related to health, none, communication items. 20.1, Laura Hall, Director, Corporate Services and Town of Caledon, correspondence regarding a copy of the Caledon Resolution regarding the Region of Peel's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, here for receipt on consent. Thank you. Then I have several items that are, we'll deal with other business accordingly. Then there are 5 notices of motion that we will take in turn. Some will be coming forward accordingly. I have the bylaws, and there is an in-camera matter, perhaps 2 that have to be dealt with in camera, and nothing else to be disposed of in camera. So with that, Madam Clerk, I think that exhausts the list of everything we are calling for on consent. And again, with that, I have a motion by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor McFadden, that the following matters listed on the March 11, 2021 Regional Council agenda as enunciated be approved under the consent agenda. Are there any objectors? Sorry, my apologies, over to the clerk for our recorded vote on our consent agenda. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes, I support.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney? Councillor Mahoney? Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
In favor.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So as we turn to our agenda, I don't think it's ever taken me half an hour just to outline an agenda. So I think that gives everybody a feel for the type of day it's going to be. So with that, and in the hope that we won't be here for brunch on Sunday, I'm going to remind everyone that we have a very particular 5-minute limit for all presenters, and any questioners, your questions and the answers cannot exceed 5 minutes as well. And just to ensure we're not here until a very late hour with so many other important files, the COVID file in particular, I want to ensure that we keep moving right along as per our bylaws. So I remind all deputants and all speakers of our 5-minute time limit at approximately 4 minutes. I and the clerk staff will remind you have about 1 minute to wrap up, and I trust my colleagues will move along expeditiously in their comments and questioning as well. With that, our first delegation, item 7.1, may I say former Mayor Peter Robertson, resident of Peel and former Mayor of the City of Brampton, regarding the commissioning of a monument in honour of former Premier of Ontario, Bill Davis, related item 22.2 that I will bring forward, which is Mayor Brown's motion on the matter. Mayor Robertson, welcome.
Good morning. It's been over 20 years since I've been with many of you on regional council, and I say hello. To keep to the time limit, on November the 28th, Bill Davis agreed on the telephone with me to tribute and to commission a life-size bronze statue on the one condition that we don't make a fuss. That's his way of being modest. The plan is to recognize former Bill Davis on the PAMA property, the art gallery and museum and archives, on the front lawn of that historic courthouse on Main Street in Brampton. Steve Paikin of TVO has agreed to select the wording for the four-sided base of the statue. Nando, our chair, and Patrick Brown, our mayor, and the PAMA staff have all been informed of this proposal. As a delegation, I am before you with 4 questions. Could we take them one at a time? Question 1 to Regional Council. Could you pass a funding resolution to give PAMA $100,000 towards the bronze statue of Premier Bill Davis by this April 2021? Can I leave that with you, or is there any
Yes, Mayor Brown,
comment?
what I'm going to suggest is you run through that list, and I think at the appropriate time, Mayor Brown will speak. I think we're moving towards a referral back to staff to make all the working parts work. So why don't you carry on before I go to the mover of the motion, Mayor Brown, and my other speakers. So please carry on.
Good. Question 2, and this goes to Patrick Brown, could the Brampton Council at their next meeting pass a similar bylaw to forward to PAMA $100,000 by April 2021 for the same tribute to Premier Bill Davis? Question 3. Could these resolutions agree to select a Peel artist, Marion Bartlett, and Artcast of Georgetown to do the project hopefully this year? The last question. Could PAMA request the Ontario Heritage Minister, Lisa MacLeod, to grant the final $50,000 this year when the next funds become available from the Ontario Arts Council or the Trillium Foundation? I have contacted each of these individuals personally: Marion Bartlett, Steve Paikin, Lisa MacLeod, Nando, Patrick, Bill Davis, and his family. Marion has done commissions for the De Gasperis family, the TAC Engineering, and Holland Christian Homes, which is on their front lawn for anyone interested to see them. In conclusion, could we now view slide 1? Nando, could you tell me when?
It is up, and Mayor, you've got about a minute to run through your slides and conclude. We do have slide 1 up on our screen. Please proceed.
Let's go to slide 2. This is part of the little sculpture and the wording on the base. Born on July the 30th, 1929, in the Peel Hospital to Vera Hewitson and Grenville Davis. He attended Central Public School and Brampton High School. On the next slide, political bill. He was the 18th Premier of Ontario. His riding stretched from Lake Ontario to the Caledon Hills, including Brampton, Bramalea, and the town of Bolton. In 1974, he created regional governments, community college system, the 400 Series Highway, and Ontario Place. The nation builder, next slide. Bill convinced Pierre Elliott Trudeau to adopt the notwithstanding clause and kept Quebec in our Canadian Federation. And then the last, and my conclusion, the last slide for the base, Honey Harbor and Davis Cottage on Georgian Bay, varsity football, the Brampton Excelsiors lacrosse team, most of all, his family and the great town of Brampton. So that concludes my presentation. I hope you'll deliberate well, and the staff, I've talked to them, they're going to do the report. And last of all, could I leave my cell phone number for any comments?
Mayor, we have it. I've got it here myself personally, so we are good. We thank you for your presentation at just a smidge over 5 minutes. So, absolutely, I will look after that assuredly.
My cell phone to the council
absolutely.
If they want it.
Absolutely, thank you. And as I say, just a smidge over 5 minutes, so thank you. Councillor Brown, I turn to you, and just so that we're speaking to a motion, I want to put it on the floor, and I await a seconder, but moved by Mayor Brown, that the staff report back to Regional Council in April 2021 with recommendations for a proposed monument in honor of the former Premier of Ontario, Bill Davis, on the grounds of the Peel Art Gallery, Museum and Archives, PAMA in Brampton. I would welcome a seconder for the motion, please.
I'll second Chair Yanika as
and I hear Councillor
Medeiros.
Councillor Medeiros, thank you. No, I've got it from here. I want to go right to Mayor Brown now that I have a proper motion before me. Mayor Brown, to your motion, please.
Okay, I'm going to speak to the motion in a second, but to Chair Yanika, I've had requests from the Mayor of Caledon, Alan Thompson, Councillors Marta Medeiros, Councillor Paul Vicente, and Councillor Carolyn Parrish asking to second this. And as far as I'm concerned, the more the merrier. And so I'm not sure procedurally if there's a limit on the number of seconders to the chair.
I'm sure we will make the appropriate arrangements under these monumental circumstances.
Okay, thank you. And it just shows how the former Premier has not just touched his home city of Brampton, but has touched the entire region of Peel and frankly, Ontario and Canada. The backstory on this is Peter Robertson had approached me with the idea of building a monument in honor of former Premier Bill Davis. And I just thought it was a beautiful idea. I explained to former Mayor Robertson that obviously there are requirements for tendering, and we've got the most professional staff at the Region of Peel and PAMA that can look into a staff report and get back to us on the appropriate way to build upon this initiative. But I said to the former mayor when he spoke to myself and Nando Yanika that I'd have to speak to the Davis family. And at first I called the Davis family and they're like, Bill doesn't like any attention. He's a very modest individual. And when they offered to name the courthouse after him many moons ago in 1995, he had actually refused, and that's why it's named after his father. He didn't want any undue attention. And if you know the former premier, like many of us do, he's about the most modest person you can meet, despite his incredible legacy and list of accomplishments. And so I spoke to him and said, would you consider this? I think it would be a beautiful tribute. And at first he said he wasn't sure. I said, well, think about it. And then I spoke to him a few weeks later, and he agreed. And he said he thought this would be something that he'd be very proud of, partly because our PAMA location happens to be on Main Street. And if anyone knows Bill Davis, the one thing I'm sure he will mention to you is that for the last 91 years, he's been living on Main Street. And so, although he's getting a little more frail and still has the wit and the charm that he's always had, this would ensure that Bill Davis will always be on Main Street, which is something that I think is very fitting given his attachment to that part of our local geography. And we've got icons in Peel region that are examples for us. And I think in Mississauga of Hazel McCallion, and I think in Brampton of former Premier Bill Davis. And I just think it's so fitting that while he's still with us, we have an opportunity to really show him the love and appreciation that we have for him. You know, sometimes politics becomes very partisan and divisive. And, you know, I lament the day, I remember fondly the days when you really saw a level of collaboration, which is the example. You know, when Bill Davis was Premier of Ontario, I think he showed us the way it should be. You know, he worked closely with his political adversaries to the point that when he has his birthday parties, his former adversaries come to celebrate with him. It really is incredible. And he, you know, whether it's the most progressive labor laws in Ontario history, whether it's the college education system, the creation of the Ministry of the Environment, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which he worked with Trudeau the Elder on. You know, he has a legacy of working with others and actually seeing and paying witness to tangible accomplishments to the betterment of all Canadians. And I just think this would be beautiful. I think the statue would be a little bit different than the one we saw on the screen, which Mayor Robertson artfully put together himself. But I think with the expertise of the PAMA staff, you know, we could do this in a very tactful manner that would be a fitting tribute to an incredible Canadian who is, in my opinion, the definition of decency and kindness and generosity. So on that note, I hope that Regional Council will move this forward. And I have to say, when Carolyn Parrish reached out to me and told me her own story about the former Premier, and then Alan Thompson did the same, and Paul Vasante and Marta Medeiros, it really is special that everyone has their own examples of kindness that they've seen with the former Premier, and Carolyn's in particular I found really touching. So I hope she'll share that with all of us. But he really is a treasure, and I'd be so grateful if you could join with us in honoring this very good man in a fashion that would go well beyond his time with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, the seconder of the motion, among with many others, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you very much to former Mayor Peter Robertson. Funny, when I was 16 years old, I was on Mayor Robertson's youth council, and you know, years ago, and here we are. But just speaking and echoing what Mayor Brown had already spoke to, I know we're under time, so I'll just speak to about how it enhances the area of the downtown. It's so appropriate to be at PAMA. It's right across Gage Park, and that's pretty much our really central to I guess what we get from tourism and from the picturesque sort of representation of Brampton. So just speaking to as the area councillor. I think it's so appropriate, that location. It's close to schools, close to where transit passes by, and people will really understand the significance and history behind Mr. Davis, and not only with City of Brampton, but Peel Region and the province. So thank you very much, and federally as well. So thank you very much, Mayor Brown, and happy to support the motion for information back from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say I'm feeling a little bit blindsided by this. Hearing that, you know, it's almost a done deal, and now we're being asked to look at $100,000 in a year when we just went through an extremely tough budget. And we heard from staff how bad our capital reserves are. But we're being asked to toss $100,000 for a statue. I do have concerns. I'm fine to have a staff report come back, but I have a question to staff. I don't know who can answer it, but where is the region's policy on installing statues to people? Where's the criteria, the policy? I don't recall us having one. So I'm a little concerned because, you know, I can think of a dozen other people that maybe we should have statues off, at least two, the first chair of the Region of Peel and the mayor of Mississauga, who have done a tremendous amount of good for the Region of Peel. So, Mr. Chair, could you answer my question, or have staff answer my question about the policy?
Yes, and fairly put. Just to be clear, the motion before me is one that staff report back, and I think the points you've raised would be addressed accordingly, but perhaps the city manager could speak to that as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Sato, apparently we don't have such a policy at the region. I think this is not something that we've done historically. So we will have to look at process as well as funding. I mean, this is not something that the region has typically done.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Mr. Chair, I would move, because reading the motion, it read to me as if staff were only being asked to bring back a report on how the region can pay money to for a statue under something that we don't have a policy on. So I am asking that this be referred to staff to bring back a report on a policy on installing any monuments of particularly of political figures within the Region of Peel on our property. You know, I mean, it sounds as if, you know, everyone's been working on this, and you know, it's a done deal, and that's fine if the City of Brampton wants to pay for it. But when it comes to asking the taxpayers of the Region of Peel to pay for a statue on something we don't even have a policy, I really have a concern, you know, and I would hope that we would look into this extremely carefully, and I want to see a policy before we agree to any funding for anyone for anything like this. So unless the motion says that, I won't support it, and I will move a motion that that we have staff, first of all, bring a policy back before we even start to discuss funding. Thank you.
Councillor Sato, thank you. And I've got the team here working on whether those appropriate sentiments can be worded within the motion to bring back a policy and how this might flow. So that's something we're going to work on, that I'll put back on the screen and make everybody aware of, hopefully to your satisfaction and everyone else's, before we deal with the vote itself. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. I understand where Councillor Sato is going, but I'm not a Debbie Downer. To me, I think we have to appreciate people that have changed landmarks like Bill Davis. And I have to say, my experience, he was my MPP, and I lived here all my life. And I can remember when I was school, when I was in public school, went to Queen's Park, and Bill Davis came out and met with us at the stairs in the foyer. And one of my classmates asked, Mr. Premier, in your opinion, what's the difference between all three parties? Stephen Lewis was coming down the hallway, so he called Stephen Lewis over. Stephen Lewis, I'll just say politely, talked at length about the values of the NDP, and then Bob Nixon came down the hallway, so Bill called him over and told him what the question was, and I remember Bob Nixon saying back to him, well, with all due respect, Mr. Premier, the young lady asked what your opinion was, not mine. And Bill turned back to her and he said, there's no difference between him and I. I'm just in power and he's not. But they all stood and had a laugh and camaraderie. And to me, I think that is something that's been lost at Queen's Park. And I feel that's something that's being lost even at regional and our local councils. And I think we need to find a way that we're all there to make a difference. We're all there to work, even though we have our, whoever we represent, what we do. But at the end of the day, we're still friends. And I think this is something that more than just a statue, I think it's a monument on how we should conduct ourselves going forward. And Mayor Brown, I think it's really fitting to where it is in Brampton, where he loved Brampton, but it's the examples and the values that he brought to the table that we all should carry every day on how we conduct ourselves and how we act. So I think this is why it's important. Let's see the staff report to come back, but I think this is something that he was a trendsetter, one of the ones for the Constitution as well. And, to remember that we had, we even had Howard Polly, and Peter Lougheed's family was from Caledon as well, all from Shinkuzi Township, believe it or not. And it's hard to believe we had three, prodigies from Shinkuzi Township all there for the Constitution in '82. So I think there's been a lot that there's been of achievement here. And I think on how he conducted himself and how he continues to conduct himself, I think is a good example and a memento for all of us to remind ourselves on how we should be conducting ourselves. So thank you very much. And I'll definitely love to be partner of seconding this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
My understanding is that the motion is for a report. There's no money attached to it right now. Perhaps at some point we could look at fundraising it with a lot of the big businesses and developers in the region of Peel, but that's an aside. One point I'd like to make, Peter Robertson, everybody knows how old I am. Peter Robertson was head of boys phys ed at Kipling Collegiate the year it opened. I was in grade 9. So you just figure out how old Peter Robertson must be right now. Nice to hear from you, Peter.
Thanks.
My story is, I was a member of Parliament invited to Iggy Haniff's 80th birthday dinner in his house, not the big party, but the quiet one. And I was taking him a flag from the Peace Tower that was flown the day of his birthday. At the dinner, there were a few robust Tories there. One of them had a little bit too much to drink and started to do an imitation of Mr. Chrétien's facial imperfection. And Bill Davis pulled himself up to his full height and did such a nice put down of this guy. He said, you have to respect the office, and we are different parties, but Mr. Chrétien is doing a fantastic job, and what you're doing is embarrassing the Conservatives in this room. So the guy quietly went into the kitchen and left. But that's the sort of thing he did. Another time he came to the region when I was there, and he used to see me on the Michael Corrin show. And as he was doing a presentation, and when it was my turn to make a comment, he looked over at me, he says, you can't call yourself a liberal. I've been watching you on Michael Corrin. You're almost as Tory as I am. So he always had a way of treating you like he knew you were special. But the thing with Mr. Chrétien really moved me, and it made everybody in the room respect him even more than they already did. So I'm happy to second this referral to staff. Also happy to do some fundraising for it if that's what's decided, because the region's not flush with loot right now, but I'm sure we'll find a way, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. And to be clear, I won't reread the motion. It's very clear that no funding is referred to in the motion at all. All of that has to come back, so I'm glad you highlight that point as well. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I completely agree that a bronze statue of Bill Davis is completely required somewhere, whether it's PAMA or somewhere in Brampton, is fine. But I also agree that we do need some policies and procedures around this. And I think Councillor Sato has raised a great point. I mean, we don't have a policy about this. And now you've put me in a little bit of a pickle because of course we want to create a spectacular tribute to a great man like Bill Davis. But then, of course, Hazel's turned 100 this year, too. So what do we do for her? So we've named a library for her. And, you know, it does raise the question about the funding. Should that be better come from Brampton or from private sources? But we need to have the staff sort that out for us. You know, this is a man who's had an incredible career. He's beloved by one and all. I don't think there's anyone on any political spectrum who would have a negative thing to say about him. I know I enjoyed interviewing Steve Paikin on the book about him. We had a great night, and the former premier was in the audience chuckling away. He's a great man. He told me he liked me very much. He did tell me I was misguided, though. I seem to think that was because he felt I was part of the wrong political party. But nonetheless, with respect, Mayor Thompson, Councillor Sato raises a good point. She's not trying to be negative. She's just trying to say, let's make this work within the parameters that exist here at the region. We should have policies around this sort of thing. There should be a procedure for it. It should be very clear what the process is. And right now it's a bit murky. And of course, we're blessed in Peel to have such greatness with Bill Davis. And of course, there's Hazel as well. So it does beg the question, where would it be appropriate to put a tribute to our beloved mayor who's 100 this year? So let's get the right policy in place, then have the discussion about the funding for whatever tribute exists. We don't disagree that he certainly merits a great tribute, no matter what it is, a portrait, a statue, whatever. If you want to have it at PAMA, fine. It's the procedure around what we're doing, the policy, and the funding model, because of course, then there are decisions about other great people that we would like to pay tribute to, and how we go about implementing that and where the funds should come from. So we agree with you. We love the idea, but let's sort out the details, the policy, the procedure, the funding, etc. I think no disrespect was meant, Councillor Sato, by Mayor Thompson. You are correct in this, that this should be in place first. So that's my 2 cents. Don't disagree. He's a great man. I love him too. We all do. Let's just get the policy and the procedure around it correct. And then we're going to come back and have a conversation about Hazel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair Ianika. I just also want to express my support for this idea. As someone who lives very close to PAMA and who is Council's representative on the PAMA board, I know that this would be a very welcome addition to the complex. I want to just point out that I never voted for Bill Davis, but I know that my parents did, and my father in particular, who was quite well known in the Portuguese community in downtown Toronto back in the day, would often campaign for the premier in the elections that happened in the late 70s. And I recall the buttons and the boxes of buttons being distributed. And my mother would often speak quite fondly of the premier and how she supported him. Bill Davis is an icon here in the city of Brampton. And one of the things that I found remarkable in my role now as a representative here, I have to admit, seeing the great respect and the admiration that the former premier has in the hearts and minds of so many people, including Mayor Patrick Brown, who speaks so highly of him and who has made Bill Davis a role model, not just for him and for his career as a representative, but for so many of us. Mayor Thompson spoke about how culturally this would be significant for us and for our region, and it will have an impact, I can tell you, for PAMA as well. In terms of admiration, I also want to thank the former mayor, Peter Robertson, for bringing this to us here today. And I find it also very appropriate that we would be asking Steve Paikin, who has been an author on all things Bill Davis over the years. And I think that that is incredibly appropriate. And I think that it couldn't be more perfect. And, you know, as someone who worked before through organizations like Brampton Focus, we too did what we could to shine a light on the career of Bill Davis, his impact on education, on so many aspects of what the province is like today. And we also had Andy Donato on our show, and he sketched out for us an honorary image of Bill Davis as he used to in publications back in the day. And so, again, I'm pleased to support this motion, and I thank former Mayor Peter Robertson and Mayor Brown for bringing the motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A good conversation, but I was hoping that this could probably be something that would have happened at the City of Brampton. I don't think it's entirely appropriate that it comes to Peel Region. I know PAMA is a regional asset, but at the end of the day, I do believe that this should be a Brampton initiative, and I know that the developers up in that area certainly have deep pockets, so I don't believe there should be any taxpayer funded monies behind this, and happy to make sure that we do receive a staff report and have a policy in place before any decisions are made. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Call the question.
And we do so with you as the very last speaker, so thank you. But Councillor Paleshi, if you'll allow me, you know, I've never been more disappointed in myself as regional chair, and I say that sincerely. All that blame falls on me. When this was brought to my attention, I should have thought through, do we have a formal policy? And it never occurred to me that we might not. So I really want to apologize to the Davis family and everybody involved. This is my worst moment as chair. So I do want to apologize because I should have managed that differently. So, because the question is well put. So let me just say that to my colleagues, number one. Number two, with regards to the suggestion, I want it to be said as well, the reason it's lingered the way it has, because I think Mayor Brown's had the intention for the longest while. The problem here is Mr. Davis's modesty and humility. And that's why at first, and he's always been, I just don't want to be acknowledged, et cetera, et cetera. And so we had to be gingerly in how it was approached. The only question when it was brought to my attention was, well, hold on, I'm not sure if we have land around PAMA. Made some inquiries to PAMA, and it was potentially it could be made to work. And the first thought was, great, and can we do the fundraising to pay for it? So with apologies to the Davis family and my colleagues, you've asked some appropriate questions that I should have done more homework on. So I want to apologize for everybody involved and the conversation that had to ensue. That's on me. With that, Mayor Brown, I have you as my last speaker to your motion. I know the question's been called, but I just wanted to read the revised motion and hope it's something we can all rally around to come back. The motion reads, Mayor Brown, before I go to you, if you're accepting of it, that the staff report back to Regional Council with respect to a policy on monuments and with recommendations for a proposed monument in honor of former Premier Ontario Bill Davis on the grounds of the Peel Art Gallery Museum Archives, PAMA, in Brampton. And I'm hoping that's something we can rally around. Mayor Brown is the last speaker to this motion, if it's acceptable to you.
Yeah, so to the chair, we're asking for both reports at the same time, a report on the policy for monuments and also logistically if there's any issues for this. And let me be clear, the motion that we started with today never asked for money. There was no, I don't know how we all of a sudden had a conversation about taxpayer funding. This was not a request for funding from the Region of Peel, so I'm not sure where that came from. There are different ways in which we could fund this. Heritage Canada does have a monument fund. I'm sure there's people that would support this, given the icon that he is. And one of the people that has been most passionate about honoring Bill Davis and speaking of his legacy is Hazel herself. And so, if it came down the road that there was something on regional property that would be appropriate to honor Hazel McCallion, I'd be the first to say absolutely. So I don't know how this became a little bit sidetracked. The reason this has to come to the region is PAMA is regional property. and we've tried to. We've tried to bring this forward delicately, and so I hope we can move this forward. We're not asking for a decision today. We're asking for a staff report to see how we can go about making this possible. And if the city of Brampton, if there's a shortfall that we can't fundraise, and the city of Brampton needs to step up, I'm sure our council would love to step up. This should be. We're just asking for an acknowledgement of a person who not only created the Region Appeal, who was his government created the Region Appeal, but is one of the finest Ontarians and the finest Canadians. And so I didn't think there'd be any division on this, but I'm happy. It looks like the friendly amendment works because we get both staff reports at the same time.
Very good. The situation I now have is I have more speakers on my list. I went to Mayor Brown because the motion was modified and I needed the mover to be satisfied with it. Councillor Pelesci, I turn back to you because you did put a motion to call the question. Do you wish to have that motion put, recognizing I have two more speakers on my list?
My intention to call the motion was for this not to be sidetracked, like Mayor Brown.
Point of information, please, Mr. Chair. Point of information.
I will get to you in a moment. I want to hear if the question, because that was the first motion before me, and then I went to the mover because the motion was amended. Councillor Pelesci, my simple question: would you like to call the question now? Because I have to put that in a vote. Should you insist?
Call the question, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, I have a motion to call the question.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege, Mr. Chair. On Mayor Brown's comments, and I think that
let me, Councillor Sato, let me just, Madam Clerk, the question's been called. I've been asked about points of privilege. How do you suggest I proceed under our bylaws?
So if Councillor Pelesci wants to put the motion to call the question on the table, then we'll have to take the vote on it now at this point, unless Councillor Pelesci wishes to allow the two remaining speakers to go forward.
And I have asked him, and he's insisted on.
I
beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I'm ruining you out of order. The question's been called, and I have to deal with that question. Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote on the question having been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll begin with Mayor Brown, and this is for the motion to call the question. Mayor Brown?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
I'm a little bit frustrated. I'm happy to vote for this. No, I had a point of order and you wouldn't allow it.
No, beg your, Madam Mayor, I can only ask for your vote at this time.
No, I don't agree.
Thank you.
I wanted to clarify something, and he's not allowing it because his biggest contribution is call the question.
Yeah. Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie opposed. Councillor DeMerla?
No.
Councillor DeMerla opposed. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
No.
Councillor Dillon opposed. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
No.
Councillor Fonseca opposed. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
No.
Councillor Kovac opposed. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden? Councillor McFadden, I'm sorry, could you repeat your vote?
There's something wrong with my, yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor, thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get on.
Thank you. I've got you recorded as in favor, thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
No.
Councillor Medeiros opposed. Councillor Pelesci?
Yes.
Councillor Pelesci in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
no.
Councillor Raz opposed. Councillor Sato?
No.
Councillor Sato opposed. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And the motion to call the question carries.
The motion to call the question carries. So, Madam Clerk, I turn to you to call the question, please.
Mr. Chair, can I put my point of privilege in now, please? Since you've
Madam
taken the
Clerk,
roll.
now, Madam Clerk, again to you. I believe the question is before us. Unless you advise otherwise, I believe we have to go to the vote. The clerk advises me we have to go to the vote. Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
So could I get the
beg your
clerk to
pardon. I beg your
clarify why we have a point of privilege?
I beg your pardon. It's not permitted at this time. I beg your pardon.
This is a fiasco, Mr. Chair. Cut us off. That's fine.
Madam Clerk, I've asked it and I've been told we've had our chance. The question was called. It was duly voted on. The motion is before the chair. The clerk advises we have to carry on with the vote. Madam Clerk.
Point of clarification. I just want to know what we're voting on. Like, is the amendment in, out?
I'm going to reread the motion before me. It was put, Mayor Brown agreed to it, so you've heard it once. I will read it a second time. As moved by Mayor Brown, as seconded by Councillor Medeiros, that staff report back to Regional Council with respect to a policy on monuments and with recommendations for a proposed monument in honor of former Premier of Ontario, Bill Davis, on the grounds of the Peel Art Gallery, Museum and Archives in Brampton. Madam Clerk, if you would call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes, with enthusiasm.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson.
Yes, thanks very much.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie.
I support the motion. I support having a policy. I wanted to clarify that the former mayor did ask for funding, Mayor Brown. That's why there was confusion.
Never in the motion.
Never in the motion. Carry on with the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes? Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Palashi?
In favor.
Councillor Palashi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato? Councillor Sato? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
Absolutely in favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
With respect for a great Canadian, yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries with that report to come back. Moving on, item 7.2 under delegation. Rosemary Keenan, Director, Sierra Club of Ontario Peel Group, regarding the proposed Greater Toronto Area West Highway 413 and also related to items 17.2 and 22.5. And before I go to you, Rosemary, and remind you of the 5-minute time limit, which you've already seen I'm rather sternly enforcing, wanted to make sure that everybody's got their mics off because we still hear some feedback. So I would remind everybody to be mindful of that. With that, Rosemary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a resident of Peel Region, Director of Sierra Club Peel Group, and a member of the CTC Source Protection Committee and a member of the TRCA Watershed Alliance. My Sierra Club colleagues and I have been glad to participate in many stakeholder groups in Peel, including the Region of Peel Official Plan Review, Brampton 2040 Vision, Heritage Heights Master Plan, Jim Toby Lakeview Waterfront Connection Liaison Committee, Credit Valley Trail Strategy, Caledon Aggregate Rehabilitation Master Plan, and more. We are very appreciative of the excellent work being done in Peel. In 2019 and 2020, Brampton, Mississauga, Caledon, and Peel joined hundreds of municipalities across Canada in declaring a climate emergency. The region developed a climate change action plan, which addresses the necessity of being prepared for extreme weather events, of protecting and restoring natural areas, natural features, and farmland, and the urgent need to significantly reduce GHG emissions. The negative impacts, health impacts felt by communities adjacent to major highways is well documented. Air pollution takes its toll. The destructive impacts of a major highway on rivers, lakes, and wildlife is also well documented. Salt and toxic runoff destroy fish habitat and contaminate our drinking water. The proposed GTA West Highway would bring extensive environmental degradation and a cost to taxpayers of $6 billion or more. We cannot afford to lose more forests and wetlands to highways and urban sprawl. Already, 7 major highways crisscross the region of Peel, creating the densest network of highways in the GTHA. The proposed 413 would bring more traffic, more urban sprawl, more environmental destruction, and more GHG emissions. The exact opposite to what is needed. To address transportation needs, Region of Peel has developed a state-of-the-art goods movement strategic plan, the first of its kind in the GTHA. It is dynamic, research-based, and innovative. Its goals include increased climate change resiliency, economic prosperity, a healthy and sustainable community for life for Peel residents and businesses, and reduced community and environmental impacts of moving goods. We cannot continue with business as usual and ignore the very real climate emergency. Sustainable development means building density within already urbanized areas, investing in a diversity of sustainable transportation alternatives, and protecting countryside and natural features as valuable ecological assets that will keep our communities healthy and help us to mitigate climate change. I urge Council to oppose any advanced construction of the GTA West Highway and Transmission Corridor, and to support the request for a full federal environmental assessment. Thank you. That concludes my delegation.
Thank you. And with that, I see no question. Are there any questions at this time? If not, I thank you for your presentation. Oh, sorry.
Chair, I have questions.
And I apologize. And I apologize. I don't see names on the list, but they see some waving. Councillor Demerla, did you have a question of the deputant at this time?
I did. Thank you, Chair. And are you able to see when we put our hands up, through the system? Because yeah. I did have my hand up.
I apologize. In fairness to my colleagues, my screen before me only has the Region of Peel logo and documents and the list when you push a button. I have to look at another camera if any of you are waving at any time if you're not on. So I apologize. I'm trying to manage it, and the clerks folks are helping me as well. So I always go to the list before me that you push the button. And at this time, the only person on my list is Jennifer Innes. So I don't know if we're missing something here. So I apologize if I don't see you waving. But at the moment you asked to speak, you weren't on my list. Only Jennifer Innes at this time is on my list. So hopefully we can do better here. But with that, Councillor Demerla, I acknowledge you. Please proceed with your question of the deputant.
Thank you, Chair Unica, and thank you, Rosemary, for your deputation. I just wanted to clarify something. You said that in your statement that you want future development to take place in existing urban areas. So I just wanted to ask if you're also opposing future development in Caledon, because my understanding is that there's a lot of farmland there, which under the plans will be developed to house people. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Well, I guess the focus is sustainable development. So whatever way we develop, we have to minimize our footprint. So certainly Caledon, under places to grow, has to develop, but that does have to happen in a way that we still protect our natural resources, we still protect our ability to mitigate for climate change, and we still protect our communities from pollution and environmental degradation. A healthy community needs a healthy environment to live in.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify though, but you're not against Caledon being able to grow and some of that farmland. I guess some of it is class 1 agricultural land that will be turned into subdivisions. And I just wanted to make sure that I understand your position on that.
Well, subdivisions are actually an example of urban sprawl. So in Caledon, you have areas that are already towns. Bolton, the town of Caledon, developing as much as you can the density within the urban areas is more sustainable than trying to use up farmland. And certainly a major transportation corridor like a 400 series highway is extremely destructive. Alternatives are rail, regional roads. We use so many other ways to move goods, and the 400 series highways are the most destructive. So we need to look for safer and healthier alternatives.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you. Moving on with questions, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Rosemary, for your delegation and for your work on our Watershed Alliance group with the TRCA. A follow-up to that question, it's well known that the TRCA has asked the MTO to commit to doing a voluntary review process of the EA. I brought that motion forward here at Regional Council last week, and unfortunately my colleagues chose to refer it back to staff instead of endorsing it. I'd like to hear your perspective on the importance of organizations like the TRCA doing their scientific review analysis of the EA and providing the best inputs in regard to mitigation if a corridor, whether it be a transportation or a transmission corridor, was to proceed.
Absolutely. I mean, they are our experts when it comes to all things environmental in our communities. They have a watershed focus, which, as you know, crosses municipal boundaries, and they engage all stakeholders in finding the safest ways to move forward and protect our environment. The TRCAs, as you know, were established back in the 50s because we had degraded Southern Ontario to the point of deforestation, flooding, erosion, extreme weather events that destroyed property and caused loss of life. So at that point, Ontario recognized the need to do things better. And since that time, not just flood mitigation, since that time, the CAs have moved forward and developed excellent scientific data and expertise on the watershed focus and how to protect our natural environment, which in turn protects livelihoods and property. So the collaboration with the CAs and recognizing their expertise to lead the way and their attitude of working well with municipalities are what we need to rely on. Thank you very much for asking me that.
Thank you. Are there any other questioners of this deputant at this time? Seeing none, Rosemary, I will thank you for your presentation. And before I go to my next deputant, I wish to remind you all that the way we're going to proceed, we're going to listen to all the deputants with regards to this file. Then I'm going to call forward Report 17.2 that deals with the matter. And then we're going to have that discussion and any questions of staff and move forward from there. So that's the plan that we're dealing with it in its whole at this one time. So with that, having thanked Rosemary, my next deputants are Divya Arora and Lajanthan Prarabaharan, co-founder and board member, Community Climate Council, regarding the proposed Greater Toronto Highway 413. I remind you again, you have a 5-minute time limit. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Regional Chair and members of Council. My name is Divya. I am representing the Community Climate Council along with my colleague LJ here today, and we would like to request that you oppose Highway 413. I am a Brampton resident, but the Community Climate Council is made up of members across Peel Region on whose behalf I'm speaking before you today. We are young residents who are anxious about this project due to the lack of oversight that has been shown by our provincial government. We believe that some of the processes that the provincial government has been following have been undemocratic, such as streamlining the environmental assessment process and the general lack of public consultations. As youth who will bear the consequences of the decisions that they are making, we are not getting a say. We are not being asked if we want this highway. We are only being asked how we want it. And we don't want this. So we are turning to the region today in hopes that the region will be more responsive to the futures of their young constituents so that we don't have to accept disregard for our futures, for our environment, and the climate.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Yinika and members of Council. My name is Lanthan Prabhaharan, and I have been a proud resident of Brampton, Ontario for 13 years now. I grew up in the region of Peel, and in turn, I've watched the region of Peel grow too. I did my undergrad at the University of Toronto, and in those 5 years, the worst part of each day was the commute. The congestion on the 410 was and is ridiculous. Traveling from Brampton to Toronto was a nightmare, whether it was by car or by public transit. We build these highways with the intention of easing congestion and solving gridlock, but that never happens. Ultimately, all you do is invite more cars to get on the road. You incentivize more people to forego public transit in favor of single passenger driving. And soon enough, you're back to square one. Highways are a temporary fix. As a youth of this region, I don't want a future full of temporary solutions. I don't want to be back here in 20 to 30 years, scratching my head, wondering how we can solve the congestion on Highway 413. We want real, long-term solutions. We want a sustainable green future.
And one of the region's term of council priorities is area of focus is leading, being future-oriented and accountable. Brampton also was recently part of the Global Covenant of Mayors for Energy and Climate Pilot and recognized as a leader for climate action. I bring this example up because I am a Brampton resident, but Mississauga and Caledon too. Each municipality within this council has declared the desire to be a climate leader, but you simply cannot become a national or international leader by supporting a mega highway. Even Toronto now has opposed officially this highway, and they're not even directly impacted by it. So we respect the priorities and the strategic plan that this region has set for itself, and we too want a region that is livable, sustainable, and healthy. And I don't want to have to move out to Toronto to get a job. I would much rather be closer to home. I don't want to have to drive to Algonquin every time that we want to be near green spaces and natural areas because we know the value and benefits of being close to those areas. So if we are to be this region's next generation of talent as youth, we need the region to be an attractive place for us to live in and for us to raise our families in.
If that concludes your presentation, go ahead, please. Yes, carry on. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. We believe that Highway 413 would not only contribute to the issue of climate change and raise health concerns, but it would also be a significant waste of money. The $6 billion that are being funneled into this project could be better spent elsewhere, funding real long-term solutions for alleviating traffic congestion, like the Queen Street Highway 7 BRT, for example. We need to incentivize people to get out of their cars and off the highways. We need better public transit and more options for active transportation. Most importantly, we need to abide by our climate action plans. Brampton and Mississauga have officially endorsed their respective cities' climate action plans. They both understand that we are facing a climate emergency. The town of Caledon is working on their own climate action plan, indicating that they too understand the implications of climate change. Members of council, you cannot in good conscience tell me that you care about climate change while also allowing Highway 413 to be built without a proper, thorough environmental assessment.
1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute left to wrap up, please. 1 minute left to wrap up, please.
And if you care about responsible spending, please stop Highway 413. Thank you.
If that concludes your presentation, thank you very much. And there are questions. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by thanking Divya and Lajanathan for coming today. It's really important that young people are at this table. So thank you for doing this. It's very impressive. At your age, I was nowhere near being able to present in the manner that you have. I was intrigued by something, Rajanathan. You said that, you spend a lot of time on the highway and there's a lot of gridlock and that frustrates you. So I'm just kind of curious, what are your thoughts on changing that? So what would you like to see? You don't want the highway, I understand that. What would your solution be? So you live in Brampton, and I guess you were commuting to someplace in Toronto. Maybe you were studying in Toronto. I wasn't clear. So what would you like to see? A BRT? I'm just kind of curious. What is it that you think will solve the problem? Because the challenge that we have is, as I see it, and I'm anxious to hear your thoughts, is every decision has some trade-offs. So if you build the highway, there's some environmental degradation and there's GHGs that could go up. If you don't build the highway, then congestion, the reports that I read, will double. So, you were frustrated about the time you're spending on the highway right now. So, it's just a question of just knowing all of the facts. So kind of curious where your thoughts would be, because if gridlock's a real problem for you, I think it's really important to discuss what's the solution, real solution, as opposed to just sort of saying we shouldn't have gridlock.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Well, for starters, highways don't solve gridlock. The best example is of the Katy Freeway in Houston, Texas. It has 26 lanes, and it's still one of the worst points of congestion in the US. You can build as many lanes as you want. People are just going to keep coming. What we can do is get the majority of people off the roads, the people that don't need to be on the roads. I'm talking about single passengers and people traveling short distance. The solution, or my proposed solution to that, is improved public transit. Better, more accessible transportation from city to city. I'd love to see a light rail transit system running through southern Ontario. I'd love to see more expansions of various different, transit commissions within the GTA as well. It'd make things a lot easier to move around in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Carrying on with questions, Councillor Parrish.
I was actually going to ask the two young people, thank them very much for coming. I'm very impressed. When I was your age, I used to freeze up if anybody even asked me to get up in front of a group. So you've done extremely well. You've also renewed my faith in the next generation. You guys are fabulous. Can either of you speak on the concept that actually a lot of university professors talk about, is if you build it, they will come? Have you done any studies or looked at any of the reports that show that every time you build a highway, you pull more cars onto it?
Yep, I could speak to this, and then LG can probably add to it. But we do know that highways just follow the theory of induced demand. That's basically saying that if you build a highway, you're incentivizing people to. It's a fresh pavement of asphalt, so people will feel that being on this highway, their commute time is going to be shorter, and the more that people feel that way, the more people will get on the road. So it doesn't necessarily solve the problem of getting people off the road and solving that problem of congestion, because like LJ said, you can expand the highway from 4 lanes to 6 lanes to even 8 lanes, but the more you do that, the more people will see that, traffic is becoming less. Now we can be on this highway more because there's less traffic, and the more people do that, the more traffic just adds to it. I don't know if that answers your question, sorry.
Thank you very much.
May I expand on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially with highways, it's the idea of induced demand gets worse because, well, as you build more highways, then you find reasons to build more or create more suburban areas around that highway just because people are used to traveling there. And then now as you build more areas of suburban towns, you want to build even more highways to stretch further out. It just becomes this kind of never-ending loop or this web of urbanization.
Thank you very much. Exactly what I wanted to hear.
Thank you. And thank you very much for an excellent presentation through to Divya and Lajantan. With that, I move on to our next speaker, 7.4, Jennifer Laforestier and Phil. Oh, sorry, Councillor Santos just came on my list. My apologies, Councillor Santos still has a question on the last delegate. Councillor Santos, please proceed.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegates, thanks for delegating today and for bringing up the concept of induced demand. Are there examples in the GTA of what induced demand does? I know that in the history of the GTA, we have been obsessed with expanding roads, expanding highways. Can you give us an example of, a 400 series highway that perhaps, despite expanding, despite making more routes, is still full of congestion, just to illustrate for our colleagues today what induced demand is about in relation to the GTA?
Yeah, I can take that one. Highway 410, our very own highway, was built in 1984, which wasn't that long ago. And at the time, it was amazing. It was like, cool, you can travel through the Peel region, you can get to where you want to go, there's no congestion. You look at it now, getting on the 410 is a huge pain. And, if you want to get on it, you can't get on it during peak hours. I have to basically schedule my day around getting on the highway if I want to go somewhere.
Perfect. And I'll just add that the 410 is a great example, but also the 401, another great example where it's now built out wall to wall and expanded as far as it could possibly go. And it's still full of congestion. Thank you so much, Peel Climate Council, for coming in to delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of these delegates? If not, I thank you once again. Moving on, 7.4, Jennifer LaForestier and Phil Winters, residents, Town of Caledon, again regarding the proposed Greater Toronto Area West Highway 413. Jennifer and Phil, please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the chair, mayors, and councillors. I am a resident of Caledon, and I'm here to ask you to support the motion put forward by Councillor Carolyn Parrish at the Region of Peel Council meeting on February 25th. I'm here to ask you to cancel your support for the 413. Citizens are more opposed to sprawl with more awareness of the climate crisis and the pandemic. We've learned that highways are sprawl accelerators. The 413 is already damaging our economy and our environment. We're only at stage 2 of the environmental assessment, yet accelerated development through the use of MZOs is based on exaggerated growth projections and is already occurring. The province should not be speculating on growth 30 years into the future. Halton Region has already opposed official planning until the end of the pandemic. Hopefully more municipalities will follow. Next year's deficit is projected to be $33 billion. Thousands of Ontario businesses have been destroyed and tax dollars from those businesses are lost. The GDP dropped nearly 6% in 2020. Despite urgent financial needs for long-term care, health, and education, Premier Ford's government is fast-tracking a $10 billion highway to nowhere. Yet another 400 series highway will increase isolation in Peel by boxing in communities, create a giant heat sink in the Peel Plain, setting climate emergency targets back by 50 years, degrade crucial fresh water, and add to our already unmanageable debt. Developing a highway across prime farmland because of inflated projections of population growth seems misguided. What other industry receives that kind of buy-in 30 years into the future? If that's the new standard, then at a bare minimum, the growth plan target should not include prime farmland. Why not make the existing fabric better for citizens who live in communities today when more excessive greenfield development seems to fly in the face of a declared climate emergency? Who is this highway for? Transferring public money into private hands is not a way to build the economy at the expense of our local businesses, our agriculture and food industry. Agritourism and nature tourism boost our financial, physical, and mental health. Nature is crucial and essential for our well-being now and in the future. Brampton and Mississauga residents come to Caledon for respite. Creating a giant heat sink through the Peel Plain contravenes climate targets declared in the Climate Master Plan. According to the Municipal Code, councils represent the public, should consider the well-being and interests of the municipality, and maintain financial integrity. Is it not then your duty as our elected representatives to oppose Highway 413? Mayors and councillors, will you put the interest and health of your constituents ahead of the interests of developers? Will you fulfill your responsibilities to preserve our financial future, the environment, and maintain our trust in our elected representatives? Please lead, influence, and transform away from outdated sprawl. Live up to the promises made through your climate change master plan and the target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Let's move into the future sustainably and take the low carbon pathway so residents can continue to live well in Peel Region. Over to you, Phil.
Thank you to the chair and to all councillors. I appreciate the time. My name is Phil Winters. I'm a small-scale farmer and producer of local beer on the outskirts of Alton Village in Caledon. I'm here to ask you all to ensure a fulsome and vigorous federal environmental assessment is performed on the 413 before we consider this huge infrastructure investment. We believe that building another 400 series road is unnecessary. Paving over critical farmland, which reduces, as we see, important food supply chain infrastructure during a pandemic, potentially threatening very critical forests and wetlands, which provide huge monetary value in providing clean water and air to millions, and threatens potentially portions of the greenbelt, which are critical habitat for our local biodiversity. Instead of new roads, I would seriously consider that we widen our existing highways and add more separated rail to facilitate the movement of goods within our region. We should be prioritizing the extensions and expansions of the current 400 series roads, potentially implement congestion taxation and pricing, consider providing truck priorities on the 407 that's underutilized, and other 21st century initiatives to combat what we all consider these current challenges. We should be committing, our very critical treasury funds to improve GO Regional Express Rail on the Kitchener-Milton corridors, provide new GO corridors to Bolton, and maybe increasing our bus, our transit, our light rail through Vaughan, Brampton, Mississauga, and Caledon. I've seen these initiatives firsthand. I lived in Denver, Colorado for 10 years, which was a complete car-centric, chronic air-polluted region. The region and the state and the feds all together put money into turning it into a rail city with interconnected transit options that connect every single corner of this sprawling city, reducing congestion, reducing air pollution, and climate impact.
Phil, you have one minute to wrap up, please.
Thank you. This can be done in the GTA as well. So what concerns myself and my community the most is the increase of urban sprawl and the loss of roughly 175 acres of farmland daily to developers. In an era of climate change, we need to densify development, we need to infill development, we need local, walkable communities, and we need farmers to produce food for our local communities. So this outdated, sprawl-inducing form of development is a 20th century creation that should not be repeated in the 21st century, with all we know about the negative impacts that it has on the environment and the health of our community. We need more rail, we don't need more roads. So we have the knowledge now of the critical importance of the natural capital and what it provides to this region, and that benefits all of us in this region. And if we are very serious about climate change, which all of our councils have declared to be very serious about climate change, then this highway should not really be considered. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we have several questions for you. My list is Demerla, Medeiros, Downey, and Innes. Councillor Demera, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had my hand up after Jennifer, and I didn't get a chance. Is it okay if I asked Jennifer some questions?
Yes, right now you're on my list, and she anxiously awaits your question. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. I just wanted to ask you a question around the fact that, as you know, there's a lot of farmland in Caledon that is slated for redevelopment. And actually, this is a question also for Philip, because you both spoke on the same idea. So would you be supportive of an idea where, fresh farmland in the Caledon area is not developed at all? And instead, we just keep doing infill in the areas of Caledon, because that would make it a lot easier to not build highways, right? Because then you have the densities in those small, in areas that are already built up. So I'm kind of curious whether you would support that, because right now we're trying to have two things that are sort of incompatible. We are still going, whether we build Highway 413 or not, as I understand it, we will still have urban sprawl, because the plan is still to develop a lot of farmland, fresh farmland, into subdivisions, high rises, whatever it is, but it will be built. And we need a way to connect this. And public transit is not always possible because of urban sprawl. The numbers just don't support it. So you end up with the situation where people want cars. So if we are really want to not build any more highways, it means, we can't be in this situation where we're still doing urban sprawl, but not building highways. So kind of curious on your position on that.
I can answer a little bit of that and then I'll let Phil take it. But from my point of view, the growth plan was very clear that growth was to happen in urban areas. David Crombie was very clear on that when he did his land review. And unfortunately, that spirit of that has been, somewhat changed and manipulated over the years to allowing for sprawl. In Caledon, there are communities right now that are not walkable. Those communities need to be addressed and they should be encouraged to grow in those areas. Bolton, for instance, has a lot of truck traffic. It would be great if that was addressed and that community was better for the people of Bolton where they live. Same thing for Caledon East. Same thing for Caledon Village, which has had the 410 go right through it. That community needs a lot of help and should be looked at as a whole community.
Okay, so what I'm
the short answer is no. I don't support sprawl on prime farmland.
Okay, but you do understand that whether the 413 is built or not, that's the plan right now.
I do. I think the plan needs to be looked at.
And so that's the contradiction that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
You can't eat houses, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gamerla. Councillor Medeiros, question.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you very much for the delegations. This question is for Mr. Winters. I was interested about your comments. So you run not only a farm, but also a small microbrewery, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I guess the mindset, I've been contacted by many Caledon folks against and in favor. And it seems that the business community, overwhelmingly, I keep hearing that the business community really wants GTA West Corridor. And I'm surprised as a business owner, notwithstanding farming, would that not concern you, not having a highway? How would you get your goods to the market?
I appreciate the question. We're a very small operation, so I'm not looking at huge, needs for transportation infrastructure. My concern is much more for A, maintaining our ability to produce food for our local communities, and B, the cost of servicing sprawl when we should be infilling in current urban settings, whereby the cost of delivering septic and delivering water and electricity and everything else is condensed within an area that's already been developed, as opposed to the very high cost and the risk of increased taxation on all landowners if we start sprawling out, and obviously the impact on climate change.
And thank you, through Chair. Just in terms of sentiments from, both of you being from Caledon, when I've had someone reach out to me who suggested that we're creating almost a two-tier citizen of Peel if, in fact, there is no highway, if the GTA West Corridor isn't supported because, for example, Mississauga is surrounded, has the ring in terms of 401, 410, 403, 407, QEW, and they're well connected, yet Brampton North and Caledon would not have that same benefit. Do you feel that that's unfair? Do you feel, or, listening from your comments, is that investment into sort of public transit actually would be an enhancement than feeling that you have something that, or you have something that maybe, Mississauga residents, have a different type of benefit, but you much prefer that type of investment in public transit and so on?
Well, I personally, I am an advocate. I have been my whole life of public transit and of trains, not roads, because of climate impact, electrifying trains when necessary and when possible. I frequently make the comparison to Central Park in New York. You imagine the pressure that, people, politicians, representatives in the city of New York felt to infill Central Park, and how unlivable Central Park would be without that enormous, green space that prevents a massive heat sink and, heat island in Manhattan. And so sometimes you have to look 50, 100, 7 generations down the line to determine what's best for a region when you're talking about the provenance of clean air and clean water and a livable community. And I think we provide that on the north end of Caledon, or in Caledon generally, to the rest of this, enormous growth in the GTA region.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I move on with more questioners. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair.
you know, just a plug for Mr. Winters because he's too humble. If you've ever tried Good Lot beer, that's a Callan and Proud product. So a favorite in our house, anyways. So thanks for being here today, both of you. I guess my question, and I know this conversation has been had, but for the sake of everybody listening, Mr. Winters, what is your awareness of the obligation of the region to protect that corridor, regardless of what is constructed within it?
Yeah, I have to admit, and thank you through the chair, I appreciate that question. I have not done a lot of research. This is my philosophical approach to protecting wilderness and wildlife and green space. I know there are multiple documents that I should and could read and will at some point. I'm just here to advocate on behalf of small farmers in my corner of Caledon, but I do definitely appreciate that question.
Thank you. Phil and I always have great conversations, political and agricultural, knowing that, you know, the large scale farms that produce the food we eat, you know, when we look at goods movements, 9 out of every 10 trucks are moving food in the region of Peel. So, you know, it's a big issue to look at. I guess, Chair, I don't really have any other questions, but we'll save it for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions again. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Jennifer and Philip for coming and presenting today. I guess my question is for Philip, because you raised some very important points in regards to planning for communities into the future and using what we've learned in the past, experience in the States. And you mentioned rail. So it's knowing that I've been an advocate throughout this entire process, that I've been on council, that there should be a rail component to the transportation corridor if it is and ever approved. So I guess my question to you is, and my concern today with this entire conversation is, we know that a transmission corridor will be required. Any future growth beyond 2031 in Caledon will require a transmission corridor. Otherwise, we will not have the energy to be able to sustain even intensification, let alone greenfield development. And it was my hope and advocacy that through this EA study, that corridor will also at one point house a rail component, which I think is, you know, it's the way that Europe has done it, and it proves to be successful. And so my concern today with, you know, nobody wants to make a highway, but I want to make sure that that EA is completed so that we can actually look at things like a rail component along that corridor. And I'd be interested to hear your thoughts and perspectives on that, knowing that that transmission corridor must be preserved by the region of Peel, and also your position on how that would feed and work between, you know, greenfield development and intensification. But just in your experience in the States and your idea of how to move people safely.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you, Councillor, for that question. Again, I don't purport to be an expert, but the one thing I do know something about is distributed generation and the future of how we move electrons to power, you know, future developments. And big centralized distribution systems are a thing of the past. They are inefficient, they are very costly. And the way the whole world is moving, especially with the oncoming advent of cheap energy storage and battery form, is that we don't need giant energy corridors anymore to transmit from, you know, a Bruce power station all the way down to the city of Toronto. We should be building microgeneration facilities out of solar, wind, and storage, and whatever other natural resources we have locally, and distributing that to local communities, because it proves to be much more resilient and much more sustainable ultimately. And I mean, that is how I would sort of address that excellent question. And I really appreciate the fact that you're advocating for trains. Again, my work in the States, you know, in Denver was very train centric around climate change and transportation. And I was always amazed because when you go to Europe and you go to other parts of the world, you see entire infrastructures built not around cars, but around bicycles, trains, and light rails. And it just seems that we in North America have gotten so used to unending resources that are cheap yet polluting, that we need to take a completely different philosophical look at how we're going to plan for the future 50 and 107 generations down the road. But I definitely appreciate and support you on all advocacy for rail corridors, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. And I think when we're talking about hydro and transmission and powering, Wendy, I'd love to have a conversation with you about hydrogen, because I think that is actually the wave of the future. But the infrastructure is not there to support us at this point. Unfortunately, our talented pool of scientists are being used abroad as opposed to being used here in Canada to distribute that technology. So thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you. And just briefly to underline that point, very briefly to Councillor Innes's point that's so well made, we've never really, in all the documentation I've seen, referred to it as the 413 highway. Even the report before us, 17.2, speaks to the Greater Toronto Area West Transportation Corridor and mode of transportation to be determined. We always thought it might include a rail link or higher order transit of some kind. But just to make that fine point. Next questioner, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon, you're up if you can hear me.
Sorry, Chair Nando, I mistakenly put my hand up.
Okay, very good. With that, then, that concludes our questions for these delegates. Thank you very much for your present. Is there anybody else that had a question? Seeing none, I move on to our next presenter, 7.5, Phil King, President, Orlando Corporation. Mr. King.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about council's consideration whether to request a federal designation of the 413 project, and I am calling it Highway 413. That's what we commonly know it as, under the Impact Assessment Act. However, when I read the correspondence submitted and resolutions of the local municipalities, there seems to be a broader agenda for actually cancelling the proposed highway. As Orlando's largest developer of employment lands, we are extremely concerned about the direction the council is considering. Clearly, I'm going to be putting forward a contrary argument to the other presenters that we've heard this morning. And I will try to condense the many aspects that need to be considered in my 5 minutes. We submit that council has an obligation to consider a broad range of issues in its debate on the future of this transportation corridor. Be careful of what you wish for. Requesting federal intervention on a provincial infrastructure project is a dangerous precedent. Provincial infrastructure should be governed by provincial laws and processes. Proceeding with or not proceeding with the 413 has significant consequences to the province, the GTHA, and Peel. We need to step back and consider, how did we get to this point? In 2005, the province enacted the Places to Grow Act, and our municipal planning and community development has been shaped by that legislation ever since. The development industry, environmental groups, municipalities, all bought into the concept of growth occurring in a rational and strategic way. The growth plan considered 3 pillars of sustainable growth: environmental, economic, and social issues. The many concerns raised in the recent correspondence, municipal resolutions, and the previous presentations regarding farmland and environmental issues and urban sprawl were fully considered in the preparation of the growth plan. The end result was the Greenbelt was created, higher density growth was to be concentrated within the urban boundaries, and future growth will be largely limited to within the White Belt in order to minimize urban sprawl outside of the GTHA and the Greenbelt. The construction of the Highway 413 is part of that concentration of growth. Without 413, we are ignoring the coordinated long-term planning efforts of all municipalities in the province of Ontario. We recognize construction of a major highway or any major infrastructure project has environmental impacts which need to be minimized and mitigated. That is what the provincial EA is all about. What is being ignored here is the significant environmental impacts of abandoning the principles of the growth plan by forcing growth to areas beyond the GTHA. That is urban sprawl. Let's be clear. Residential growth is not going to be significantly impacted by the construction of this highway. It's going to occur regardless. But employment growth surely is. There's a plan that I've asked the staff to put up, which shows the map of the highway and the existing and future potential employment areas along the route of 413. You've heard me state many times over the years that there is a significant shortfall of employment land available in the GTA and in specifically Peel's urban boundary. Your staff continues to advise you that Peel is not meeting its employment growth target. It is its residential targets. Peel is losing municipal tax revenue, and Peel is significantly behind its employment DC revenue. 413 is essential to the future financial health of Peel and the GTA. 407 provided a commuter alternative to 401. Goods movement does not have an alternative since the cost of travel on 407 has priced most goods movement from using it. And transit is not an option for goods movement. As such, 413 is an essential piece of infrastructure required to support existing employment lands and businesses in the GTA. 413 is also an essential piece of infrastructure to open up new employment areas along its route, which is badly needed. You can see that from the plan that is being shown. The consequence of not building 413 will be that Peel and the GTA will not be able to meet its employment targets as it does not have enough land. Some of the proposed areas for employment will occur over time without the highway, but the development will impact the existing regional and municipal road network, adding pressure to an already overwhelmed system with little hope of adding sufficient capacity. The employment required to support the GTHA population will be forced to outlying municipalities, which will increase truck movements, delivery times, and commuting into the GTHA. That is the opposite of the intent of the growth plan. We request that Council endorse its support of construction of the 413 as part of the sustainable growth concept envisioned in the growth plan and continue its sustainable planning required for Peel that we collectively have been working on for decades. Now is not the time to abandon the sustainable principles of growth by targeting an isolated major piece of infrastructure that is essential for a robust economy and that has been planned to adhere to broad environmental considerations. That's my presentation. I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Phil. We have a list. Demerla Parish Downey. Councillor Demerla, questions of Phil.
Thank you so much, Phil, for your presentation. Just one question, which was if the Highway 413 isn't built, how, in terms of making sure we have employment lands, I guess there's two ways to argue that. Some may argue that given the lasting impacts of COVID, maybe we don't need as much employment lands. It's really hard to forecast that. But my second question is, if we take the 413 away, but we don't change the way we are planning right now in the region of Peel in terms of converting farmland into subdivisions anyway, and I use the word subdivisions loosely, it may be high rises. How do we connect these people to the rest of the GTHA? Is public transit a viable option if we are going to continue with urban sprawl in some form or fashion in Caledon?
There seems to be a bunch of questions there. The residential development, as I said, will continue regardless of whether this highway is put in place. And transit clearly is needed to improve the mobility of the residential population around the region in particular. What I'm more concerned about is the movement of goods. Transit does not help movement of goods, and this highway is essential for the movement of goods and to open up additional employment lands. We submit that there is a need for more employment land. We're not meeting our employment targets as we are in this current environment, and that is because there isn't sufficient suitable employment lands in the region. So this is an opportunity to be able to do that. We're in that business, and we can tell you that the availability of employment lands is significantly been reduced over the last number of years.
So is it possible to create those employment lands without the highway, just through public transit, I guess, building out BRTs and things like that?
Some of the employment lands will develop, those that are generally already on the existing road network, i.e. Highway 10 and Mayfield Road and maybe Airport Road. But those lands that were planned to be along 413 corridor will be restricted in being able to develop it, just because the pressure being put on the existing road network will be too severe. And you're having to take trucks through existing neighborhoods. The 413 will be able to bypass all of the existing neighborhoods from the 401 to the 400. So you actually will be, it's a way of reducing existing truck traffic that goes north and south on the existing regional network.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Hi, Mr. King. Happy to see you here. I'm going to
Parrish.
I'm going to ask you a political question. Much like scorpions sting because that's their nature, do you believe the 413, if it were built, will not be a toll road? Tories love them.
If it is a toll road, it needs to have a toll for trucks that is affordable. I'm not against it being a toll road, but it's the trucking. The problem with the 407 is the tolls are so severe for trucks. That's why they don't use it. And even if they lower the toll roads, unfortunately, it's a private enterprise, so that's likely not going to happen. But even if they did, the 407 doesn't help in opening up additional employment lands. The 413 does that. So if it is toll, it needs to be affordable for the truck movements.
When they canceled the 413 in 2018, one of the proposals they were going to study until they got blown away in that election was making a toll lane on the 407 and subsidizing the tolls and or making that lane free. Would that alleviate, I hear your answer that it's not opening up new employment lands, but would that alleviate some of the problems that you're having with truck traffic?
It would alleviate existing problems in as much that it would be an extra route to get around the city. As I said, it does not help with opening up existing new lands along the 413 corridor, which is badly needed in the GTA. Alton, Peel, and York.
Well, and you know, of course, that Mississauga has produced enough employment lands with your help to carry our weight down in the south end. I can't envision beautiful Caledon being jammed full of employment lands like we have. I don't see it. But I thank you very much for your presentation. Didn't say anything I didn't expect, and still friends.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And just a point of clarification in regards to beautiful Caledon. We're just talking about 18% of our land mass when we're talking about the White Belt. I can fit Brampton in my ward in its entirety. So when we're talking about, what is being developed in beautiful Caledon, we are referring to the space of the corridor that lies within the White Belt, which is at the south end and is literally 18% of Caledon's land mass. And going to political questions, Mr. King, thank you for being here. I'm wondering, speaking to your map, because you brought it and it outlines the White Belt very well, I wish it had the overlay of the Green Belt on it. I'm wondering what you think about the narrative that is being driven out there regarding the corridor bisecting the Green Belt, although in Caledon it actually does not touch the Green Belt.
Right. I mean, it's the touching the Green Belt is primarily in Vaughan between 400 and the 427 extension. Highways going through the Green Belt is not unusual. 407 in the east end of Toronto goes through the Green Belt. So it's, yes, you need to mitigate the impacts, but the overall benefit of this highway to densifying the development within the white belt. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. I agree with you, Councillor, that Caledon's got a huge amount of green belt and green space. Here we're maximizing the use of the white belt inside the limits of the green belt. If we don't do that, that then just pushes us, as I said, outside of green belt to outlying municipalities, and that goes against the concept of the growth plan. We're trying to implement the growth plan here, which we all bought into.
Thank you. I agree. And as a commissioner for the Niagara Escarpment and a member of the Greenbelt Council, I couldn't agree more that we don't want to see this corridor getting pushed farther into provincially significant lands. So from your perspective, would you say that this then is a zero-sum game? The growth is coming, the goods are coming, whether, none of those things in regards to the growth plan change. So by removing a corridor to plan and build for that, we're just left holding the bag.
Yes, as I said, this piece of infrastructure is essential to meeting the targets in the growth plan. And growth is coming. The federal government is going to be increasing immigration into this country. And it's going to come to this area as it has done in the past. And if we don't maximize what we can do within the GTAH, it's going to move just outside, and we're going to have more commuting. That's the disconnect here, and that's what the growth plan was created, and the Greenbelt was created to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. When it comes to commuter traffic, we may have something to say about the north-south traffic in Caledon and the leapfrogging that the Greenbelt has caused. But that's a different discussion, so we'll save it for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Phil, for coming. And you touched on something that I think is relevant because of your experience in development of not only the region of Peel, but surrounding areas. And you touched on the federal immigration. And something that I was going to ask of our staff when the report comes forward, but I would be interested in your perspective on it. It's come to our attention that the federal government has recently approved the CN intermodal hub in Milton. And as Peel, I would think that we would have great concern as how that would impact our transportation network, and in particular supporting our employment lands. And I'm just wondering what your comments are in regards to while I'm Caledon specific and we're all Peel specific, I think that we also have to look at a GTH angle about how this is going to serve the residents and the businesses within the entire GTH. And something like a newly improved intermodal in Milton is definitely going to have an impact on Peel.
Yeah, and I mean, Peel already has two major intermodal facilities, and Milton has now got theirs. The intermodal facilities are sort of obviously a key component of bringing goods into the Greater Toronto area on the rail, and then they're distributed from the rail by truck to the various businesses and developed areas. So our rail network, from a goods movement standpoint, isn't comprehensive enough to be able to bring them into more areas. So you need a diversification of these intermodal facilities to bring those goods from offshore, because that's where it's coming from the various ports on the east and the west coast, and into our area. And as growth continues, and it will, those facilities are going to be needed to be expanded.
Thank you. And then just one other question in regards to employment lands, and in particular, Caledon's employment lands that we are currently reviewing through our MCR process for 2051. Wondering what your thoughts are on, my understanding, you mentioned Highway 10 and Airport. You didn't mention Highway 50, but I'm going to throw it in there because that's close to the area that I represent. And it has been stated to me that the region would have to look at allocating those employment areas should there not be a transportation corridor. And as you said, that it would be closer to existing infrastructure, such as Airport, Highway 10, and Highway 50. And one of the concerns that we continuously hear out of the area that I represent and that of Councillor Groves and Bolton is the truck traffic. And so, you know, increasing employment lands in that area and not having a transportation corridor, in my mind, creates an even more serious issue of truck traffic, not only in Calvin community that I represent, but I'm also concerned about the Brampton employment lands on the south side of Mayfield Road. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on, you know, if there is a corridor, if there isn't a corridor, how that will impact the employment areas, in particular for Brampton and Caledon in that specific area.
Okay, let's deal with the first question. What about the employment lands in Caledon? Clearly, without the highway, the ability to grow the employment lands in Caledon will be restricted if there's no highway put in place, because just the capacity of the existing road network will not be able to accommodate the truck traffic. As you rightly noticed, the Highway 50 is already at capacity, and it's a lot of it is truck traffic. So the areas of expansion in Bolton, areas of expansion in Tullamore that would benefit from the 413 will be restricted. The areas in Brampton, south of Mayfield Road, there will be soon, i.e. next year, some relief there because of the 427 extension coming up to Major Mackenzie. And so there will be a way for that traffic to get off of Highway 50 south of Major Mackenzie onto 427. And that highway, if 413 doesn't occur, it's going to be dead-ended. So it really needs to be tied into something, and that is the 413. So this is, as I said, if we stop this now, we're abandoning all the things that we planned for over the last number of years and implementing the growth plan. So, and this is not going to impact residential development from happening, but it will impact employment lands from happening.
So in your perspective in regards to, you know, the 427 extension, without it having an east-west alleviation, basically, you know, my Caledon residents who are driving on Highway 50, who are already experiencing and complaining about traffic, it's only going to worsen without an east-west corridor to alleviate that congestion and that safety concern. Is that
right? It will. That's correct. The 427 extension will provide some relief, but only limited because it only goes so far.
Brampton, basically, to Vaughan. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. King. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. King. You're coming again. The last time you were here, you talked about employment lands in Bolton, and I did say to you that my community does not wish to see any more employment lands here. I think we've had enough, and we've had our fair share. I think you mentioned the Highway 10, 410 area. The 410 is already up and running. I think that's a great area to look at future employment lands, as well as the Tullamore area. So, Mr. King, you spoke about goods movement, that this is what this 413 highway would be, is about goods movement. Do you see that as the only option for moving goods and services?
At this current time, it is, because 401 cannot be expanded any more than it already has been. We're up to the limits. 407, as it stands, cannot be used for goods movement. So we need something to be able to get the existing and planned employment areas east and west, and then north and south. So linking it with 400, 427, and 401, 407 in the west, that provides that whole loop and allows the goods to be moved around the GTA on a highway versus on regional and municipal roads.
Okay, thank you. With respect to moving goods north-south, and you spoke earlier and you referenced the 427, the extension to Major Mac, that it will be really sort of a minimal relief for what's already there, the existing traffic. You've been around, Mr. King, for a long time, representing. You're experienced in representing the industrial sector, and certainly you've been very, very influential, and your advocacy has been great over the years that I've watched you. But Mr. King, the city of Brampton, along the Highway 50 corridor, which just borders my ward, I'm sure that it's been around for a long time. Have you participated in any of those conversations, discussions with the city of Brampton with respect to those future employment lands along Highway 50 just south of Mayfield Road?
We are a very large landowner in that area, and we're currently developing employment lands there. And so we've been working on those lands for a number of years. So we're very well versed in what's going on in that area.
Okay, so in terms of moving goods and services north-south, which would remove a lot of the truck traffic out of my community in Bolton and off of Highway 50, where I represent those residents traveling north-south, have you ever advocated for the 427 going beyond Major Mac? Because to your point, going to Major Mac will only have minimal relief. So have you ever advocated for a further extension of the 427?
Absolutely. And basically to implement the plan that we've been talking about, which is further north to almost to Mayfield Road, and to link up with the 413. That then provides the loop. And without it, you're just going to have a dead end wherever it stops, whether it's Major Mackenzie or Mayfield Road. It'll still be a dead end without 413.
Well, right, and I remember years ago this conversation occurred with respect to the 427 going to Mayfield Road, and that's not something I support, because again, it'll dump all the traffic right into Bolton. So if we're going to look at 427, expanding 427, I'm thinking we need to go much further than that, at least to Highway 9 or beyond. You can connect into the 400, but it's not something that I would be in favor of, taking it to Mayfield Road. So thank you again for coming in and for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate, you might not know I'm the Ward 4 councillor in Mississauga, representing one of, if not the most dense ward within all of Peel region because of its small relative size. We've seen a lot of intensifying happening and are continuing to see that. I myself, a very small footprint living in a condo, but that's neither here nor there. I wanted to ask you a question related to the report, 17.2, page 7. You don't have to pull it out. I will read it. It's under growth management focus area. Now, perhaps you may have already to an extent addressed this, but wanted to read it anyway. The absence of the GTA West corridor could impact future decisions about the siting of new employment land designations within Southern Caledon and direct the development to areas along Mayfield Road, here, Ontario, and Airport Road, which do have good connections to Highway 410, the planned Highway 427 extension, and other goods movement infrastructure. Could you kindly address that specifically?
Yes, I did try to deal with that in my presentation. And those are the areas that would still be developed as employment lands without 413, but only to an extent, because what would happen is development of those lands would be using the existing regional infrastructure, which is limited. So there's only going to be a certain amount of those lands that would be able to be developed. The 413 would allow those lands to be expanded to the limits of the white belt. You've got potential future strategic employment lands north of 413. If we didn't have 413, that wouldn't happen. Because how do we get down to Mayfield and then disperse east and west? Mayfield Road would become a truck route, and you've already got existing residential on the south side. More of a truck route than it already is, but those lands would develop it, but they would be limited.
I keep looking at this, and on page 6 in the report, it highlights it as well under the Planning for Long-Term 2051 Growth Appeal 2041 Plus Municipal Comprehensive Review, that through the Appeal 2041 Plus Municipal Comprehensive Review, the region is planning for growth to the year 2051 as forecasted in the Growth Plan 2019. All the way up to 2051, the region is planning to grow by an additional 700,000 people and 360,000 jobs. Obviously, as our job here is as regional councillors, looking at it as well from the point of view of being the councillor of Ward 4, I feel like we've done our fair share of receiving intensification, continuing to see that and support it to a degree, and wanting to be conscious of and careful in our handling of that growth, seeing as it is being supported within the MCR. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my list for questioners. Mr. King, thank you for your presentation. Council colleagues, your listed agenda showed 2 more delegates, 7-6 and 7-7. 7-7 has withdrawn, so our last speaker to the matter is Sarah Buchanan. Once we are done with Ms. Buchanan's presentation, Councillor Parrish, I'm putting you on notice. I will go to 22.5 as promised, your motion. I'm going to bring the report forward, 17.2, and we will deal with the matter fully at that time. So last up as a deputant, Ms. Sarah Buchanan, Ontario Climate Program Manager, Environmental Defence Fund of Canada. Welcome, and go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Council. As my lovely introduction stated, I am Sarah Buchanan, and I work for Environmental Defence Canada, and I work specifically on advocating for climate change solutions. I'm going to actually stop my video. Hopefully you can hear me properly here. I'm going to stop my video because I was getting a little bit of choppiness there, but you can see my slides coming up here. And thank you to the wonderful clerks for being so supportive and for managing those slides as well. So you will not be surprised to find out that I am here to ask you to support the motion to oppose the GTA West Highway and to support Environmental Defence's request for a federal environmental assessment so that we can at least know the extent of this massive proposed 400 series highway, of its impacts, which the proposed provincial environmental assessment process will not do. Environmental Defense, as you folks probably know, is the organization who requested the federal environmental assessment along with EcoJustice and a whole whack of other signatories on that. So I do want to address this question head on just for a second before I launch into my slides. And I do welcome your questions on the topic of federal environmental assessment versus provincial environmental assessment later when I'm done my presentation. So with respect, the proposed provincial EA process is woefully inadequate. We've seen this government propose significant weakening of the environmental assessment process specifically for this highway. And that weakening would mean that they would be able to, for example, start pouring concrete for roads and bridges over sensitive waterways before that assessment has even been completed. So that is one of the main reasons we are asking the federal government to intervene. and to do their own environmental assessments. And, you know, I know that the folks at TRCA have an incredible depth of knowledge and expertise. They've already provided some incredibly thorough information on the potential impacts of this highway. However, a TRCA voluntary review is just that. It is not equivalent to what we would get with a federal environmental assessment. MTO does not have to abide by the recommendations that come out of a TRCA voluntary project review. And, you know, if you're paying attention to what's going on with the wetland in Pickering, you might share my suspicion that this provincial government is not going to be likely to adopt all of those recommendations that I'm sure will be thorough and well thought out from the TRCA. And so that's one of the reasons why I would ask you to really consider and vote for this federal environmental assessment, because it is binding. The federal government has the power to stop and thoroughly examine these impacts and to override the province in many respects to ensure that that mitigation happens and that these impacts are known. I apologize, you might hear the sounds of a baby in the background. That is the reality of working from home in a pandemic. You might get to hear from my wonderful son, Hank, who is nearing 5 months old. And I could probably spend the rest of my 5 minutes talking about him, to be totally honest. So I do want to go to my next slide here. And I'm just going to really briefly stop on this. You know the basics of this highway already, and they're pretty stunning. They're not great. These basics are the reasons that you are hearing so much from your constituents about this highway. I'm going to go to my next slide here. And my next slide just really reminds you how you made a promise as Peel Region unanimously in 2019. And that promise was to declare a climate emergency and to take climate change seriously as if it were an emergency. And that promise is not just for show. This promise means that, for example, when you're faced with a massive infrastructure project like the 413 highway, you have promised to ask the question, how will this infrastructure project impact climate change? How will this project impact our targets to reduce emissions that we have promised the people of Peel Region, the youth who are relying on us to preserve their future? How will this project impact those? So if you can go to the next slide, please. So one of the problems we're seeing here is that many regions and municipalities and countries have declared climate emergencies, but emissions are still going up. We just got this data about a week ago. Peel Region's carbon emissions actually increased 4% in 2018. That's the last year for which we have data from the federal government. And that's a huge concern because obviously you all know that emissions should be going in the opposite direction because Peel has some great ambitious climate goals that I know that they are working hard on. I've spoken to the staff at Peel Region on many initiatives that are really forward thinking on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so I would ask you to consider that promise when you're thinking about this highway. And so the next slide, please. And so impacting obviously your climate promises is the impact of infrastructure like this highway. So we got really curious at Environmental Defense. We hired some transportation experts to model what would be the expected carbon footprint of all of the vehicles that MTO says are going to travel on this highway. And the number that we got back was massive. And it says on my slide here, I believe it says 38 megatons. That's cumulative, so it's not annual. That means over about a 50-year lifespan, this highway would create 38 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And if you look at, Peel's total carbon footprint every year is about, well, in 2018, it was 11 megatons. So just the vehicles traveling on this highway will have a massive impact on greenhouse gas emissions in the GTHA and as well in Peel Region. And I want you to really, really think deeply about that because that it's something that no one has really modeled yet. And we are releasing a report with this information that'll give you a whole lot more context soon. But I wanted to, get this information out there so that you know the magnitude of the decision that you're making on whether or not to support this highway. Okay, and also, I think the youth who spoke earlier spoke to this a little bit, but some have said that, the highway will just pull traffic from elsewhere, so greenhouse gas emissions won't go up. That's not what the evidence shows actually happens. There's this concept of induced demand, and very simply that means when you build highways, more people decide to drive, the roads fill up. That's backed up by multiple studies and showing that, the road space fills up even within a few years with new drivers, because more people make that decision to drive. So in a climate emergency, do we really want to be encouraging more people to hit the highway and drive, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of megatons of greenhouse gas emissions that I haven't even talked about just from building the highway, from all that cement and asphalt that goes into it? So basically, if you continue to support building more roads, it will be impossible to keep the promise that you have made to hit your emission reduction targets. And next slide, please. So this shows really quickly Ontario's greenhouse gas emissions are rising too. It's not just Peel region. A lot of folks are having tough conversations in many regions and municipalities in Ontario about what is happening. How can we rethink our approach to climate change to not just talk about how we can write up an action plan, but how can we rethink the decisions in front of us that are not just, don't just have climate change in the title, the decisions that are about infrastructure. How can we challenge this concept that we have to be putting more cars on the road in order to accommodate population growth? And so that's another reason that Peel needs to work extra hard, because, Ontario's emissions are also going up. And next slide, please. And transportation is actually the biggest culprit in Ontario for our carbon footprint. The way we get around is increasingly impacting our greenhouse gas emissions. People are buying bigger vehicles, they're buying bigger trucks and SUVs. So when we're building more highways, we're getting, an even more intensive carbon footprint from those vehicles on those highways because those vehicles are so much bigger. And, we saw this in Canada's emissions as well. There's an increasing amount of greenhouse gas emissions from transportation, and that's a trend that really needs to stop. And next slide, please. So another thing I'll briefly touch on here, we also did some modeling last year about how highways and the vehicles on those highways impact our health because they create a lot of air pollution. And if you look carefully at this slide, if you look at Peel region, you can see that there is a big red area, and that's from NO2 emissions that are toxic when we breathe them in. Premature deaths in Peel are one of the highest in the region from vehicle traffic air pollution. That's partly because there's so many highways in Peel already. So people are, it may sound like an exaggeration, but people are literally dying because of the air pollution that's coming from major roads and highways. So building another highway is not going to solve this problem. You can also see that it's a deeper red where those lines represent highways. So on existing highways, you've got a lot more people who are suffering much greater health impacts who live relatively close to those highways. So in creating another highway, we're going to be exposing many, many more people to that toxic air pollution. And that creates things like childhood asthma, bronchitis, lung cancer. You can actually hear me. I have asthma personally. So sometimes when I get worked up, I struggle to catch my breath. And that is literally what's happening right now. So I definitely don't want another highway because I would be one of those people that would be heavily impacted by all those toxic air pollution fumes.
Sarah,
last slide.
Sarah,
Yep.
Carry on, please, but about a minute more.
Perfect. Well, I am on my last slide, so I'll wrap up here. And basically, I just want to say that, I'll wait till that last slide comes up, or I'll just keep talking. So in your staff report, there is some good input there on how the cancellation of the GTA West Corridor would provide an opportunity to explore alternative growth and transportation solutions that support climate change outcomes, consider emerging technologies like compact complete communities, low carbon decentralized energy, sustainable transportation networks, greater transit investment. So I would ask you to just pay attention to that part in the report. And in opposing this highway, you can act on your climate promises, you can create this alternative growth and transportation vision, and you can make a better choice. So you can do things the old way that got us into this mess, or you can really build on that leadership role that Peel Region is taking in fighting climate change, and start visioning transportation differently and for the future. So thank you so much, everyone, and I do welcome your questions.
And we have a list, Sarah. Thank you. Our list is Innes Downey Star. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, and thank you, Sarah, for coming to present today. So I have a few questions. One, wanted to start on your comments in regard to the TRCA's request for a VPR in comparison to the federal EA. So you are correct that it is a voluntary review process, but to your point, they are the technical advisors to the region of Peel as well as the region of York. And they are the technical expertise. So I'm wondering your stance. I did bring forward a recommendation that requested that the region of Peel support and endorse the TRCA's request for a VPR as well as the federal EA. I don't think there's any harm in doing both, and especially considering that the TRCA has a long-standing record of actually being the technical advisors for the federal government in their EA processes within our jurisdiction. So I'm wondering, in regards to your thoughts on the region of Peel and whether or not this council should be endorsing the TRCA's request for a VPR and the federal EA in conjunction with one another.
Thank you. Great question. And you're absolutely correct. The TRCA provides such vital information. So that's why I would agree that endorsing that VPR is important. But the point I'm making here is that unfortunately, we're in a position where we need binding processes to hold this provincial government to account. And the federal EA is really the only process that has the teeth that we need to prevent the kind of backsliding and environmental destruction, frankly, that we have been seeing. We're involved right now in the MZO's issue and seeing the devastation that's happening to environmental policy and a lot of the policy that's meant to protect the protected areas. Essentially, I unfortunately am not confident that only having a VPR from TRCA would be enough to make sure that we actually know the impacts to, for example, our waterways, our water sources in the region. So I would absolutely agree that having TRCA do a voluntary project review in addition to a federal EA would be great. More information is awesome and will empower you folks to make the decisions you need to make.
Thank you. And then to further on that, you had spoken in regards to complete communities and other alternatives. Our staff have been very clear in their report that should the transportation corridor not proceed, or that council not support the 413, that we will have to increase the capacity on already existing infrastructure. And so in Caledon in particular, as you know, 80% of our landmass is protected and backed by science. We're talking Oak Ridges Moraine, Niagara Escarpment. This is a world biosphere. And so I guess my question to you is, and I'm going to ask it of staff later on from their perspective, something that gives me great concern and angst, quite frankly, is the increase of capacity on those regional and local roads that exist in areas that are extremely environmentally sensitive beyond the current White Belt and the EA study area for the GTA West. And I'm talking about bridges, large box culverts, arterial roads. I don't want a 6-lane Mayfield High road with trucks going through our little villages and the Oak Ridges Moraine and the Niagara Escarpment. So, when I'm looking at, picking sort of the best of the worst of some of the options that are before us, quite frankly, I guess I'd like to hear what your perspective is on that infrastructure, because Caledon is quite rural. The community is very rural. Many of even our arterial roads, many of them are only 2 lanes. And we already have a very large infrastructure deficit. And 70% of the traffic on our roads are not Caledon residents. They're actually, an unfortunate consequence of leapfrogging development because of the Greenbelt. And so I guess my question to you is, how do you compare the devastation to the environment and the environmental impact that will be caused by the necessary upgrades to existing infrastructure to that of creating a transportation corridor that hopefully, in my hopes, would also contain a rail component, which will be my second question to you. But let's start with that one first. I'd like to understand your thoughts in regards to what will be necessary to be able to accommodate what I call unfortunate growth pressures that Caledon is facing over the next 25 years.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely empathize with, the position that you're in to be tossing around all of these pressures in your mind and how to accommodate those growth pressures. I will mention out of the gate that one of the things that we have identified recently is that the population projections in the growth plan have been questioned recently, partly because there are planners who have identified that growth isn't that these projections are not necessarily accurate. They may be overstated for the region. But that being said, growth is happening, and you folks need to think about how to keep up with that. I will also say that we need to think beyond freight movement and goods movement as just trucks and just moving goods on highways, because that's also thinking more broadly about the impacts of climate change. That's not going to get anyone close to the targets that scientists say that we have to hit. So we are asking folks to be ambitious and start thinking about systems that we need to put in place to move goods. For example, rail, is definitely an option. And as some folks have mentioned, better using the 407. So I believe Councillor Parrish mentioned having a dedicated, lower toll truck lane. I think that was the idea on the 407 in order to redirect a lot of that existing traffic. So accommodating growth is obviously not a simple affair, but it's also important to think about building up instead of building out. And in doing that planning, thinking about how to eliminate vehicle kilometers traveled overall and think about more efficient movement of both freight and trucks as well as people, how to get people where they need to go, how to get goods where they need to go without having to travel as far, and having better strategies to do that. Peel Region actually is groundbreaking on that. Peel Region has an amazing team working on a goods movement strategy that is rethinking some of these things. So I think that a lot more thought needs to be put into alternatives, into more efficient movement of goods and people, instead of just jumping on this sort of outdated approach of, well, there's more people coming, so we just need to build a highway. And frankly, that's the kind of thinking that is going to mean we don't hit the climate targets we need to hit.
So in following up with that, what is your thoughts and thoughts in regards to, as example, Brampton's proposal for a boulevard concept that would house a rail component, an active transportation component? And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on Brampton's proposal that they have put forward for their section of the GTA West Corridor.
Yeah, the nerd in me got really excited about Brampton's Boulevard concept. Not that I'm calling anyone a nerd, but it is. I think it's pretty visionary. It brings forward a vision of, at-grade retail, of a vibrant, urban space, which is more walkable. It's more supportive of local businesses. So instead of, building Amazons along a highway or Amazon warehouses along a highway, we're talking about, potentially the microbreweries that a previous deputant might run. And I think that kind of visioning is the kind of visioning that will, frankly, get people where they need to go, support local businesses, as well as helping to meet ambitious climate targets.
So it's my understanding that Brampton recently supported, and my Brampton colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, supported the completion of the EA process in hopes that the Brampton Boulevard concept will be considered by the province, and in hopes that the region of Peel, upon the completion of the EA, would actually take a stance and a position and advocate for their recommended approach, or a combination thereof between Brampton and Caledon. And it's something that I'm very interested in. My biggest concern is without that EA completed and the science and the information backing that EA, those types of solutions may not come to fruition because there isn't an overall planning aspect. There isn't the finances to back it, quite frankly. We haven't been collecting the DCs to be able to do that. And I'm hopeful, and maybe I'm being optimistic, that when the region of Peel would take a position upon the completion of the EA and we start to work on detailed design, that the consideration and the ideas like the Brampton Boulevard will be could be promoted by all of the region of Peel as a forward-thinking, in the future solution, as opposed to a traditional mega highway like we've all seen, and I think that nobody around this table actually wants. So,
Councillor Innes, you're coming up on 5 minutes. Do you have a final question for the deputant?
Final question would be, would you support the completion of the EA so that municipalities like Brampton, and hopefully at some point the region of Peel and Town of Caledon, could look at alternatives as opposed to a mega highway, but something that is more future orientated, that would still provide complete and transit orientated communities?
So I'm going to say no. I would support that process happening and that visioning happening outside of the EA process, which would really take the pressure off because frankly the province has said that this boulevard is not compatible with the proposed highway, and I believe that letter was relatively recent. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brampton folks, but I just I would hesitate to rely on that provincial process to provide, the kind of conversation that you're proposing, Councillor Innes. I believe it's a necessary conversation. It's one that's vital to, so many aspects of this region growing. But I don't think the proposed provincial EA process is the place for that conversation to happen. I think that's one of the reasons that we are asking for the federal EA, is that provincial process has just it's had its teeth removed in such a significant way. Our lawyers who have examined this have told us that we don't even know the depth of the emaciation of the environmental assessment processes in Ontario because they haven't even been forthcoming with the information. The information we do have is quite unsettling. So I would suggest that is a conversation that desperately needs to happen outside of the EA process. If the provincial EA process does continue, it's a conversation that ideally would happen within that process as well.
Thank you, Councillor Innes. My list is still Downey, Starr, DeMerla, Thompson. Questions, Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just going back, if we could, to some of the slides that you had. Sarah, I'm wondering, you talked a lot about the modeling for GHGs and whatnot, and I guess I got caught up there a little bit because it seemed as though, just in the way that you were presenting it, that the modeling was done based on today's automobile and not looking forward. I wonder, is that something that you can maybe expand on the context of? Obviously, it's very clear just based on legislation globally that 20, 25 years from now, none of us are going to be driving around in gas-powered cars, and most goods movement and truck fleets would be compressed gas. So I'm just wondering if you can maybe clarify whether or not that modeling was done, today, onto today's model or future forward.
For sure. Yeah, so we did base that modeling on the current mix of vehicles on the road, which does include a small number of electric vehicles. I believe it's about 2%. And then we had a deep conversation about this, and we decided to base the sort of future projections on the strength of the policies in place from all levels of government. And to be completely honest, the province has canceled electric vehicle incentives. Ontario does not have a zero emission vehicle standard policy in place. There are very few policies in place which would actually bring Ontario and Peel Region specifically to their electric vehicle adoption targets. So we felt that based on the strength of the policies in place, we could not model the greenhouse gas emissions for this highway based on electric vehicle targets that frankly, if things stay the same, won't be achieved.
Right. So I guess my only point there would be that regardless of whether the government sets those targets, companies and industry are moving that direction anyways, whether they're asked to or not. But that's a different conversation, and definitely something maybe we should take offline, because I'd love to see all look at those legislations and help to change them.
Great.
I guess as well, when we talk about induced demand, as it applies to infrastructure and roads, I find it humorous, because I look at that and then I take that same argument and apply it to hospitals. I read an article recently where the hospital gets built and it fills up. Well, it fills up because the demand was there, not because just people decide to use the hospital. So I troubled with that. But lastly, I guess my question to you is, can you maybe see that it's difficult for us to sit at this table and oppose something in principle, but then ask for an EA to study it? So it seems a little bit contradictory in my mind. However, I'm definitely in support of the federal EA, and I did move the motion at my own council to get that done, and we'll support it here. I guess fundamentally, I get it gets a little bit tricky when I'm opposing something, but then asking to study it, which then the opposition presupposes the outcome. So I'm completely in favor of that EA and what you're moving towards. But you can see that the way that it's being asked is somewhat convoluted.
Mm-hmm. Good question. Yeah, I hear that. And the way that I would explain it is that you can definitely express opposition to something and say that, as proposed, this is not in the best interest of, for example, the region of Peel, and also ask for more information about the impacts to the region of Peel and all the other municipalities who are supporting this federal EA request. So, recognizing that the region of Peel is not the decision maker in whether or not this highway goes ahead, I don't believe those two motions are mutually exclusive. I think that asking for a more thorough investigation of the impacts of the highway does not presuppose that you're in support of the highway. I hope that makes a little bit more sense.
Yes, absolutely. And just one final question, because I got a little bit sidetracked. In regards to the modeling that was done, and obviously, to a great extent by your organization, was there modeling done kind of from the alternate perspective of what happens to, so if you take that projection and you take that growth, so you're modeling something with one set of data, but then presuming that it might not actually happen. But then did you model what happens without the infrastructure, supposing that growth does happen?
No, unfortunately, we're an environmental charity with a relatively low budget, and I think honestly having
I've seen your auditor's report. Your budget's pretty good.
Well, thank you. We do take donations, so I would say that that would be great to have that information. And if councillors felt that they wanted to move to ask staff to look into that, it could be really interesting to see.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Starr.
Yeah, Sarah, that's, you've got some great information here. And, if you could put that slide back up that you just had with the 413 and the carbon footprint. I just want to back up a little bit to both the previous speakers talking about the carbon footprint and I guess the pollution. Do we have slides similar to that of the carbon footprint for the two major highways that we have now, the 401 and 403, the 407? What are the curves there, and what are the projections down the road for those highways? And then what I'm leading into for the modeling, if this particular corridor was eliminated, what is the carbon footprint over the next 25 years? And I think you mentioned that you kind of questioned the numbers. If you do the numbers quickly, I'm kind of a numbers person, and I've followed this for 20 years. We're adding 80 people every day in the region of Peel, every day. If you do the numbers over the next 25 years, that's 750,000 people, 350,000 jobs. And I don't know how many trucks, because I have no clue. I'm sitting on the transportation committee for the region, and I know they're concerned down the road that trucking and the way they're handling cargo is not changing. It's not changing dramatically. Yes, there might be driverless trucks and the rest of it, but how do we? And by the way, I support this study 100%. I want to see what the modeling shows for if we compressed all of the intended new transportation corridor, and I'm not calling it the 413, into the existing, does anything change?
That's a great question. I also would like to know the answer to it. I think, it's probably a good question for your transportation staff. I would also love to know the carbon footprint of the existing highways. We do have some modeling from a previous study that shows sort of general carbon footprint of vehicles in the region of Peel. I would be happy to share that, with Chair and Council. I have shared it with the staff at the region of Peel, who are actually looking into this issue quite deeply. And so, yeah, I agree with you. This information would be great to have, but the modeling we just did was limited just to looking at if this highway is built, the greenhouse gas emissions from the cars and trucks that would travel on that over a 50-year lifespan.
Well, I think to properly evaluate it, you need all these numbers, because if you're adding up how we're increasing the number of vehicles, whether they be cars, electric vehicles, whatever, the modeling's got to show realistically where we're going to be. Because I would think if I was on the other side of the argument, I'm going to show you that there's maybe a different result. And I think that it's so important that we do cut back on the carbon footprint and pollution, but I don't see that. I got stuck on 401 closer to, I guess, Yonge Street and I guess what's that highway? The anyway, the north-south. Stuck. I looked around me, and just to keep busy, I counted how many transport trucks were around me. 31, as far as I could see. 31. And of course, the highway in that section is what, 14 lanes wide or 16 lanes wide? It was packed. I mean, solid. And that was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, a lot of this is still going to be happening, and we've got a bigger job in front of us insofar as trying to change the transportation, getting people out of their cars, as they said. But I just haven't seen that over the last number of years. If anything, our highways are getting more polluted with cars. And as we add the population, because we're such a quotation mark rich area, a lot of these folks are going to want cars and vehicles. And so it's up to us to say, get in on that bus and train and whatever. So I think there's another total argument here that it's just not only a transportation corridor, it's a lot of other arguments. So I hope when the evaluation is being done that some of that is being looked at. I know it's a kind of a global thing, but we're looking at serious repercussions if we don't start looking at all this now over the next 20, 30, 40, or what's going to happen in the next 20, 30, 40 years. So Sarah, I thank you for the good information, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I just want to say I'm neither for or against the 413 per se, but what concerns me is the inherent contradiction. And the contradiction is this to me, as Councillor Kovac and then Councillor Starr have pointed out, we're going to have 700,000 folks and 360,000 jobs, hopefully the jobs coming into Peel. And the current plan is to redevelop 4,300 hectares of farmland and rural lands. If that's not urban sprawl, I don't know what is. So we are going to build this, but we don't want a highway. So I guess my concern is that maybe, Sarah, your question, your ask needs to have a second part. If we are going to oppose the highway, then we have to seriously rethink how we are going to house the 700,000 people. But you can't put them on 4,300 hectares of land and say, we are not going to be a car-based community. It's not possible. So I guess my question is, where is the second ask? Because you really should be asking us as a council to say, your growth plan currently is not consistent with wanting to cancel a highway, because otherwise what's going to happen is we're going to build and people are still going to want to use the highway. Congestion will double. Your GHG gases will triple because the longer people idle on the highway. We will still have to build regional roads, so we don't build the 413, but we still have to build regional roads. And there will be congestion on those roads. So this is a half solution. So just wanted your thoughts, Sarah, on that.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That a growth plan that prioritizes growing out instead of up is not compatible with canceling a highway. In a situation where you are planning to build mostly out, some will call that sprawl, then that is dependent on highways. And it does, as many folks have pointed out, it does serve to exacerbate that impact and create even more outward growth. And that, frankly, puts pressure on municipalities and regional governments to pay for that infrastructure that has to, the water pipes that have to be run out to those communities. And it is, it's kind of unfair in this situation that the provincial government would be the decision makers here and foisting a lot of that cost onto those municipal and regional governments for the sprawl that's going to follow in the wake of this highway. So I would also just, implore you to not think about it as impossible to have those conversations for densifying these areas and talking about how to have growth go up instead of out, how to build more transit solutions for folks, how to build more densely in the residential areas that do exist. We have a lot of data that shows that there is tons of room to accommodate growth within existing urban areas and not have to build outwards. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be the expert on growth. I think that paying attention to the work of your staff is important to do. But I do know that something has to give. Like, we can't consistently prioritize building highways and building low density housing because that's how it's always been done. There has to be a broader conversation about how to grow responsibly and how to build up density to accommodate those folks that are going to be moving to the region, because it's not impossible to accommodate new people in a way that is responsible and sustainable.
So Sarah, like if I can ask a follow-up question, and which is, I don't know where you live, but you know, what I know is that for me personally, and for a lot of Ontarians, there is still a desire to have a small piece of a patch of grass, right? To have your kids play in your backyard. So as we try to balance that legitimate, I think it's legitimate. I know that there may be other people who don't think it's a legitimate aspiration. We can't just build high. And vertical sprawl is just as bad as horizontal sprawl. So the idea that we can somehow just build 50 stories everywhere and have human scaled communities is just, it's just nonsense, frankly. So there's a happy, sweet medium somewhere. And so my problem with this conversation is that we have to take into consideration something that's, you know, what do Ontarians want? And how can we best do that with you know, minimizing some of the negative outcomes? So, you know, I'm really concerned though that as activists, you know, when you ask for one side, but we don't think about what the trade-offs are, or the trade-offs are so absolute as you're suggesting that we just build vertically. Those are not possible, you know, those are not practical solutions necessarily. So I just wanted to think about some of that, you know, when we take these positions. And I guess my second question to you was, well, what about, you know, if we continue to build out as we do, wouldn't it be better? I'm just asking you the question. Like I said, I'm agnostic on the 413. What concerns me is not calculating all of the trade-offs. If we did want to some extent, accommodate the aspirations of everyday Ontarians, including myself, to own a piece of green space, doesn't have to be very big, but something. And so, you know, there will be some urban sprawl. And so we end up now on regional roads and on the same highways and just increase GHGs. Are we further ahead?
Sure. That's a lot to unpack, but I'll do my best here. So I first want to address what you're saying. I am not. What I'm advocating for is the kind of density that is, for example, stacked townhouses, you know, smaller homes, not sprawling real estate, and frankly, where the market is making the most money. So we're seeing a lot of this growth, and you know, driven by a demand for relatively large single-family homes. When you know a lot of the density targets for these areas, when it's not compatible to have only sprawling single family homes in these areas. So I'm not asking anyone to, you know, build 50-story towers. I think what we're asking for is relatively simple. You know, it's making better use of a lot of the areas where there have been promises to increase density in a reasonable, sustainable way. So we're not talking about, you know, building towers on farms here. And I'm happy to follow up with you to give you more information about, you know, the studies that Environmental Defense has, you know, based the claims that there is definitely enough room to accommodate reasonable density and growth. And I'll follow up and send that to all members of council and chair in order to expand on this point, because I do think that it's a bit unfair to be putting those words in my mouth. And I can completely understand the desire to, you know, have a patch of grass for your kids to roll around. I'm facing that right now. As you can hear there, you can probably hear my child in the background making noises because I live in a small home that has only one door. And I have a small patch of grass outside, which, you know, I hope one day maybe we will have a little bit more room. But I don't, I don't feel like everyone needs to live in a 50-story condo. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, thank you, Sarah. And I had absolutely no intention of putting any words in your mouth, so I am not sure. I really had none. But I'm glad you have a path patch of green grass, and if you want something bigger, hey, more power to you. But it just makes my point that we have to be reasonable. There will be we will be building moderate density, and how do we connect these people, and do we end up building the 413 anyway, just later at a higher cost? I don't know, but these are all important questions to consider. So I just wanted to, I guess you made my point, which is this is a very complex decision, and there's no villains, there's no good, bad, as sometimes it's being painted. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
You know what, just on the time, pretty much all my questions have been answered, but just one real quick one, just the back study. I would like to see the environmental assessment finished because we definitely need it for official plans going forward. And this was something, from Emil Kobe and Bill Fish partnered with the province to all work together as regions to share the EA and the data that we have. Saying taxpayers' money, collaboration in one thing, and then it was suspended, which made a lot of concern because we had a lot of taxpayers' money in this, but we definitely need that information going forward. So this is why we're asking for the completeness of the EA. And I think that's really important. But on the other hand, too, back to you, Sarah, I'll say real quickly, is having a corridor for future infrastructure of any kind, I think is extremely important, especially to take the growth that we have to. Until the immigration stops at the federal level, and you're Canadian Environmental Defense, maybe you should be asking the federal government, cut immigration. That way we can control our footprint. So there's different ways to look at this, but what I'm saying is I think we need to look at it, look how we're trying to fit it our LRT on Highway 10 on here, Ontario now. I do believe there's bus links. I do believe that we need to look at ways to move goods. I think there's a lot of green innovation that we need to be looking at, and you need a corridor to make that work. So I think we have to look at things from all angles, but I appreciate your opinion and your points today, but there's some points here that we have to deal with as elected officials. There's responsibilities that we definitely need. The information on these environmental assessments have been well over 13 years now. I got farmers that can't do anything with their land right now because it's frozen. Not even where the road is going, but beside it. So we need to get this environmental assessment completed so we can move forward. But thank you so much.
Thank you. And last question to Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. And through you, Chair Sarah, thank you very much for your delegation. I have a question for you, which is, do you know of other jurisdictions, municipalities, regions, countries around the world that have been faced with a similar problem like this and have changed their ways and prioritized climate change and the environment? And while you're kind of sorting through what those examples might be, I think it's important that, and perhaps you could comment on this as well, that when we're talking about demand in terms of who is going to be living in these areas in the future, I think it's important that we listen to what the assumptions are and what the needs are for those young people who will be eventually moving into whatever it is that we decide to develop. And a lot of the young people who are delegating, many of whom we've heard from before, want us to prioritize the environment and are saying to us, we don't want to see more cars on the road. We want you to find other ways. And so if you can just share some comments on that, but also examples from around the world where they have done this, where it has been possible, and what that has meant in terms of reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, as well as addressing climate change.
Sure, thanks for that question. The first example that pops into my head actually is California, which may seem ironic to folks who've ever been to LA and seen the number, sort of the highway and driving culture there. But California has taken a lot of steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation specifically. And it is a population where there are lots of folks who drive. And one of the ways that they have looked at reducing emissions from vehicles is by pushing hard to help people shift over to electric vehicles, at the same time investing in transit to improve those transit systems so that the people who can take transit, and when it makes sense, that everyone who really can take transit and it makes sense to do so is taking transit. California, until recently was tied in with Ontario in our cap and trade system until 2018, and a lot of funding went into helping, for example, heavy trucks, and goods movement vehicles reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, piloting electric vehicles, not just for cars but also for trucks. So I would suggest California as a good example of a leader in reducing transportation emissions. And they've also taken a leadership role in just addressing air pollution from vehicles, not just greenhouse gas emissions as well. And I thank you for your comments, Councillor Santos, in talking about, thinking about how young folks might be listening to this conversation and thinking about the future that they want to have in this region. And, I'm not as young as some of the other folks who spoke on this call, but it's hard to hear, it's hard to hear these promises on climate change and on declaring climate emergencies and climate targets. It's hard to hear them happen and then have the same old conversations again and again about pieces of infrastructure that will very obviously increase greenhouse gas emissions, and not see those alternatives seriously considered, because there are very credible alternatives to this highway. Things like giving trucks priority on the 407, things like improving transit connections, many of which have been on the table for quite a long time and are awaiting funding from provincial and federal partners. So I guess my plea on behalf of relatively young folks is to seriously consider those alternatives in order to give folks some hope that these climate targets and more sustainable ways of getting around might be achievable in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Thank you, Sarah. You are very impressive. One of the things I did before I brought this motion forward was I did a bit of research on papers and books that talk about if you build it, they will fill it with cars. And in there, and I'm hoping you've read it as well, there was a Japanese city that shut down a highway and they rerouted a river through it and made a park around it. And they did a study a couple of years later, and there was no jam up in the roads that took the traffic, but there was a greater increased use of public transit. Are you aware of that, or if you aren't, it's one that you should keep in your little repertoire for answering those types of questions.
Thank you. I actually wasn't aware of that example and would love to hear more about it. So I'm gonna Google that as soon as I exit this. Unfortunately, the examples I've seen have more been in the opposite direction of, a previous deputy mentioned the Katy Freeway in Houston, where they added more lanes to the highway, and staff studied this in detail. They added more lanes to the highway, and the morning and evening commutes actually both increased significantly in congestion. So within, I believe it was 1 or 2 years of adding those lanes to the highway. And I wish I had more examples of highways being removed with these good effects. But frankly, not many jurisdictions right now are tearing down their highways. I mean, New York City, there's if you've ever walked on the High Line, I think that's one example. But the better decision than removing a highway is simply to not build it. So I think that's what I'm asking you to do here. And yeah, I will definitely follow up and find that example. Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to Google it, but I was busy listening to you, so I can't do two things at once anymore, getting too old. Thank you very much. Do Google it, though. I saw it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Questions? Councillor Dillon, you're up, but we cannot hear you. Questions at this time, Gurpreet?
Nando, sorry, I keep by mistake pressing the hand. I'm going to speak later to the motion that's being brought forward.
Thank you very much. My next questioner, Councillor Kovac.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Was preparing to speak here, but I think somebody else's microphone is on.
Yes, please, if you're not speaking, please turn off your mic. Councillor Kovac.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Sarah for your delegation, for your presentation. I guess I was implored to speak because of how impressed I was hearing from you. I'm also reminded by the comments from a previous speaker, Councillor Demerla, when she was talking about, from her own experience as a former MPP, working with residents for many years, and she herself owning a house and seeing that, whether it's neighbors, friends, family members, and you yourself mentioned this as well, that you desire, at least to a degree, that small patch of grass, maybe it's for your kids. And, maybe it's a supply and demand thing, but we've, for many decades now, been building something that people seem to like. And there are mistakes from the past. And I think that's where we're heading, hopefully, in this much more positive direction, where we're really taking into account something that we didn't do back then, which was what we're now referring to as sustainable modes of transportation. The Ontario LRT, which I'm supportive of, which our mayor is supportive of, our council is supportive of, and it's going to run from Mississauga and connect to Brampton, and that will be hopefully a very positive thing. And cycling, and we have Councillor Fonseca, who is the champion of cycling, and the master plan that we have in Mississauga, and these other things that we're doing as a region and as a city to strike more balance. That's how I'm looking at it. And I think in recognizing a lot of the mistakes from the past, where maybe we did far too much sprawl of super low density, building spaghetti looped suburban neighborhood after spaghetti looped suburban neighborhood, that in turn is very difficult to provide services to from a city and or regional standpoint, getting those buses to them, building larger infrastructure pipes to supply the water to those neighborhoods, but a better balance where we can have more mid and maybe in many cases higher rise. Not everybody desires the same thing. As I mentioned earlier, I live in a condo, very small footprint, 600 square feet. I've got some plants in my background. That's the greenery that I desire. Maybe I would desire a little bit more greenery, but for now, I'm content with that. And I guess where I'm going with this is that if we're going to continue to build neighborhoods, which consist of people living within them, desiring, maybe it's a small house and a bit of grass. Maybe it's because they have children and those children want to play. And if we're going to do that, then you need to build roads and turn highways. And then there's all the maintenance that goes into that. I guess all I'm saying is that it's much more complicated. And I know you realize that. We all do. And, as one member of Mississauga Council, I was quick to support what was put forward. And maybe I'm still supportive of that, but I can't help but see what was written in this report by the experts from the regional planning department. And there is convincing information on both sides of the equation. And that's why I myself, in this moment, see both sides. And I see what your desires are. And I think we all have that. We want to be more sustainable. We want to be more efficient. I'm obsessed, meticulously so, with recycling. Maybe it was punched into me from a young age due to the fact that I grew up in local public school system. But maybe the way to segue here, because I'm turning this into a little bit of a rant, and I didn't expect to do that. Page 9 in the report mentions, and I'll just read this and then we can go. Currently, many of Peel's arterial roads experience truck volumes that are representative of provincial highways. These volumes are expected to increase as a result of future growth and development. Goods movement is a significant contributor to Peel's economy in the GTA West, which is expected to include truck priority features, will act as an important corridor by diverting a portion of trucks from using regional roads and existing congested highways. And maybe just in addition to that, and I'm just going to wait to have Adrian Smith, our chief planner, weigh in, but Sarah, just for your benefit, on page 11, the cancellation of the GTA West corridor would provide opportunity for exploration of alternative growth and transportation solutions that support climate change outcomes that we're all desiring here, and consider emerging technologies such as compact, complete communities, low carbon, decentralized energy, sustainable transportation networks, and greater transit investment. However, the net impact to climate change and implications to achieving the region's climate policies and community GHG emissions reduction target 80% by 2050 can only be determined once an alternative growth and transportation solution to the corridor is identified, which we do not have. If you'd like to provide a response back, that would be fine. If not, that would be fine as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think I have a similar question. You know, why, if it is so important to have an alternative plan for growth in transportation, why has this plan not been created? Why do we only have a proposal for a highway in front of us? I think that's a really important a plan to be bringing forward and discussing. And I think I think it's right to pull out that part of the report. I think it's a really important point. You can't just say, we shouldn't build this and we should build nothing to accommodate transportation in the region. And I think that conversation about alternatives is happening. As I mentioned, there are extremely credible alternatives to this highway. And, I think that the province and municipalities and regions like Peel do need to prioritize looking at those alternatives. And I would, I just want to speak, I know we keep talking about that little patch of grass, but the irony doesn't escape me of saying that to achieve that small patch of grass, for folks who want to move into homes in the region, we need to create 8.8 million square meters of new pavement. It's just, it's not the solution. There are much better solutions to be able to grow and to move people in the region to where they need to go. And I will point out that small patch of grass is not, for many folks, it does not need to include a highway or a road. There are folks in Brampton, in Caledon, in Mississauga, many folks who rely on transit. And when that conversation gets monopolized by, how many seconds are we shaving off the average person's commute on a highway, we forget about all of the people who rely on transit every single day and are usually, forgotten in these conversations. So I just want to highlight that as well.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe just quickly, very briefly, I'll say, and I've got a number of friends within wouldn't mean to offend if I use this phrase because I myself share a number of the same ideals, the climate change advocacy community, but who, have said, okay, if we don't build the highway, then you're going to build alternatively roads, arterial roads, super arterial roads to meet this growth that is in store for our region. And you could, that also would be pavement, and that also would be paths and pathways for the promoting of vehicular driving. So they've kind of scratched their head and they said, well, it's one of those where it's not such a black and white issue, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Innes. You're back on my list. You've asked your 2 questions. Did you have one quick point?
I did, thank you. And just for clarification, because when you were speaking, you spoke about alternatives into the highway, and I think that we all have to be very clear that this this corridor is proposing a bus rapid transit as well as a rail component. And I think it's important for all of us to note, in Caledon in particular, we have very limited public transportation, extremely limited public transportation, almost non-existent, very little. So I think that we have to be careful in saying that this is just a highway. It is not just a highway. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Sarah, that's all my questions. I want to thank you, Sarah. I do want to, in thanking my colleagues and all the deputants before we receive them, in fairness to my colleagues and the tremendous decision they have to make, the only points that I would make in 30 seconds are this. Today, Manhattan was mentioned. Manhattan has 6.8 million people. Mississauga has 800,000. They're the same size. California was mentioned. All of Canada fits in California. Heck, all of Canada fits in Mexico City. The word is density. That's the challenge we're having. And last thing I'll mention to you, and this is why it's such a tough challenge for my colleagues, I attended a conference on density late in the 1990s at Berkeley University, and at the time we learned the least dense city in the world was Houston, Texas. It too was mentioned today. Apparently it was built like you pour water out of a jug and everything is 2 stories. In 1998-99, the densest city in the world was Tokyo, Japan. I've never been there, but that makes sense to me. And then somebody smarter than me in the room of 400 people said, what's the average? And the professor said, we knew someone would ask, but not the average, but the mean. The mean for average density in the world in 1999 was a place called Toronto, Canada. And every time I say that, I can't see your faces, everybody flinches. Because if you would have gone into Toronto, Canada on that day and told them that, most people would say, what, are you crazy? One more person gets a dog and we can't breathe in this city anymore. And that's the problem. Where do you put this density? And that's what my colleagues have to grapple with, and that's why it's such a tough issue. Great conversation today. What I'm going to do now is accept a motion from Councillor Innocent Downey to receive Delegation 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Anybody opposed to that? That is carried. It's 1 o'clock. The team in here really needs a break before I deal with Councillor Parrish's motion and report 17.2. I will see you back at 1:30 to carry on. Thank you. Okay, everyone. We're back to 1:30. A little administrative thing. Whenever in the normal world I had to step out for a moment, I could call on my colleague George to assume the chair. If I have to, the acting chair has to assume the chair virtually if I have to step out for 30 seconds or a minute or two. Councillor DeMerla is the acting chair, and I'm sure with the help of the clerk, it'll go on if, as I say, I have to step away for the chair for a moment in the absence of Councillor Carlson normally performing that duty for me. Okay, we are back in session. Excellent round of delegations, and as promised, what is before me now is Report 17.2 and 22.5 and 22.1, Councillor Parrish's motion. Councillor Parrish, would you like to speak first to your motion, and then I will entertain all discussions, questions of staff about the reports, the motion itself, as I assume we're working towards a vote. And Councillor Parrish, if I could be sure that we have a seconder for your motion as well. So with that, Councillor Parrish, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I found that whole morning session very informative, and I just want to correct my misinterpretation. It was Seoul, South Korea. They tore down a highway considered a vital roadway with 168,000 cars, replaced it with a river, parkland, and smaller roads, and traffic didn't get worse and pollution improved, just to straighten out the record there. First, I'd like to speak to the report, which I think I mentioned this to the CAO. I was concerned 2 weeks ago when we deferred everything for a staff report, thinking to myself, it may be a disaster. I am very impressed with the report. There are elements in it that cause you to stop and think. But the essence of it is council can oppose the 413 without significantly impacting planning timelines. It's a funny little negative. It says opposition to any advanced construction in preparation for the GTA West Highway would not be in conflict with the region's interests. May also provide opportunities to further examine the climate change, environment, and health impacts of the project. reevaluation of some technical elements on the ongoing MCR, but would not appear to impact the overall directions, such as increased intensification, increased density, more sustainable modes of transportation, balanced job growth, addressing climate change, and enhancing the natural environment. The last main point on the report highlights says it will be maybe a burden on taxpayers. What the report didn't go into, and I didn't expect they would be able to, is long-range assessments of environmental costs or infrastructure impacts from erosion and flooding. Mississauga has a waste or a stormwater charge that we put on all the businesses and the homeowners. And then we spend literally millions every year retroactively fitting for water damage in these 100-year storms. So that part wasn't included in that comment, but ultimately there will be pressure on development charges, there will be pressure on capital reserves, and ultimately property taxes. The issue here is far more important to me than what it's going to cost sometime down the road. It's always important to us to be concerned about that. But I think the public is very concerned about this. The EA assessment for the feds was, they put up a site and they had 120 posted remarks on it, 866 emails. And the gentleman on the Ontario desk tells me they've never had a reaction like that before. You also have the former provincial government canceling that on the highway on the basis of expert reports. They made suggestions like paying for or reducing the costs on one lane for trucks on the 407, which no one had time to investigate and go into. And I think climate control is really, really catching up to us. We all declare we want to do something about it, but then the first opportunity we have to do something about it, we're all saying, yeah, but we need roads. Joe Biden's new NASA chief climate change advisor, he gave some testimony yesterday, and he made it clear that even with aggressive emissions reduction, we should be prepared for global warming levels that will likely wipe out half of Earth's species and threaten the lives of billions of people in this country. This is an opportunity to get rid of an old form of transportation and to look at different ways of getting people around. It's also interesting, the article I was reading is called "What's Up With That? Building Bigger Roads Actually Makes Traffic Worse" by Adam Mann. And he said people they like to move around, and I'm one of them, and we've been locked down for a long time. If you put a road that's convenient, instead of walking, riding your bike, or going to a local store, you'll jump on the highway and you'll go to the more exotic places to shop. So a highway is actually an attraction. And I do believe the concerns people are having about the intensification that has to go on, the development that has to go on in Caledon as their share, can go on in places that are already serviced and have good roadways. I also believe that the north-south extensions are significant, but the delegations did a much better job than I could do. I believe what they said. I support what they said, and in answer to why would you ask for a federal EA and then also express a desire to stop the highway? The stopping of the highway is the more important question, but given governments and given circumstances, it doesn't always work that way. So the second best would be to get the federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change to do an assessment of this. So that's why they're not contradictory comments. One is an ideal situation, and it's been supported in Hamilton, it's been supported in Halton. Apparently York is discussing it right now. Vaughan has supported canceling the 413, and Toronto Council yesterday voted to ask to have it canceled. So this is a chance to do something really good for the environment and for climate change. It's not going to create a disaster. Our staff's report indicates that. The MCR will go on, and the alternatives will be found. Human beings are very resourceful. And if you say, no, you can't do that, then you find another way to accommodate. So I'm hoping my colleagues support this motion. It's a real test of our commitment to climate change and to protecting the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Parrish, I have it before me as seconded by Councillor Madero. So we are good to go. On to my list. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I have some questions I want to ask because I feel some of them just haven't clarified in the report. And to me is, I've always believed in protecting the corridor. Mega highway, I don't believe is the answer. I do believe we need bus routes, we need goods movement corridor, we need a rail system. To go and cancel it completely, then the province has got free rein to do what it's done, and then we've lost our ability to weigh in and give our opinions on things. But having said that, there's some questions I want to ask, and especially on page 8, the traffic volumes and congestions may occur. Absolutely it will occur. And my question is that it wasn't well enough explained. When we take away the ability of having a corridor, how much more is it going to cost the region to upgrade our regional roads to be able to handle what we're looking for the volume of the population, let alone the jobs that we're trying to acquire? Could the region answer that, please?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll start with that. I should just start by sort of qualifying, and I know it's been it was mentioned a few times in the various delegations. Your question is about kind of how much growth is coming and what would be required in terms of infrastructure and the cost of that. So just to start out, as was mentioned, we know Peel is expected to grow by about 700,000 people, 350,000 jobs by 2051, and we do know that a majority of that growth is going to be planned to be accommodated through intensification, and we've been steadily increasing those targets for this area affected by the corridor. In kind of northwest, northeast Brampton, and South Caledon, we're looking at about 300,000 people, 100,000 jobs out to 2051. So it's a significant amount of growth, even though the majority of our growth in Peel will be accommodated through intensification. So in terms of the infrastructure and the cost, so as was explained in the report, the modeling and the analysis that we've done for our long-range transportation plan is based on incorporating a future GTA West corridor. So we haven't specifically identified what infrastructure would be required. We do know that that without that provincial infrastructure, it would fall to the municipal infrastructure to support travel demand, and we'd be looking at opportunities. By necessity, we'd be looking at opportunities through alternative modes, increased active transportation and transit. Nevertheless, there would be a need for additional municipal road infrastructure. So that's arterial roads, whether they're local roads, local municipal roads or regional roads, collector roads, widenings and new connections, those kinds of things. We haven't been able to cost that out. It would take some detailed study and analysis to do that. So that's something that would have to be done. And as has been mentioned, in terms of those costs, you're looking at those costs being borne through mechanisms like development charges, which need to be funded, capital reserves, operating costs, and ultimately the property taxes. So we don't have a specific cost, but that's the kind of thing you're looking at, sort of falling more to the municipal side than the provincial side if the corridor was canceled from a provincial point of view. So with page 6, you were talking about the cancellation that GTEA would likely extend the planning process. It will extend the planning process, especially for Caledon, and especially with the growth, especially you're saying somewhat on page 7 for the expansion. It will definitely do this. It is definitely going to delay our official plan and our way of thinking because of what we were trying to construct here. Would it not? Sorry, just hitting the right button there. So first off, from the regional perspective, in our municipal comprehensive review, as we sort of said in the report, definitely it would require us to take a step back, particularly for the settlement boundary expansion area, and update some of those studies, take a look at some of the implications. We believe that is something that would need to be done, and would probably delay our work by several months to be able to update those studies and that work, and consult with our key advisors and what have you. However, we still believe that the overall regional municipal comprehensive review would be on track to meet the provincial deadline, which is next summer, of having approval of our MCR by next summer. In terms of the town's official plan review, I would certainly think that that the implications would be bigger on the town in terms of setting your local framework for for dealing with the change of more uncertainty around the GTOS corridor and how that would be incorporated, and your requirements from a transportation point of view, especially given that Caledon is in an earlier stage than Mississauga and Brampton in developing your local transit network. So yes, I do agree that there would be bigger implications for the town, for sure.
Well, and I'll use this as an example. We don't want to get too far ahead of the region, because if we can't accommodate the growth, that means that we'll be asking Mississauga and Brampton to incorporate, as much as 15,000 each ward over and above what they're asking to take if we can't do it. Because you look at Bolton already, you hear Councillor Groves constantly harping away that people are choking, can't get out of Bolton, can't get down Highway 50. We're going to have that all through Caledon if we don't figure out to have some kind of corridor that we can move people somehow, somewhere, especially even for a future transit link. You look at the report today on the BRT coming across 7 or Bovaird, which I think is great, but I think here's another good alternative to do the same thing through here as well, to be able to move people. And that's my concern. If we say we're not supportive and canceling our portion of the EA, one is that's information that we all need to be completed for our official plans, but also pulling away takes away our ability to weigh in and have our say, especially on the new advanced green infrastructure that we could build on this thing. Would it not?
I think that is an important point, that and it was the point was made several times through the delegations this morning, that the GTA West corridor, yes, it does include, the province is planning for their provincial highway network, but that element of the transitway, bus rapid transit with opportunity to transition to LRT, the stations, and that transit component of the corridor is a really important one. And I think regardless of thinking around a highway itself, planning for the, I guess, strong transit network to support our greenfield areas is going to be critical going forward, for sure. And EAs and planning studies around that kind of thing are a key part of that.
Thank you. That's all I have at this point, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair Anika. And I would like to point out that in the city of Brampton, we have taken a very different look at how this corridor can function, not against the city's interests, but more complementing them. 400 series highway in so many ways sterilizes an area to an extent where it divides communities. And Brampton has tried to look at this and see through examples in other cities and in other parts of the world where they're tearing down highways because they realize that the highways are not working for them, and they're grappling with the cost of having to tear those down and replace them with what they believe is better for their residents, a more urban style of transportation network comprised of a boulevard, slower speeds, etc. And so within the city of Brampton, we believe it's important that we look at history and look at other examples, best practices around the world, and in this situation, not repeat the same old mistakes that other municipalities have had to deal with, where they're ripping out highways from their current road networks. In the city of Toronto, they have been struggling with what to do with the Gardiner. And so we have a unique opportunity here. And I think if we're asking for this EA process to take place, I would like to ask the mover of the motion if we can amend the motion so as to incorporate the city of Brampton's vision for what a transportation corridor could look like and how it would benefit the city. And if we can do that, I think that could be possibly a better solution, certainly not just for Brampton, but for the rest of this corridor, because for us, we want to be making investments that benefit our residents, that are green, more sustainable, investments in transit, et cetera. And a corridor doesn't have to be, can be supportive of that vision. And I'd like to ask the mover of the motion if we could build that into this, that the EA also looks at the boulevard option that has been proposed by the city of Brampton.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the motion for an amount of here. You know, I grew up in downtown Toronto, and there was the Don Valley was absolutely fabulous ecosystem with old growth oak forests all up and down. And then someone decided, oh my goodness, now we've built Don Mills and we're expanding way up top. We need an expressway. So I watched the Don Valley Parkway get carved up through there and simply destroy the valley. Major amenity asset for the city, all gone. Much later in life, I was a Niagara Escarpment commissioner for 6 years and dealt with something called the Red Hill Creek Expressway over in Hamilton. Same thing, allowed growth to happen up over the brow of the escarpment. And oh my goodness now, we just need an expressway right up Red Hill Creek and massacre that little valley. Poor planning all the way, you know? And as an anecdote, my parents were born in 1939 and didn't get their first car until 1956, 17 years. We used TTC, and we went to Cherry Beach, Toronto Islands, the Island Airport, High Park, museums, all using streetcars and the Yonge Street subway. You couldn't do that in Peel. You just have to get a car right away. So, you know, and here we have no Peel-wide transit service or plan for one, which is really essential, and no GTA-wide rapid transit service or plan. So there's a major problem right there. And then we had the sale of the 407, and they priced freight right out of that highway. Then we have MTO in control of the environmental assessment. Well, MTO has done nothing in its life other than build highways, provincial highways, and operate. So the EA is a 400 series highway or a 400 series highway or a 400 series highway, but we'll wiggle it around a bit and make it look as if we've got an environmental assessment looking into alternatives. So there's a bias towards solutions, and I take note of the rather defensive MTO letter on the agenda today saying, well, you know, we just need the highway. You know, so we got an on the shambles of an environmental assessment, and it's very clear that the public has lost trust in the GTA West Transportation Environmental Assessment Initiative. And I always wonder what happened, because I attended all the public information sessions on the GTA West Transportation Corridor at the Brampton Fairgrounds. And I can remember one of the first meetings getting up to ask questions. And the highly trained consultant didn't provide any answer. He mouthed the responses, but didn't give answers. So I guess I'm, along with Mayor Thompson, can't we get this EA completed one way or the other? And the question and hope I have is, will the federal EA, if that ever happens, explore all options and look at different ways? Because I really don't think we need the highway if we look at different options. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that within the motion itself, there might be something that is missing in the therefore be it resolved, in addition to what my partner, Councillor Vicente, had suggested about an amendment for the boulevard option should the project proceed. I'm wondering, because there's been a lot of delegates talking about alternatives to a corridor, alternatives to a highway, what other municipalities around the world are doing instead of what we've done before. And I'm wondering if there is an appetite to include in the motion an amendment that says something along the lines of, instead of investing in a highway or a corridor, we advocate and ask the province to use that money to invest in transit and active transportation. That is a lot of money, and I think it's missing from the therefore be it resolved, because we say, like, based on this debate, we're saying, okay, the motion says we don't want a highway or a corridor, we want the federal assessment, but if we don't want the highway corridor, what are we proposing as the alternative? And I think it's important to point out what the alternative is, and I think the alternative is transit and active transportation. There's a lot of transit and active transportation, et cetera, that can be implemented with the money that would otherwise be spent on a highway. So I would ask that we consider that as a friendly amendment to the therefore be it resolved, in addition to what Councillor Vicente has proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downey.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank staff for the report. I think it was really well put together, and I think the piece that sticks out the most for me is in the conclusion. It's the third point that speaks to our responsibility to the corridor, regardless of what is built in it. So ultimately, I think that, there's been a lot of really great discussion around the table this morning. I think that unfortunately, some of this issue has become, politically polarizing in our communities. I think that, Councillor Santos made a really good point of outlining, the alternatives, what those solutions may be. And I guess, from my perspective as a representative of Caledon, we have always been in support of the corridor and completing the EA so that we would have the answers to know what is possible. What can we put here? How can we move our communities? How can we move goods? How can we connect things and do so in a way that takes into consideration all of the aspects that we look at when we're planning communities when it comes to our health, climate change, environment, all of those things that we know that our staff look through so diligently. So I cannot support the motion as written, but would be happy to, look at amendments being brought forward to separate or to make additions in terms of solution-based alternatives. I think that is key to keeping the conversation going with our provincial government, as it is a provincial piece of infrastructure. There was a comment made about, past governments putting aside the EAs. I think it's important to note that although the past government did shelve the EA, they held the corridor very intentionally because they knew that we need it. They knew that we have a responsibility to plan for some form of infrastructure, some form of transportation or transit through that corridor. You know, I had recent conversation with Mr. Del Duca actually this Monday, and his comments to me were that he believed in the corridor, and he believed that you know, Dufferin-Caledon needed that corridor and needed that level of transportation, and he knew very well that the EA should be complete, and that we should move forward to get that complete, and you know, knowing that there was no way Peel would be able to incur the growth that's coming without some level of infrastructure to support it, whatever that infrastructure looks like. So I'm a proponent of keeping the conversation going, but I have a hard time supporting the motion as written.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank everybody for the discussion today, the delegates. There's some informative points that were made, and I do share some of their concerns. However, you know, somebody mentioned that we can't speculate on 30 years down the road, but we obviously have to plan accordingly. You know, we heard about urban issues against urban sprawl and saving farmlands, but you know, in Brampton, we're about to remove about 4,000 acres of farmland for exactly that urban sprawl. But the growth is mandated upon us, and I'm positive that the plans that Brampton has for the area will be good and will benefit both residents and business. You know, Peel is one of the busiest trucking hubs in Canada. We have to ensure that the goods are being moved smoothly as well. So, Mr. King had mentioned that goods moving can't occur on transit, and so there has to be some way to ease the congestion. You know, our population is growing rapidly. The economy is growing rapidly, and add to that, we're already severely short of truckers who need to transport the goods for these people. And if we're to fill the gap, we're going to need to manage those extra trucks. So by 2023, I think we're going to be at about a 25,000 shortage in terms of the truckers we need. So the previous government canceled the EA, but they also used to give rebates for electric cars. In California, they've mandated that by 2035, all new cars must be electric. And during the recent Smart Freight Center conference, we heard about how quickly the trucking industry is moving towards electrification because it's going to be a huge cost for them. So Tesla is working with Walmart, I believe, and there's some other big names. I believe Amazon as well. It's really trying to get to that point as quickly as possible. So people are still going to be driving cars. Trucks will still be transporting goods. In my opinion, it's just a reality. You know, my family's invested in a truck stop as well, and so we're preparing for the eventual and very near reality that we won't sell gas anymore. That's how quickly we're seeing it. It will come to fruition. Just another point on electrification. The GTA's economy is heavily invested in the auto industry, which is shifting to electric. And I don't foresee us planning to lose all those jobs either. I'd assume that we'd want to support the industries making the responsible transition. Our population is going to continue to grow. We'll definitely be, at some point, be moving towards complete electrification of road vehicles and trucks as well. And I think we need to be prepared. So I think we're going to be, by 2041, we're going to be at about 970,000 jobs in the Peel region, 325,000, which is going to be in Brampton. And our population is going to be nearly 1 million as well. And aside from the only other highway other than 410, which is the 407, which is pay per use, we really don't have much in terms of that transportation. For a lot of this, for these trucks and to ease congestion as a whole. And so I'd like to see what, my other council colleagues say, but I do respect both sides of the issue right now, and I've definitely heard all the residents speak. But Ward 9 and 10 and Brampton particularly, trucking is a big industry here. A lot of jobs depend on it, and I'm hopeful that the Ford government and any subsequent governments after that can really put a focus on moving towards full electrification of all our cars, all of our trucks as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to say thank you for the report. I thought it was very well done in a very short period of time, and I think it was very balanced as well. I mean, there are a lot of great takeaways that speak to everybody on both sides of the argument, I guess. I mean, I took away that the cancellation of the GTA West Corridor could provide opportunity for exploration of alternative growth and transportation solutions that climate change outcomes and consider emerging technologies such as compact, complete communities, low carbon decentralized energy, sustainable transportation network, and greater transit investment, etc. And we also point out that, of course, some of these transportation solutions have not yet been identified, so it's hard to estimate the volume or the cost. But the punchline for me was that the corridor, the EA for the corridor would not be in conflict with any of our region's interests. And I do support the motion. I support it as it's written. I think it was very well researched. I want to thank the authors of it. I don't support the corridor, as you know, for environmental reasons and for many, many others. I don't think it's necessary. I have lived in Boston during the Big Dig. I've lived in LA where you couldn't get anywhere because of the highway network. You were always late. I've missed flights living in LA because you're always late and we're always in phantom traffic and phantom road problems. I was the victim of road rage. Somebody pulled me over the side of the road and wanted to pummel me with a crowbar in LA. So I know what craziness on roadways looks like. Also been in New York many times, walked the High Line, which was not a road. It was a railway that was taken down to create the High Line. I wanted to speak also a little bit about the Brampton Boulevard, which I think is a fabulous idea. I love the idea of the Brampton Boulevard. And I've been reading some of the letters that came in from Brampton residents about it. The only thing I'll say about the Brampton Boulevard is you won't need it. You won't need to build it if we don't build this highway. I think it would be very challenging to have 16-wheeler trucks offload, spill out of a 413 mega highway onto a boulevard, and I think that'll create a lot of congestion on your boulevard and wear and tear as well. I did want to say that one of the writers for your letters, I mean, I read them all with great interest, David Lang, and he talked about the boulevard and the vision that you have in Brampton, which is fantastic. The Brampton developed its 2040 vision, recommending the city grow as a network of high-density centers, complete communities where people can live, work, and play. These areas could be surrounded by lots of interconnected green spaces. The density supports local active transportation, inter-neighborhood transit, and inter-regional high-speed rail. It provides jobs, nature, local food production, while all minimizing the requirement for the car and associated costs, both personal and public. And with the volumes of vehicles out of the way, local transport of goods could be managed through the existing road network. I see no reason why that same model that was so thoughtfully developed for Brampton can't equally apply for the rest of Peel region facing similar growth pressures. I thought that was brilliant. It really spoke to me. If any, my takeaway from today, from this morning's discussion, which I really wanted to listen to, and that's why I didn't put up my hand earlier, was that I think the things that are needed is the extension on the 427, because granted, Brampton needs more roadway there. I think we don't need to build another highway and to accommodate trucking. I think there should be a trucks-only lane on the 407 at a great discount or perhaps free. Whatever it is, we can come to that, a truck lane on the 407. And then finally, I think one of my biggest concerns about this new highway, mega highway 413, is how we're going to build it, given the deficit that the provincial, federal governments are going to be in after COVID. How will they finance the $6 to $10 billion? So it occurs to us all that this will likely be yet another toll road, and I fundamentally oppose the 407 and would not support the building of another toll road anywhere in the GTHA. And it strikes me that no one is talking about this, but this is ultimately where this is going to go. So I support the motion, and I do not support the 413 highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Yanika. I've got a few comments, but I wanted to find out, first of all, from the mover of the motion, if we're going to be accepting the friendly amendment that Councillor Vasante suggested about Brampton's Urban Boulevard proposal.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
And it was my intention that after all the speakers, Carolyn, I would come to you as the mover and you could reframe your motion accordingly, but please respond now.
I understand the sentiment behind the amendments. I often find when you do these amendments on the fly, you end up weakening the original motion and your amendments don't come through as a significant separate item. I don't think the province has turned its head to even look at the boulevard concept yet. And I agree with Bonnie. I think it's a wonderful idea. I would rather we just pass the motion as it is and give Paul and Rowena time to do the research, come back with a well-crafted motion that concentrates on boulevard, concentrates on alternative methods of getting traffic around there. But I mean, I put hours of research into this motion. I think in fairness, it's solid the way it is. It's clear. It's a clear statement. It addresses a timely issue with the federal EA. It also clearly states that what we don't want is another gravel highway and pavement and all the rest of it. So I would be thrilled if they would do a separate motion, put some time into researching it and crafting it. Happy to support, happy to help the research, but I really think it should be a completely separate direction based on the fact that the highway should be stopped and these 12 alternatives should be researched and looked into. And so I hesitate. I don't want to offend, but this is a hard-hitting straight motion without a lot of and what ifs. I would prefer that they craft their own separate motion, and I would support it 100%.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. You still have the floor. Yep.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. In that case, I can't support the motion because we've put, and this is not a last-minute amendment, we've put thousands of hours into the boulevard. It has been endorsed unanimously from our city council. We have brought together in our city those that are from industry, those that come from an environmental perspective. We brought everyone together under what I believe should be a model adopted elsewhere in terms of how you build modern transportation corridors. And I just need to highlight the Brampton perspective in all of this. Gridlock is a major challenge. We have to move people and goods. And, you know, Mississauga has been essentially built out. Toronto has been built out. But if you look at growing areas, you know, we deserve the same equity and fairness when it comes to dealing with gridlock. And aside from development charges that have been collected for this purpose, that have been paid by the sweat and toil and contributions of our residents, but the very notion of a provincial contribution to this and the cost that is going to be associated, our residents are owed that. So the notion that you know that the government's going to be in a fragile financial position, you know, put that aside. We don't use that argument when it's time for a new hospital. We don't use that argument. You know, they didn't use that argument years ago when they're building the 403 and the QEW. You know, there has to be some equity in dealing with gridlock. We can't say to parts of the province, you know, tough luck, you deal with gridlock. That's not fair. And so when I look at the GTA West Corridor, you know, I'm on the record. I don't want a mega highway. I don't want a concrete jungle. When we brought this up at Regional Council several months ago, I said this was our opportunity. This was our moment to change how we build transportation corridors. And if I look at the conversation we can have on the GTA West Corridor, I think the conversation is wide open. Let me say, you know, it has been suggested that the provincial government isn't considering the boulevard option. I've been told by two ministers that it's absolutely on the table. I've been told by our own regional minister that it is absolutely on the table and part of the conversation. Now, if I was told it wasn't being considered, I may have a different perspective today. But I'm told that they want us at the table, and that if we're at the table, what we care about and is absolutely going to be part of of how this is built. And so when I think of the corridor, not only do I think of an urban boulevard, but I think this is an opportunity for electrified transit. I think this is an opportunity for charging stations. This is an opportunity for not only moving people in cars, this is an opportunity for real investments in public transit through these corridors. And so this is an opportunity for green transit. This is an opportunity to do things differently. Otherwise, you're just going to have more cars and more gridlock on all the other highways. Do you really want thousands of people from Brampton having to go through Mississauga highways every day? Do you want to add more gridlock to Mississauga? Or is it only right to say? Is it only right to say that everyone has paid their provincial taxes? That everyone, through building of communities have paid their development charges, and that if it's fair to build a highway in Mississauga, and when Mississauga was growing, then it's fair now to build a more green version of that transportation corridor. And I have to say, Chair Unica, I think as time goes by, there is an evolution in how we do things differently. 30 years ago, they may not have built an energy efficient recreation center, but now it's almost a given. And so with a realization of the environment we're in, I would actually say, if we're going to be environmentally responsible, we're going to start building green transit. And over time, that green transit will replace the old concrete jungle version of highways. But if we're simply going to say that we're only going to rest on the old highways, you're not evolving your transportation corridors. You're not evolving into green transit. And in the city of Brampton, we have declared a climate emergency. We're the first to be doing a national pilot on green transit. We've electrified 2 routes. The buses have already arrived. We're doing a very ambitious electrified transit facility. And I see this GTA West corridor fitting into that campaign for changing how we move people and goods. And so, I don't want to give up on the urban boulevard. I don't want to give up on a green transit corridor. And if we come back here a year from now and the province says we're not entertaining any of that, then I'd be the first to say no. But that's not where we are today, and I don't want to take our voice away. I want to be a voice at the table saying that I want green transit. I want to deal with gridlock in our region, and for that and other reasons, I'm not going to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. And I too have to agree that I think that this ask is premature at this point in time. If we were being asked in the future, when the EA is completed and being told that this is exactly what it's going to be, is a 6-lane mega highway, then that's different. That's not what actually is before us today. A significant portion of the GTA West corridor, which would house the highway and the potential transit and transmission corridors, transverses wards 3 and 4 of which I represent in the town. And up until today, I have always advocated for the completion of the environmental assessment for this corridor, knowing and understanding the implications and the pressures of growth to Caledon to 2051. The work of this EA would greatly assist in developing Caledon and the region's official plan. And that's why Caledon has been a strong advocate in completing the EA, as well as the region up to this point. We should know that without the GTA West corridor, there is going to be significant demand on our existing road network. And the residents of our local villages and hamlets already have concerns with safety, traffic volumes, and trucking. Our agricultural community already has challenges moving farm equipment from one farm to another. Now add an additional 300,000 people and 70,000 jobs. And to that fact, right now, over 70% of the traffic on Caledon roads are not even Caledon residents. They're people traveling through our municipality, causing a massive infrastructure burden and deficit before we even realize its population to 2051. The staff report clearly states that to accommodate the growth coming to Peel Municipalities are responsible for the infrastructure that will be required within the GTA West corridor. It's important to note that the previous Liberal government may have shelved the EA, but they left the corridor protected. They froze those lands. If they truly believed that this was the wrong way to go, they would have canceled it completely and unfrozen those lands. That is not what they did. I'm concerned about what will be required to accommodate this future growth and the widening of the roads and the bridges, the environmental devastation that will occur as a result, and the cost that is going to be borne by the lower tier municipalities. That means the town of Caledon, the city of Brampton, and the region of Peel. Over the next 25 years, Caledon is going to have the highest growth trajectory in any municipality across the province of Ontario. And while that concerns me on many, many levels, Caledon and Peel are also going to be impacted by the communities surrounding us that are growing. We cannot act alone or act in isolation. Development is occurring around us and has a significant impact on the quality of life of our residents. Just take the 427 extension that we heard about today and what that is going to do if there is no connection for an east-west corridor. Things like the approval by the federal government for the new CN intermodal hub in Milton will have a massive impact on our transportation network in Peel. And I don't think that anyone around this around this table wants a mega highway. We want to build complete communities that are transit oriented and sustainable, and we want people to live, work, and play within these communities. And as a council, we've collectively advocated for active transportation, public transportation, and healthy communities. And when I think of a future GTA West corridor, I see and have advocated for a rail component for public transportation, for active transportation along it, so that we can safely move goods and people as we grow. And I'm encouraged by Brampton's vision of what could be. But without the completion of an EA, we are left with fewer options and new realities, increased costs to our taxpayers, the shifting of employment areas, and the potential of creating more harm to the environment throughout the entire town as we increase the capacity of our existing roads and bridges to relieve the pending and inevitable gridlock and create new infrastructure to support this growth. The city of Mississauga is asking us to pave paradise to not put up a parking lot. It's that famous Joni Mitchell song. But the way I see it, without a corridor that properly supports the growth being imposed on Caledon and Brampton, our roads will be just that, a parking lot. I feel that this is honestly the most in-depth and sincere conversation on growth that this council has had to date. And I only wish that it didn't take this specific issue for my colleagues to stand up and notice the immense pressures that are facing Caledon and the north end of Brampton. This may not, many of you may not like the corridor, and you've been silent on the massive growth pressures that Caledon is being forced to accommodate. Many of whom are going to support canceling or opposing the 413 today have been staunch advocates of developing lands in and around the study area for residential development and opposed to other transit supported areas that would allow for building of complete communities. Whether we like it or not, the planning is clear. The beautiful green spaces is going to be developed through the White Belt, with or without a corridor. So let's give ourselves the ability and the chance to get it right. Let's finish the EA. And when the government makes its proposal of what that EA will include, if it is a mega highway, I too will be the first to stand up to say no. But I want to be at that table having those conversations until we get to that point, so that we have a safe way to move our goods and our people in our community, because they deserve that right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I really, really appreciate the conversation today. I think, there was a few people who kind of chastised me and a few of my colleagues last week when we asked for more information. I think having this conversation at this time, while we consider the motion, is absolutely the right thing to do. This is a really complex issue, and we can't it doesn't come down to a simple soundbite. This is about our future growth. I just wish the province wouldn't be looking at the 403 as a highway as a fait accompli. I think it's a missed opportunity. As others have mentioned, if you don't look at alternative modes of transportation, or potentially even keeping this as a beltway, a green beltway with just an active transportation route. So I know that the lands are frozen, but at some point we as a region need to move forward with some certainty. I will be supporting the motion. I will also support other motions coming forward to make sure that we look at other modes of transportation within the corridor. Depending on when this thing gets built, we may not need a highway, and I don't think any of us want a highway. And it's clear that a lot of our neighboring municipalities don't either. I have grave concerns about the way the province has changed the environmental assessment process and are allowing themselves to construct portions of a highway before an EA is completed. I think that is an awful, awful precedent to set, and they need to back that one up. An environmental assessment is there to protect all, including governments. And certainly the way it's being done now is not open and transparent, and we need to have a broader conversation now that this is really on the public's radar screen as well. So, it's also controversial because there's winners and losers when it comes to land. Depending on what happens, whether it's going to be saved as a beltway or active transportation, or even if there's going to be rail, there's going to be impacts on the environment no matter what. We also know that the area around it is going to be slated for growth. So what do? We know that we are approving 300,000 people in this area and 100,000 jobs. What now? Do we need to start this planning process over? Regardless of what happens, we need some certainty so we can move our planning processes forward. But again, I think exploring those green alternatives and not considering the highway, vehicular highway, as a fait accompli is mistake number one among the many. I think when it comes to the winners and losers, there are developers who banked wrong. They're going to gain and they're going to lose, and I don't want people to be mistaken that somehow a lot of these comments were just strictly driven on the basis of climate change and environmentalism, because they haven't been. So I just want to make sure that people aren't naive going into these discussions who may be looking at this from the public perspective. So I will support the motion. I will support future motions as we look to alternative methods, and make no mistake that I think just considering a highway in this area is probably one of the most short-sighted things that a government can do at this point, and we need to truly look at all the alternatives. So having said that, I do unfortunately have to pop out of this meeting just for a few minutes to pick up my kids from school. Thank you to COVID. They can't take the bus, but I do support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you ever watched an elephant try to fix a watch, you have something of the idea of letting the Ontario government do environmental work. There's just a level of trust that's non-existent, especially when you have a government that is clearly the political wing of the development industry. So you can't expect better results than we already see in front of us. The solution presented to us as a fait accompli with a truncated environmental process is classic 50s thinking, and the kind of thing most of us in our career have said, if we had a chance to build a city over again, we wouldn't do it like those damn fools from the 40s did. We wouldn't do what they did. And here we are just replicating the same sort of system in the north end of the region of Peel and through the north end of Toronto. So we don't get any silver stars in our book for coming up with anything creative in dealing with transportation in the future. So I think slowing down and going through a federal process is a good thing. It could come up with ideas that would maybe even make parts of this project palatable in the future, because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, clearly, but people haven't been heard. They certainly haven't been listened to. And I think it's very important that we just we go through that process. I'm not worried particularly about the cost, but if the government of Ontario says it's 6 to 10 billion, you know that means 12 to 20 billion. And I think that kind of money could be put towards multiple public transit projects. If you cleared up the 407 and somehow we're able to free up some truck traffic there, it might be a good solution. We don't mind doing that for developers. We say, okay, the church uses the parking lot on Sunday, but the mosque next door uses it on Friday. So we get 2 uses out of one piece of property. We're not doing anything creative like that. We're just carrying on the same old stuff we've been doing since the Romans first paved roads 3,000 years ago. So I'm an enthusiastic supporter for this. I think it's going to encourage development in the brownfields in the GTA area. And I can almost predict if this gets canceled or postponed, developers will change the brochures overnight to live among the beautiful rolling hills of Caledon, no highways up here, and you'll enjoy it, and we'll figure out a way to get the trucks through here. Much like Mississauga, we didn't have Erin Mills Parkway when we started out in the 403. Years went by. Over time, some of those roads were built, and as one engineer said, it's easier to expand a road than to build a new one. So I hang on to that. It's not the end of the world if this gets delayed. It is a future-oriented proposal anyway, so I think we can deal with it in the future as far as the purposes of a highway goes. So for me, it's a great way to stop and take a good, sober second look at this and explore the alternatives. Don't like to rush build big highways, so I hope that everyone supports it. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I want to thank Adrian Smith and the planning team for putting together what was a long, desired by council report, not in a hasty fashion, but I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on you and your team. And what you have provided, I think, has been a good balanced report and with a background regarding the project history and planning impact. Earlier, when I had spoken briefly, I had mentioned that I would be asking you just a couple of questions. One being, the report refers to the need for a transmission corridor. Are we not paying that enough attention? Two, and I did quote this earlier within the report, it was on page 11, the net impact of climate change and implications to achieving the region's climate policies and community GHG emissions reduction target can only be determined once an alternative growth and transportation solution to the corridor is identified. I was hoping that you might be comfortable to expand on that slightly, if possible.
I think that's through to Adrian.
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, Councillor. So yes, definitely with respect to the electrical transmission corridor. So that is one aspect of the the provincial planning that's been going on, and yes, it hasn't been mentioned quite as much today. So that is the independent electricity system operator that's undertaking that study, and they have identified broadly a need for extra transmission capacity to accommodate growth in this part of the GTA in particular, sort of North Brampton, Caledon, and into Vaughan. So that is something that does need to be looked at one way or another. And if the current process were to be were to be stalled or stopped, then that operator and the region and the province would have to look at other studies and other ways of providing that. And I think somebody did mention this morning as well that we are looking broadly at other options in terms of additional options, newer options, and newer thinking in terms of providing energy supply, looking at district energy and these kinds of things. That is something that we have been looking at as part of the settlement boundary expansion and part of the criteria of trying to identify lands that for settlement expansion that might be better suited to those kinds of options down the road as those technologies evolve. So it's into our thinking, but at the moment we definitely need for major growth like this, we do need to be plugged into the electricity transmission network of the province. So that is something that's at play, and we'll have to factor into our ongoing planning one way or another. In terms of the some of the climate change impacts, greenhouse gas emissions, and evaluating those implications, as we said in the report, that's something that we as regional staff are encouraging the province, should they continue on with this process evaluation in one form or another, that they do incorporate comprehensive GHG emissions evaluations into the further detailed work on the corridor. They did earlier on in sort of to some degree in looking at things like congestion and what have you, but certainly we think that would need to be built upon. And as you say, it's hard to know exactly what the implications of that would be without knowing what the alternatives would be and without doing those actual modeling studies. However, we do know that with an increased focus on other options, that there is a potential for better outcomes from a GHG emissions perspective. So other options being transit, active transportation, but likely you're still looking at a need for additional municipal road infrastructure, arterial roads, collector roads, perhaps increased congestion, and congestion does also add to greenhouse gas emissions. Anyway, there's a few thoughts in response to your question. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that. And the mayor brought it up earlier. I know Councillor Parrish has brought it up as well. And it would be a concern of mine, and I'm sure others, how likely, if this thing is to be built, that it would be a toll road. And are there other examples you can think of currently or in the really recent past in other municipalities where highway went up, immediately toll? Because 407 it was poorly handled, the transaction, and now you look at it and you just know it is not being maximized. There's a sense, residents have it, that they're being shortchanged, that and those who are taking it either are it's business related, or they've got the money to go and free ride on it, right? But and has the provincial government responded to that? Like, I haven't heard them wade really into that territory. I don't know if that would be a question appropriate for yourself or somebody else maybe.
I can start, and perhaps one of our transportation folks that's on the line might add. It's not my area of expertise, but I would point out that I'm sure there are lots of lessons learned from the 407 experience and the tolling structure that's in place there. And I do know that some of that, as was mentioned earlier, some of that it does have an impact on regional roads and goods movement on parallel corridors like to 407, like dairy and steels, and we know that's a factor. And also, I look to the extensions of the 407, the more recent extensions out in the east end of the GTA, where the province has applied a bit of a different structure. So we'll see what happens. Who knows where things will go down the road in the modern age. Things like congestion pricing and all of that come into play, and I'm sure tolls will be part of the consideration for the province in both how they manage the infrastructure, how they manage travel demand, and on any infrastructure that they're building, and also as a revenue source to help pay for it. So I'm sure all those things will play into it. So I don't know if anybody else has on the call. If there's anything else to add, I'm sure they'll jump in. But otherwise, I think that's pretty much what we know today.
Yeah, I may suggest, Councillor Kovac, that we can surmise, but nobody in this room can answer that question as to whether the province is going to make it a toll road. Councillor Kovac, do you have one further question?
Maybe just a final comment, perhaps not a question, but how much weight is this motion, like really what we're deliberating today, going to carry at Queen's Park? A lot has been made of the Premier's approach to the ministerial zoning order and how he's sort of using that to power to kind of fast track development. And, you know, if whatever happens today, is he going to say, oh, okay, you know, we're not going to go in that direction, or, oh, okay, I definitely will, you know, to what degree is he going to be adhering to what is being said today? Not to make light of our hours-long discussion today. I don't know if that's a question or just a comment.
Yeah, I don't think that's one I can answer, except that I do know that you know, folks do take the region of Peel and you know its views on big matters very seriously, in my experience in regional councils. So I think fair to say that.
I would hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Paleshi.
Mr. Porter, Chair, I had my hand up before. This is Councillor Damerla.
Councillor DeMerrill, I see you on my list after Mayor Thompson, so you're noted as number 3. The next one on my list is Councillor Paleshi, but I have you on my list. My list is Paleshi, Thompson, DeMerrill, Parrish, Dasco. So unless somebody can tell me that something's in error here, and they're saying no.
Maybe something happened because I did put my hand up quite early on. And okay, I guess Councillor Paleshi might be just calling for a vote, so that's why I wanted to get it.
Oh, sorry.
No, thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Okay, now I don't know. Councillor Paleshi, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm not doing that, Councillor DeBarla. So I've been a strong advocate of our boulevard concept, and I don't. You know, this is a really good conversation that everybody's having. Everybody's asking some really good questions. A lot of councillors are bringing forward some different perspectives, and essentially what I know of is the only thing that you know, our staff at the city, the information that they provide me, and that information is essentially if we don't continue with the EA, and we fully support the federal portion of the EA, and I fully support the federal portion of the EA. It's essentially our boulevard doesn't get completed. We need that information from the EA to build the boulevards as inexpensive as possible. But we're also, when we do want this boulevard done, we are also going to go to the province and to see if there's any funding for the opportunities of building the boulevard. And I've never said it publicly, but I'll say it that, and I don't want to meddle into another municipality. I think that the boulevard concept should be from west to east. I'd love to see something like it going through Caledon. From the knowledge that I know of the boulevard and what it does for the city of Brampton, I think it's a benefit for Caledon too. But that's for Caledon to decide. You know, England currently is building an electrified lane, and I've spoken about this before. Sweden started it, where it's a lane that's charging your car while you're driving it. And these are the opportunities that I think that that we'll have if we continue down the process. I agree with Mayor Brown and a lot of the other councillors that once the process is over, if the province comes forward and says, no, we're going to build this major, essentially a parking lot structure, another 400 series highway, I'll be the first one to stand up and say, hold on a second. I represent, with my council colleague, Doug Willens in the northwest end of Brampton that gets all of this highway through Ward 6, my portion. I don't want that. We don't want that. We want something different. We want something that is going to be beneficial and forward-thinking to not only the residents of Brampton, Peel, and anybody else that's traveling through this area. So it's I'll be the first one to stand up to say that, and I've said that before. So I ask that members continue down this process. It's unfortunate that this is being brought forward to us now a little bit, I think, out of order. Maybe this is something that we could talk about once the province does make a decision. And I'd be happy to not only move, second, and vote in favor of the motion that brings that forward. So procedurally, Mr. Chair, I'm asking for items 1 and 3 to be voted on separately. You've asked me for a seconder for separating motions before. I don't think I do, but I think a seconder, Councillor Innes, Councillor would be happy to second that. So I ask for those to be voted on separately and first prior to the main motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I did see a couple of hands go up to second. And rest assured, when everybody's had their kick at it, I'm going to refer this to the clerk to make sure we move everything in order. But again, Councillor Parrish has already spoken once to whether she would see any of this as, and pardon the phrase, a friendly amendment. But I will work through that when we get there, so your comments and others have been duly noted, and we shall work through them. Next up, Mayor Thompson.
Yes, through to Adrian Smith. With Councillor Parrish's motion at this point, it would definitely, shouldn't say you use the word neuter, but hobble our ability as the region to have input going forward, correct?
Yes, through Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. You know, it's hard to know. I think it depends on the provincial reaction. You know, in terms of what if any, response they would make through in terms of their EA process, which kind of they're responsible for and is under their legislation. Presumably, depending on how they respond and adjust or not their process, that the region would still be able to participate in that in some form or other.
So and I have brought this forward when they came to delegate about the hydro towers bringing through. We talked about the challenges of the Brampton Flying Club, but we also talked about why don't we do similar to what they do in Northeast Europe, where they run the electric trains right through the hydro towers. I think there's a lot of opportunities to be able to bring good ideas going forward on where we want to go. You've heard Brampton with their ideas. To me, I think we need to look forward going forward. And I think what Phil King even said earlier today, this is all the little pieces to come together to build the places to grow legislation that was developed by the Liberal government. And you start to cherry pick and pull things apart, then the plan doesn't work anymore. And that's the concern that I've got, that I feel that it's going to have a huge impact on our Caledon residents. And going forward, if, we'll see where this goes, but if this gets suspended, we need this information out of this environmental assessment. We need it completed. And it is unfortunate with the political will, because if we can't, it's really unfair to start dumping more cars and more trucks into the Bolton area. Maybe we should just be saying, hey, you know what, take the Pres and you guys, and as George Carlson said, intensify the brownfields. You know what, take all that population, go south, and leave it as workable farmland at this point in time, because you have to have a balance or it's not going to work. And I think what Mississauga doesn't realize is all our new development that's been happening in Caledon is at the high intensification. We're building, yes, you build high rise, but for houses, for people with even detached homes, are just on a postage stamp lot. Everything is crammed together. We're building at 65 and 67 people per hectare under the legislation. And I don't think people realize that. But the thing is people have to get somewhere. And that's the challenge. We don't have a regional transit system as of yet. But we need to, this may spur that we might have a better way to move people in the West GTA. And I think we have to look at options. Just coming up and running scared of environmental pushback is a dangerous thing. We need to be collected, and we need to think this thing through. And I'm not going to pull apart Councillor Parrish's thing. She researched it, but there's a lot of information that isn't there, correct? And the farmland that's there has already been designated by the province of Ontario that's for future development growth. So if it isn't farmland, it's going to become houses or factories or something. So that equation doesn't work. And also, they say the food supply. Let's look at it. The last census that we had done by the federal government, 80% of the food production in Ontario is west of Highway 400. Halton and Peel together don't even make up 0.5%. So we have to deal with what's real hard reality here. And what we have to do is make sure we're making good decisions. And to me, this environmental assessment is necessary. I do believe with my Brampton colleagues, we need to get this EA completed. Then we need to start to weigh in and how this is going to look. But we need this environmental assessment completed. Both region appeal and both the town of Caledon, the Brampton and Mississauga, this is going to benefit all of us. So that's why I can't support the motion as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll just begin with a question to Adrian. And actually, I'm going to begin with saying really found both the report as well as today's discussion very, very useful, because this is a topic that I've struggled with, and just being able to listen to all the different viewpoints has really helped me better understand the scale of the problem and how we are trying to solve it. So thank you very much. Adrian, I just had a question. One of the things that a lot of the environmental groups spoke to today, in addition to saying no to the highway, was talking about intensifying existing areas as opposed to greenfield. And so I just wanted to understand, I know that at one point there was a proposal to intensify in Bolton, and instead of, maybe I have my facts wrong, so I'm just asking you, but instead of doing that, we chose to go with option 6. Can you just shed some light on that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to, but I would say that in sort of the ROPA 30 lands, there were various options being evaluated, and that was about the 2031 growth. So it was as much as anything about a phasing of options and infrastructure and what have you. But in what was actually approved in ROPA 30 through the LPAT, that included the option 6 lands, as well as some lands on the north side of Bolton, surrounding the proposed Bolton GO station, and some other lands. So and each of those areas have different opportunities in terms of exactly how the lands will be configured. But in all of the communities that we're looking at from a regional perspective, and our local municipalities, Caledon included, we are looking to make efficient use of the land, and we're required to meet provincial minimum density requirements. So across those areas, we're required to meet a certain number of people and jobs per hectare, and we're always looking to do that. So yeah, both of those areas were at play through the Bolton decision.
So my understanding was that instead of intensifying more in Bolton, staff recommended that we go instead putting that density in what is going to be now option 6. That's how I understood it. Well,
there's a long history there in terms of various recommendations by staff and decisions by council, but ultimately, there's a variety of areas that are included in what was ultimately approved by the board, and it does include some lands around the proposed GO station and other lands as well.
I only raise that because, to Mayor Thompson's point, and the points that I've been trying to make, is it's, you can't have your cake and eat it too, to some extent. So what Mayor Thompson was saying is, if it's going to be just brownfield intensification and we don't want highways, that's fine. But then there's a trade-off there. And so that's all I was trying to highlight. I guess where I'm at is that, one of my earliest experiences with how the public opinion changes is with the gas plant in Mississauga, because that was my first election and all my constituents wanted the gas plant canceled. 2 years later, when we went back into another election, the same constituents were really, really mad at me because the cancellation cost so much. And so the point is that, a lot of people today who may have, delegated one way or another, sometimes they're not fully aware of the facts. And many of them probably live in large homes, but, are now advocating for intensification. And so it's not clear to me whether they would, so I just wanted to speak to some of those trade-offs just for the benefit of my constituents, which is to say that, whether we build 413 or not, as the plans stand, there will still be urban sprawl. So Councillor Parrish's, I'm just trying to pull this one up, Councillor Parrish's motion begins by saying that, and whereas Ontario farming and food processing together employ 1 million persons and generate 35 billion annually, the point is that in this context, farmlands in Caledon are one way or another, regardless, not going to be farms, right? Because they've been slated for development, and that's what the Region of Peel's plan is. So this connection between not wanting the 413 because we don't want urban sprawl is just not there. We are going to get the urban sprawl as things stand, whether we get the 413 or not. Now, not building the highway means we will have to build some regional roads. So instead of building in, Councillor Carlson said it so well. So instead of building a gravel gorilla, I guess we will be building a gravel monkey, but we'll still have to build something. And those costs will now come to the municipality instead of the province. So in a nutshell, I just wanted to say those are the trade-offs that we are working with. And so that's why this one is a little bit of a difficult one, because we can't say we don't want the highway, but then not change the way we plan. So I guess my question to you, Adrian, is in your report, you said this won't change planning in a significant way, but I'm at a loss as to why that would be, because I feel like we'd have to turn it on our head how we do planning, especially in Caledon going forward, because if we don't have the highway, then you can't build the way we are planning to build over that much land. So I'm kind of curious about, I'm just trying to square the circle or whatever the phrase is. It just doesn't seem to work for me, the logic of this.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. So what we're really saying there is in terms of the broad planning principles that the region has, right? So things like planning for intensification, planning for increased use of alternative modes of transportation, and planning for increased densities in our greenfield areas. Those broad principles are there, and they're solid. The distribution of growth already that we're planning for in Peel already incorporates those principles. We are planning for a significant amount of growth, an increasing amount of our growth through intensification. But there are demographic realities in terms of the overall growth and household formations and people per unit and all of that will require greenfield development to occur, and we'll go back and look carefully at that and whatnot. But broadly speaking, in terms of the distribution of growth and those principles, the highway cancellation of the highway would not broadly affect that. I am encouraged, but nevertheless, with that growth of greenfield areas in South Caledon in the White Belt, that would have to be accommodated. Without the highway, we'd have to go back and look at what how that travel demand would be accommodated, what infrastructure would be needed. And I am very kind of encouraged by the conversation today about whatever planning process goes forward, a more kind of robust review of the alternatives. So the Brampton Boulevard concept, active transportation, increased use of transit and rail. That's certainly, I think, a real takeaway for me from the conversation today about that. Whatever planning process goes forward for this area and for the corridor.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say to Mayor Brown and some of my Brampton colleagues that, when you guys first brought the idea of the boulevard, I know many of us were somewhat, I guess, not that supportive, and there were some concerns around who would pay for it. But I think that if the highway isn't built, your wish may come true that, Mississauga will end up paying some portion of your boulevard. So in that sense, I guess it's a win for you. I just wanted to also just ask Councillor Parrish if she would be open to a small amendment with respect to the TRCA. I have an email, Councillor Parrish, from the TRCA, which says that our language here is not accurate, and they have said that and I'm happy to share that email with you if you like, but they have sent me an email, and I suspect maybe Councillor Innes has a similar email. So we would need to amend that because the TRC has said to me that they have not objected to the potential impact of the proposed highway. So we'll have to amend that language because that's not accurate. And, and the last thing I'll say is that technology will always surprise us. And who knows, maybe we'll have all these electric cars and all the GHGs will be moot by then, and we can still have our highways and still have clean environment. I don't know. It's really hard to kind of try and project all of that. I am very glad that the corridor will still be protected because my guess is something will be built, will have to be built as our population increases. And, people still want to be able to live in some kind of ground level homes, so there is that demand. That demand's not going away, and many of us live in that. So, this has been a good discussion, and there's definitely, I can see some of the merits of the boulevard option that Brampton's bringing forward. But I will still say this, you can't have one side only, and, I wish the motion had also then addressed and gone on to say that any further development be done in such a way that there's no increased congestion, because as it's left now, all that's going to happen is homes are going to be built in Caledon and they're going to pour onto the regional roads and the highways, and all we're going to do is increase congestion, and that is just not fair. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Like about the amendment. Sorry, I would like to hear back from Councillor Parrish.
And she's next. She's next on my list and can address it accordingly. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you very much, Chair Unica. I'm sorry if I made a mistake in this motion. I'm happy to take that out. I got it from either the documents from Environmental Defense or I got it from an extensive research article in the Star. I can't remember. I went through so many things. If it's happy to take it out, I would never want it to be in there. I just want to answer a couple of the questions. I think there was one question about the federal EA, would we have any input into it? They've already asked us for input. We already sent it in. Mississauga sent it in 2 weeks ago. The region sent it in based on the fact that the three lower tiers had all agreed to the federal EA. So I think they will be consulting heavily. I think probably a lot more heavily than the provincial ones. So that is one of the questions. On the provincial EA, there were questions about how much study they'd done and how many commitments they made or something like that. If you read through the staff report, it talks about several locations, and I don't have the ability to go back through it all now, but it said that they have made verbal commitments, but they haven't done anything about it. I think there were 2 locations in there in Adrian's report where they suggested the provincial EAs had said, yeah, we're going to listen to this, but they haven't actually put it down on paper. As far as the provincial Tories, Mr. Del Duca, who's head of the Liberals right now, canceled the 413. And the platform of the Tories that came in after him actually had the 413 in it. So the decision was made to build the highway, and then they're going to build an EA around it so they can justify building a highway. So they've kind of worked backwards. Somebody said tolls. Do you think they'll bring in tolls? I think it's in their nature, as the Conservatives like everybody to pay their way, except, and they've got a tough year, tough 10 years ahead of them budget-wise if they last. I can't speak for whether they'll bring in tolls, but every fiber of my being suggests that it's a definite possibility. Lastly, on the 2 amendments from my 2 colleagues from Brampton, they've both drafted them. I've looked at them. They don't actually take away the strength of the motion. I guess it's my old age that you do something, you set it, and it's like, don't touch it. I sort of got married to the motion, and I wanted to hang on to it in the form it was in, but their 2 amendments are good. And I would like to ask them to read them out to us right now. We have 1 is strong opposition, 2 is support of the environmental defense request, 3 is opposition in principle to construction of the corridor. 4 will be an amendment from one of my colleagues from Brampton. 5 will be the other. And then 6 will be the motion is shared with the other councils and so forth.
So Councillor, thank you, Councillor Parrish. And with your divulgence, what we're going to do is I'm going to have the clerk at this moment, before we carry on, now that you've acceded to it, so to speak, to be very clear, because they've all come into the chair as well. Madam Clerk, would you be clear on your understanding so that Councillor Parrish, as the mover of the motion, can tell me she's clear on those amendments and still finds them acceptable? So to everyone, this is, if I'm understanding Councillor Parrish correctly, what will be before the chair after another 4 speakers or so. Madam Clerk, what is the motion as you understand it?
Okay. What I can do is just read the 2 added clauses. So that would be clause 4, that the provincial government study alternatives to the GTA West transportation corridor, such as the Brampton Boulevard, to replace the currently intended highway. And clause 5, that the Region of Peel requests of the provincial government that money budgeted for the GTA transportation corridor be instead invested into a regionally connected transit, active transportation, and other sustainable modes of transportation. And those are the amendments as I have them before me.
Councillor Parrish, you're satisfied with that?
Yes, I am. And I don't consider them amendments. I consider them friendly amendments, and they'll just be part of the motion.
So that is what is before the chair. Moving on with, and thank you, Carolyn. That is what's before the chair. Moving on with my list. Dasco, Vicente, Santos, Innes. Councillor Dasco.
Thank you through the chair, and I really appreciate the dialogue that we're all having here today. I'm really happy that Councillor Parrish is open to these friendly amendments because I think it's important. Having the EA being done and done federally, I think it's the responsible way to do things. And what model may come out of all of this is still very much unknown, but I think it's incumbent on all of us here that we have something that is known so that can factor into our growth models. What is known also is that we do need to move goods back and forth, and you know we there was some mention earlier about moving people and goods and coming up with something that that is maybe possibly like the boulevard concept might be that. I don't know. Smarter heads are out there for sure. I want to make sure that the work is continuing to be done. In its current form, I don't agree with paving over wetlands, to do this kind of stuff, but I don't want anybody to be under any misunderstanding here that this is not going to be, replaced with greenlands. I mean, this is white belt, and this is something that is going to end up being built on. So if anybody is under this, belief that it will be preserved as some sort of wetland, I don't want anybody to be sold a bill of goods at the same time. And also, what I'd like to mention is that we do need, and it's important that we have the infrastructure to accommodate the growth. And I think, as Mayor Thompson was mentioning, that there is a fair amount of growth that is slating up in that particular area. So we want to make sure that we look after that. And I do believe to a certain degree there's the phrase that Mississauga has been using as well is build back better. And in this particular sense, I think it's just we need to build better. Something does need to happen here, but with the thought that's going into this, I'm hoping that that the province and the feds are listening to this, and again, that money is redeployed to put something into what would be really a local solution to something that would serve the entire GTA. So I'm glad to see some of these changes being done, and that some thoughtful that a thoughtful approach will be going forward. But I want everybody to make sure that we're all anchored in what these lands really are. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. And as Councillor Parrish has requested, I'll just read out the amendments. that speaks to the Brampton Boulevard, and it is as follows, and this was sent to the clerk, that the province study alternatives to the GTA West transportation corridor, such as the Brampton Boulevard, to replace the currently intended highway, full stop.
Yes, that's how we understand. That's how we understand it as well. And she's given it a thumbs up, so we're good. Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Same thing. So the amendment would be number 5, that the Region of Peel request to the province that money budgeted for the GTA West transportation corridor be instead invested into regionally connected transit, active transportation, and other sustainable modes of transportation.
Yeah, again, just as we read it out, so we're good to go. Thank you, Councillor Innes.
Thank you. I have some questions with regards to the amendment, but I'll start first with the point raised by Councillor Demurla. Thank you. Paragraph number 7, I would ask that that be removed. And Councillor Parrish, that probably came from the misreported facts from the Toronto Star, which a clarification letter did go out to the Toronto Star, as well as the City of Mississauga and our board members of the TRCA in regards to the TRCA's position to the highway, like the Credit Valley Conservation Authority and the Halton Conservation Authority. Conservation authorities do not weigh in on political decisions. They are technical advisors, and as such, they would never say that they support or oppose a piece of infrastructure, because that is not within their role or their mandate. So based on that clarification, I would ask that that be removed.
And if I may, Councillor Downey, I'm going to come right back to you. Councillor Parrish acknowledged that there could be greater clarity, and I see her nodding, and she was willing. Now you've clarified it. I think Carolyn's okay with that, if that's what the goal, so that way I can keep moving forward.
You take that whole whereas out. I'm fine with it.
Okay, very good. So achieved. You still have the floor, Councillor Innes. Carry on.
And then in regards to the two new motions, so I don't visually have them, but I just have a question about one, the conflicting nature sort of between 5 and 6. So we're saying we're saying we don't want a mega highway, and I would actually prefer that we say, instead of calling it the transportation corridor, that we say we don't want a mega highway. I would support that if that was the verbiage. But right now it's a transportation corridor, and I don't think that the transparency of the wording of the motion is accurate. I would support it if it said we don't support a mega highway. I think everybody would say that. And then I like the fact that in number 5, we're offering a solution as to what an alternative could be to what they are proposing in this transportation corridor, which is more than just a road infrastructure, but also a public transit infrastructure and an active transportation route possibility with a rail possibility. So I'm going to put that back to the mover of the motion to see whether or not we could change the verbiage from 413 to a mega highway, because I don't think anybody around this table wants a mega highway, but I am interested in a transportation corridor and what those options and possibilities may be. And number 5 speaks to that, what that option and possibility may be. So I put that there. And then my second question, I guess, following up with that would be option 6 says instead of. So, I think one of the options, I don't think we should be saying instead of the boulevard that we're now saying is a potential solution. I think that we should be saying to be considered as part of an overall solution, incorporating active transportation and increased funding to public transit. The way that motion is worded, I do have concerns, because Paladin does not have public transportation. It's very, very limited, and it comes from Brampton. We don't have a regional public transit system, although I think that we really should. It should be uploaded. It should be a regional responsibility. We don't. So I have concerns with the way that it's mentioned, because that funding could then go in to support transit in Brampton and Mississauga, and that's not going to help the 300,000 people coming to my community. And to be quite frank, I don't think it will actually help the 110,000 people coming to the northwest part of Brampton either, or the northeast part of Brampton. So I just have questions about the wording of that. If we could fix that a little bit and tweak it so that it's part of the solution, not a and or, a rather. And I would put it back to Councillor Parrish as the mover, if we could change the verbiage to say, instead of saying that we oppose the 413, say that we oppose a mega highway.
What I'm going to do is, that concludes your comments. I have Councillor Downey as my last speaker. Then as the mover of the motion, I will ask Councillor Parrish for clarification one last time. Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I see my first request is that it's already been laid out on the board, so thank you for that. I guess my question, and it really maybe could go to staff for some better clarification or direction, but I personally am always very intentional about my language when it comes to discussions around the GTA West corridor, transportation corridor, and the fact that that is a geographically laid out swath of land. So I think that we need to be very careful in regards to how we're saying that. Like, you have it listed as something that cannot be constructed. It already exists. It is geographically laid on a maps. It is a corridor that is being studied. Now, if you want to talk about constructing something in it, like a highway, then you have to delineate between those two things, because I think a lot of the conversation gets confused for the general public as to what we're talking about, and the province uses different language. So I would leave that to staff to kind of determine. I mean, I get the point. I get what everybody's trying to work out here, and I get what people are wanting to put on the table, but the language needs to be intentional, and we need to be very clear about what we are actually speaking to and which portions of this that we're actually speaking to.
And perhaps if I could, before I go to Councillor Parrish, I think that point is well made, because based upon what little experience I have, the way that I respond to that as a government is, oh, we're not building a mega highway. We've never built this is a conventional highway like the 403 and the 401 and so it's conventional. It's not a mega highway. Let's move on. So I think we'd better be very clear with our verbiage going forward. But again, I'll offer Councillor Parrish to consider after Councillor Groves speaks. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll leave this up to Councillor Parrish, but I think that we do have to be very specific. I mean, we're talking about, we wouldn't want to leave any room for interpretation by the province, because we need to be specific. They are talking about a Highway 413, and that's so. I will leave the verbiage to Councillor Parrish, but like I said, I don't want to leave any room for interpretation or misinterpretation by the province.
Okay.
What our intentions are.
Thank you. So with that, Councillor Parrish, back to you. That TRCA point was clarified and you took it out. What Councillor Santos Vincente wanted addressed, you addressed. I don't know if it comes down. Oh, sorry, and Councillor Sato, you're on my list, so why don't you go ahead, Councillor Sato?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, but part of my concern also is the land that has been frozen. And I know we heard from some of the Caledon landowners on that, how long it's been frozen. And I have a fairly significant parcel of land, because there is part of the city of Mississauga that's in the study area, and it happens to be the northwest corner of my ward. And we're unable to do anything there because of this study area. And I don't see anything in here. And I brought it up at every single regional council meeting since this first came forward. I brought it up at every city council meeting. I've gone to the sessions. But, you know, we can't do anything on those lands, which happen to be owned by the city, as well as industrial lands that already exist, because of one, the highway study area, and also the transmission study area. And so I guess I'm a little disappointed there's nothing in here that relates to, from a regional perspective, the timing that we're looking at. You know, it's really nice to ask the province to not do this and not do that, but if they keep these lands frozen and within a study area, that could go on for another 10, 20 years, and nobody will be able to do anything within those areas. So I'm wondering if there's some way we could add something to that to that effect somewhere in the motion under the whereases, or under the therefore, sorry. And I'm not sure exactly what the wording should be, but maybe staff could help us with that.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. To you, you've heard the motion as was presented and amended, and I think it was all sort of agreed to. The mega highway issue and what Councillor Sado, your thoughts before I ask for you to move your definitive motion.
Well, I've checked with my two Brampton colleagues, and they'd like to leave the wording the way it is, so I agree with that. I agree. I want to leave the wording as I have it in the third bullet. I don't want to change that. It's been carefully thought through and discussed with various folks, and that's the way I'd like it worded. I don't know what Councillor Sado's getting at. I'm guessing that if the highway, the federal EA decides to terminate the highway, then there'd be no more reason to have that land frozen unless it's to do something similar like a boulevard. So I don't know, unless you've got something right now, we could beat this thing to death. You know, a camel is a racehorse designed by a committee, and it ended up with that funny long nose and the lumps on its back, and it didn't look like a racehorse at all. So I'm just sort of at my wit's end on this. I think it's been wordsmithed enough, and I like to just leave it the way you've got it up on the board. And if Councillor Sado has something to add to it, I need to know it now. I can't just leave it floating in the air.
Thank you. That is the last word from the mover. The seconder concurs. That exhausts my list. Madam Clerk, you've read the motion. Councillor Parrish is leaving it as is with the tinkering that she agreed to earlier. The vote to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Pelletier.
Oh, sorry.
Just going to address.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. That's okay.
We can still laugh at 3:30. Well done. Carry on.
Councillor Pelletier had requested for the motion to be split, so for us to vote on the first and the third clause, the first being strong opposition to any and all advanced construction associated with preparations for a GTA West highway and transportation or transmission corridor, and clause 3 being strong opposition in principle to construction of any transportation corridor transversing the region of Peel, but specifically the currently proposed GTA West 413 highway and transmission corridor, which will wreak havoc on the environment, encourage residential sprawl, and dependence on the car as a significant means of transportation. So the request by Councillor Pelletier was to split those two, vote on 1 and 3, and then in a separate vote, we would vote on clause 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I'll take the vote on clause 1 and 3 now. Mayor Brown?
No.
Mayor Brown opposed. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
So is this 1 and 3 or just 1?
1 and 3.
No.
Councillor Dillon opposed. Councillor Downey?
Opposed.
Councillor Downey opposed. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
No.
Councillor Innes opposed. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Pelletier?
No.
Councillor Pelletier opposed. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Completely going sideways necessarily, but
Councillor-
applying the servicing requirements.
Microphones off,
for
please.
this application
Hello,
specific content
everyone,
unit.
if you can hear me, your microphone's off, please, as we're taking the vote. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. Councillor Raz, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
I said yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr. Councillor Starr. I see you on my screen.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Ron.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson. Mayor Thompson?
Opposed? No.
Mayor Thompson opposed. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. And now we will do the vote as it relates to clause 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the motion.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can we separate 4, please?
Okay.
So we just, okay, absolutely.
Okay. So we're going to separate 4.
Chair,
We can separate.
Councillor Innes, you had a question with regards to that. Go ahead.
I just had a question maybe staff could answer. In my mind, 4 and 5 are in opposition of one another. They're asking two different things. One's asking for them to look at the Brampton Boulevard and one's saying use the money instead to do this. I just would like staff's comment. I don't think the wording is accurately reflecting what we're asking. And to Councillor Stata's point, I would like to
Through to staff, unless you feel strongly with regards to 4 and 5, do you think they are contradictory? Or I know the whole conversation, even 2 weeks ago, was rather nuanced. So I would rule as chair that they're not, but unless the staff feels strongly, staff, can you live with them as such, or do you think they're contradictory? To whoever would like to answer from staff.
Just through you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think the principles are not in contradiction, and in terms of supporting, consideration of the corridor and seeking funding support for transit. I think the principles are there.
Very good, thank you. So asked and answered. Back to you, Madam Clerk. I think we're dealing with item 4 on its own now. Somebody's. Who is the point of order from, and what is your point of order?
It's Councillor Damerla, and I just wanted some clarity where it says in 4 that the provincial government study alternatives such as the Brampton Boulevard. So we're asking the province to pay for it as well? Is that the intent of 4?
I would assume so, that in lieu of what they're going to do, they should do this instead. I would have thought that was implicit.
Okay.
Unless anybody disagrees, but I thought that was in lieu of the work they're doing on the GTA West Transportation. Do this instead, I would think, at their own expense, and that's how I would interpret that. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, over to you for the vote.
Thank you. So this is the vote as it relates to clause 4 of the motion. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson.
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Damerla?
Yes.
Councillor Damerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
in favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
No.
Councillor Sato opposed. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
The development of future.
I'm sorry, Councillor Santos, can you please repeat your vote?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
Councillor Starr.
So we can see you, Councillor Starr, but we can't hear you. We'll come back to Councillor Starr. Mayor Thompson. Mayor Thompson. Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And Councillor Starr. He's having some technical difficulty. That carries. So thank you.
It's Councillor Dillon. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just have a question about number 4.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're past that. It's time for you to vote one way or the other.
Just the way it's worded, I'll have to say no.
Thank you.
Councillor Dillon opposed.
Councillor Starr, one last chance to you. Did you wish to vote on number 4?
Oh, we can't.
Okay, I think he is having, I see the frustration in his face. He's having a technical difficulty. Madam Clerk, are you done?
We are done. And the motion carries.
Very good.
And we'll now move to the vote on clause 2, 5, 6, and 7.
I voted in favor.
Thank you, Ron. Yep, thank you, Ron.
Chair Nika, could we separate two, please, from the rest?
Once again, I'm sorry, Jennifer, I just barely heard you. Could you repeat that, please?
Could we separate 2 out from the rest of the motion?
I think we've accommodated everything else. I would have no problem with that.
Clerks, call.
Ron, again, if you want to turn your microphone off, we'll call upon you to speak at some point. I've been asked to deal with item 2 on its own. I find that acceptable and accommodating as we've been throughout the vote. Madam Clerk, over to you with regards to clause 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson.
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie.
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla.
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco.
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, this is for number 2, right?
This is for clause 2 only.
No.
Councillor Dillon opposed. Councillor Downey.
Yes.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes.
Yes.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos. Councillor Santos.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr. Councillor Starr. Mayor Thompson. Mayor Thompson.
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And now this will be the vote for the remaining clauses 5, 6, and 7. Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes, I support, but I see that 7 is blacklined.
Sorry?
Didn't you say 5, 6, and 7?
Oh, the 7 out?
I think it was past the date, right?
Oh, so we can remove that one, so then it will be the remaining clauses if that's, no, it's still in there.
Thank you. I'm supportive anyways.
Oh, that's, okay, I understand now. So it was paragraph 7 that was taken away from the motion. Yes. That's correct. Thank you. Okay, Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
No.
Councillor Dillon opposed. Councillor Downey?
No.
Councillor Downey opposed. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes? Councillor Innes? Councillor
No.
Kovac? Oh, Councillor Innes, sorry, your vote?
That's a no.
Councillor Innes opposed. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes, but it says the motion be shared with Brampton Caledon Appeal Council. Should that not be Mississauga councils? And we're Appeal Council. Why would we share it with ourselves?
We can include that. Councillor Raz?
Yep. Thank you. Yes, I approve.
Thank you, Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries.
Okay, thank you. With that, that exhausts that excellent conversation. Moving on now, the first thing I need, and I trust I can get a motion from Councillor Raz and Councillor Starr that we move on before 3:30. I have that motion. Is there anybody in objection to extending our normal timeline? Hearing none, that carries. Madam Clerk, we need a motion to receive the staff report 17.2. That has been moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Councillor Medeiros. Is there anybody opposed? That is carried. We've agreed to go past 3:30. Next item up that was held, of course, is 8.1, update on the Region Appeals response to COVID-19, our oral presentation by Dr. Lawrence Lowe. Lawrence, thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of Regional Council. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be able to provide another update on the COVID-19 pandemic on this, the first anniversary of the declaration of same by the World Health Organization back in 2020. In the interest of time, we'll move to the next slide. I'm being joined today by Brian Laundrie, one of our directors in health services, as well as Manali Varya, who is our director of planning in our pandemic response. And together we will provide an update of the current trends and situation as the pandemic has continued to progress in our community, and also an update on the community mass vaccination plan. In between Brian and Manali's presentations, I will speak a little bit around the ongoing monitoring of the trends within the provincial response framework and considerations in respect of the various color levels of the framework that have been discussed. And then finally, we'll close by discussing, especially a year in, where we are in respect of our staffing and resources with the ongoing pandemic. And I would just sort of preview the final bullet by just highlighting that it has been a very challenging and difficult year for us in public health specifically, though recognizing that the pandemic has had enormous impacts, not just to the community, but throughout the region, but uniquely so in public health, both throughout the pandemic and even now, as we continue to both respond to COVID-19 in one of our higher transmission community within the province of Ontario and Canada, but also continue to unroll the mass vaccination plan together with our regional corporation counterparts and partners from across the community. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Manali Varia to present on where we are around COVID-19. Manali?
Thank you, Dr. Lowe, and good afternoon. Just next slide, please. So I'm glad to share some updates today with Council about our COVID trends. And so we'll start with this slide, which looks at two things. On this particular one, on the vertical axis on the left, we show the week-to-week percent change in incidence, so the new cases. So in terms of the bars, this is a little bit of a different way to look at the graphs, but anything above the zero line shows an increase compared to the previous week, and anything below the line is a decrease compared to the previous week. And so because it's also important to show the stability of testing volumes, we also have the testing rate in the black line. And so in general, testing has remained stable. So just to show here that and I'll just focus on the right-hand side, the surge in incidence over the December holidays, we saw a 40% increase in cases from that week of December 27th to when we hit a peak over about 700 cases in Peel. But as we know, since then, we've had 6 weeks of decline through the stay-at-home order provincially. And over the past 2 weeks, what we have been seeing is a slowing of that decline with an increase of cases that would have been reported last week. Next slide. So we did see this in all municipalities in terms of a leveling off, in terms of the decline and the test positivity. And so what you see here is just the plateau in rates, which equates at the Peel level just to over 200 cases per day in Peel. And for context, we were at this level at the beginning of November. So the lines themselves are relative to where we are compared to the provincial framework, and those are the colored lines at the bottom, where red is the weekly rate of 40 per 100,000. So that at a Peel level is about 90 cases per day, and you can see where we are with relative to this. Next slide. So variants of concern are an issue in Peel and in Ontario. So since February 3rd, the provincial lab has been testing all COVID cases for a mutation that's common in all variants of concern. And these initial, what would be called screen positive cases, would go on for genomic sequencing just to confirm that they are VOCs and which one. So whether that's the B117, the P1, or the B1351. And what we know about these variants is that B117 is more transmissible, it spreads fast and to more people. And there is preliminary information that there is increased risk of death compared to previous variants. There's a little bit less known about the 1351 and P1, but there is some evidence that it could evade the immune response, which has some considerations for vaccines, but that's of secondary concern as companies are able and are modifying vaccines fairly quickly. The key concern is that in general, we need to have more stringent use of all the same measures to get the same level of control, so masking, distancing, et cetera. So what this graph shows is just the proportion of COVID-19 cases that are screen positive or confirmed variants of concern. The cases, all COVID cases are blue bars, and the black line is showing the proportion of variants. So in 1 month, with little mobility in Peel since we've been in shutdown, we went from 6% to 30%, about 31% variants. And while not shown here, Toronto and neighboring areas are similarly around the 30% or higher variants. In our latest data available from our Peel wastewater surveillance, B117 is now detectable at about the 30% level as well, which is also seen in other areas that are doing the wastewater surveillance. Next slide. So That growth is expected, particularly of the B117, the one that was originally from the UK, which was seen in European, the growth was seen in the European countries as well. This figure overlays Peel data. It's looking at the percent of COVID cases that are variants of concern in the darker blue bars, and it's showing the trajectory of the variant experience in other countries. So essentially, our increase lines up with what has been seen in the other European countries that have experienced variant growth, and we do expect that B117 will become dominant in about a month. The extension of the lines on the right-hand side is growth potential. And so what we're really hoping to see is to be able, as we have been doing, to slow growth as we reopen, as this will give us more time to build momentum in our vaccination program. So essentially, the faster the growth and the more COVID that is circulating, the higher the vaccination coverage needs to be for population immunity. Dr. Lowe, I'll turn it back to you.
So thank you very much, Manali, for the presentation. And I was just reflecting that almost a year ago, you also came and presented the modeling data as well. So it does seem that we are, again, really trying to impress upon all of you, Mr. Chair and regional members of Regional Council, that we're not fully out of the woods yet with our trends, and especially in a situation where the variants are increasing and our vaccine supplies are, still just within reach, but not quite here yet. We do need to move cautiously. And so I'll move to the next slide, which will speak to where we are in the framework right now. And as you heard from Manali's presentation, the growth of the variants, which particularly have more significant, and I'm hearing a bit of an echo, so I apologize, but the growth of the variants it really leaves us very little room for error in respect of measures, and really speaks to the need for everyone to continue limiting their contacts as much as is possible, recognizing, of course, the frustration and fatigue that does exist in the community. I think the measures that have been taken to date have seen a great success. We know that the peak that was seen in Peel as well as in Ontario, as well as certainly the hospitalizations and the ability to still maintain and work within capacity, it did not bear out necessarily the same, very tragic pictures in other jurisdictions that didn't take the same measures. I think it's also really important to underline that we do know that there are still many people in our community who continue to get sick, sometimes severely so, with this disease, and that there are also many who have lost loved ones to this disease as well. And so certainly as we move forward, gradual and continued monitoring is going to be crucial to our success, which I define as trying to get to a point where we are essentially exiting altogether from the pandemic. And so with the vaccines anticipated to arrive more and more in the next few weeks, I recognize we are currently in the gray lockdown color of the COVID response framework. And while we are seeing the plateau and the stabilization of rates this week, we need to keep an eye on the variants. We need to continue to increase our vaccine coverage. And we need to really ensure that as we move backwards through the framework, our goal is to always continue moving backwards through the framework as opposed to having to move forward again, with the example just announced today of Sudbury returning to a gray lockdown due to the emergency break and a significant case rise that was noted in that community. So I know that there's a lot of it is a very tight balancing act, but please know, I think that our goal is to really try to keep things under control with the trends that we've identified here as best we can, to avoid a third wave, to avoid going back to where we were, and to make sure that we can really give our vaccine program the opportunity to help us exit this on a more permanent basis. So with that, I will now pass it to Brian Laundrie to share an update of where we are with our vaccination program. Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe, and good afternoon, Chair Anika and members of council. If we could go to the next slide, please. Today, I will be providing you with an update on the Peel mass vaccination plan and overviewing our clinic readiness, as well as our approach and progress in implementing Ontario's COVID-19 vaccine distribution plan. Next slide, please. This slide gives an overview of the clinics across Peel and their state of readiness. The clinics listed in the gray area are those of our hospital partners and of Region of Peel clinic run clinics. You can see on the right-hand column the clinic ready dates when those clinics were opened, and of the 7 clinics that the Region of Peel is running ourselves, we just opened the 6th of those 7 clinics yesterday at the International Center. We only have 1 more to open, and that is the Chris Gibson Arena in Brampton on April 6th. So at that point, we'll have all clinics open across Peel, and be prepared for ramping up to vaccinate based on vaccine availability. The clinic options below in the blue, the mobile clinics have been underway in supporting our long-term care and retirement home vaccinations since late December. We have been able to run the program a little bit in the last couple of weeks because of a little bit of vaccine supply, but still that program will continue to ramp up and continue to be mobilized throughout our response. The drive-through option has been planned or is in the process of being planned. We also know that Trillium, through their University of Toronto Mississauga campus site, are planning for a drive-through. Those will be upcoming in the spring. Primary care group we've met with over the last couple of months since the start of the year to plan how we might support primary care locally and rolling out the vaccination through their offices and their clinics. And we're today, actually, or tomorrow, we'll be able to open a pilot site for the distribution of AstraZeneca vaccine in non-high-risk 60 to 64-year-old population at several sites in the region. This is based on a very limited pilot project among 6 health unit areas, of which Peel has been one that was selected. Similarly, we met with our pharmacy groups locally and tried to plan with them how we will roll out the vaccine and support them more accurately in how the vaccine distribution, rollout, planning, etc. happens in Peel. The pharmacy tends to deal directly with the province, but public health, as with our expertise and with our guidance, is often involved in the flu vaccination campaigns, and so we've partnered or tried to partner closely with local pharmacy leaders to support that rollout. And then finally, we have COVID testing centers that have been under the direction of Ontario Health, but throughout the Peel region, and we have begun discussions with Ontario Health and some of the partners running those centers about whether they could expand to also include vaccinations locally, or whether they might pivot to move from testing to vaccination where it makes sense, being very careful with that because of the continued variants of concern that requires lots of community testing still. Next slide, please. So this slide gives us our picture of the clinic capacity from the first week in March to the end of June. This is a weekly ramp up that's been planned. All the bars are the clinic capacity that's been planned and anticipated, and the orange bars are what we planned on based on vaccine availability, which was, of course, a very tenuous planning stick, but the best we could get from the province early on. You can see where we are moving through March. So we hope to be at the end of March over the 10,000, and we'll be over the 10,000 dose per day mark starting the last 2 weeks in March, and then continually moving up throughout the rest of the spring and summer. Just to describe the bars for you, the gray bars, part of the bar, stack bar at the bottom is the hospital clinic, anticipated capacity and planned. The light blue bars are the 7 region appeal clinics. The purple represent the mobile clinics and drive-through, and then other clinics such as pharmacy, physician, and converted testing centers are projected at the top in the dark blue bars. So altogether, this represents the capacity that we're able to provide as we roll out through from now until the summer. This, I must say, represents a rather optimal rollout, assuming a few things like strong uptake by the population for each of those groups that are being prioritized for immunization, and also sufficient and consistent vaccine supply. Our experience to date is that neither of those things will happen, quite honestly. There will be hesitancy. That's been our experience and continues to be. And the vaccine supply is likely to be variable. So those 2 factors are key to impacting how the capacity will roll out. But as per the direction of our CAO, Janice Baker, and Dr. Lowe and Nancy Polsinelli, who are the co-sponsors of the mass vaccination program, we've overbuilt our capacity to hopefully give us some flexibility to be able to shift up or down as needed as quickly as possible. But and so I'm just making the point that this is optimum and probably unexpected that we'll reach those peaks based on the limitations I just outlined. Next slide, please. I've just got a couple of slides on the prioritization group and where we are in terms of our status of how we've rolled out and the groups that we've been able to vaccinate to date. Just to reiterate, a strong limitation in vaccine supply and the ability to estimate population group sizes before I start working through this table. And it's a kind of a busy table, and it's something you may want to take away and look at. But just to orient you, the left-hand column gives you the subgroups in our phase 1 priority groups that have been implemented or soon to be, and then some examples of what is included in those groups. Then the middle column is the estimated population size. The clinic model that we've either utilized or suggested or planned for how to vaccinate those populations in those subgroups, and then the status of where we are in terms of our progress. So if you look in the left-hand column, we've worked our way through in terms of what has been opened or deemed to be eligible. Resident staff and essential caregivers in the long-term care homes and high-risk retirement homes, hospital patients with a confirmed admission to long-term care retirement homes or congregate settings, highest and very high healthcare workers, including hospital and acute care staff, medical first responders, those involved in COVID-19 response or serving specialized populations, community-based healthcare workers, such as primary care physicians, dentists, pharmacists, and their staff. And once we get more confirmed vaccine supply, which we have just received over the last hour or so, for the end of March, we'll be discussing when and how to open into further groups, such as those at the bottom of this slide, which is the senior. We already have opened the seniors 80 plus, but we'll be able to offer more booking spaces for them. But the Indigenous adults, the remaining high priority healthcare workers, and adult recipients of chronic home care are among those next on the list when we get to that point, and they will be fully informed and communicated with when we get to that point. And we want to make sure we don't jump the gun on it, because people tend to have difficulty in holding back and kind of overbooking their places. So moving to the next slide, please, and the last one for me. This is planning for phase 2 priority groups. The slide highlights the major groupings for the phase 2 rollout, and again, similarly, the priority groups at a little bit of a higher level, and then the examples of who would be in those groups, and then the anticipated high-level timing, again, vaccine dependent. revised provincial guidance on this was announced on March 5th, so there was some tweaking and some shifts. But planning to prepare for these priority groups is well underway through various population planning tables that we've set up since the beginning of our planning. Priority groups in phase 2 include those listed, and it's anticipated that we may be able to start into some of these groups later in March, early April, as vaccine supply becomes available. So for future guidance from the ministry may be forthcoming. We're always able to shift as much as we can, but I just wanted to highlight there are challenges that ourselves and our hospital partners continue to experience. We have difficulty keeping some groups away from the appointments that they're not eligible for. As an example, one day this week, one of our hospital clinic sites turned away an estimated 50 people who had booked either through miscommunication or trying to jump the line. So there's lots of challenges in trying to make sure that everyone sticks to the population prioritization framework. It's the guide that will keep us sane and focused as we work through 1.5 million people, or 75% of them anyways, to get to that, to get to what Dr. Lowe just referenced is the end of this end of this saga and the herd immunity that we need to reach. There's others that show up at the clinic on doctors' recommendations, so that they go to the clinic and advocate for themselves. There's also some difficulty with to be honest, with scheduling of shifts for staff, because they're part-time often they're part-time, the majority, and then shifting schedules due to vaccine availability is presented as challenges. But teams I can assure you that the region appeal team and our hospital clinic teams are working strongly together and diligently to overcome on many of these barriers. So I think with that, I will just leave it and back to you, Dr. Lowe. Next slide, please.
Thanks very much, Brian. And so just to wrap up a few things, just an update around the extension of the intervals to the 2-dose vaccines. So the ministry has now directed, in accordance with guidance released by the National Advisory Committee of Immunization, that starting on March 10th, second doses will be extended by up to 4 months, except for those who are at the greatest risk of serious illness and death. So that includes residents in long-term care homes, retirement homes, and assisted living facilities, as well as those in remote and First Nations communities. I want to be very clear that I, broadly speaking, and having reviewed the guidance and some of the data that was used to provide it, I'm supportive of this. We do know that one of the challenges with this virus is that it is novel from a scientific perspective, that none of us have any innate immunity to it. So being able to vaccinate more of the population with a first dose will provide a high degree of immunity and protection from serious illness, and also hopefully get us to that community immunity threshold a bit more quickly. We also know that most of the spacing that is usually identified is a minimum spacing, and the goal is actually to really try to make sure the 2 doses are not too close together, as opposed to what appears to be data that actually supports the delay at this point in time. We do know that the public may have questions around this, and the team is determining exactly what this means for the appointments that have been booked, and continues to work on communicating these changes to our community. And then we'll move just to my last slide, which is really just highlighting what we are managing in the public health unit here within the regional structure. At this time, we are at a crucial point where we're both trying to protect the community from a third wave with the surge of variants, the ongoing COVID-19 response with the case management, the contact tracing, the surveillance, certainly the enforcement. We have hired up to almost 80%, we have hired over 400 new hires in public health, and 80% of our staff continue to remain redeployed to the ongoing pandemic response. And so this is why just highlighting earlier on the need to move gradually, because a surge in cases will have a great impact in our ability to balance our strained resources both in the COVID response and also resources that are crucially needed for the mass vaccination program. We are, just in the midst of hiring over 1,600 staff for mass vaccinations. Competition across the province is fierce, and so we also recognize as well, if we do see a resurgence, this threatens the success of our mass vaccination program, because there simply would be higher levels of transmission that would maybe see some of those staff have to return to treatment in dealing with, and also just a higher absolute number of chains of transmission that would need to be interrupted. So to the extent that we can try to keep things under control, I think that would also help the resources that are now stretched between our response as well as our immunization clinics. And then it's important to highlight that while most of our public health programs are currently on pause, we may need to make the difficult decision to scale back or close off more programs if needed, especially in the midst of our ongoing ramp up. We are trying our best to maintain our critical programs because we do recognize that there are population health impacts with the rest of our critical public health programs on hold. For example, our Peel Public Health dental clinics are currently closed, which is leaving many vulnerable residents behind, except for Seniors Dental, which we are still maintaining. The Healthy Babies, Healthy Children program has not been able to conduct broader assessments. And we're also finding in the course of the major hiring that's going on that some of the hiring, for example, for our harm reduction programs, et cetera, has been presented with challenges, just given the real significant focus and the finite resources, even within our HR colleagues who have done yeoman's work in trying to pull this stuff together, trying to keep all these three pieces going. To the extent that many of the remaining programs we have in communicable disease and harm reduction and Healthy Babies, Healthy Children, and also public health inspections, especially as we've recently reopened and may continue to do so, there are very challenging risks posed to the community by continuing to scale back and close those programs. So I think it's important to highlight just the human resource shortage and the challenge that we are facing, in addition to the fact that many of our existing staff and human resources have been at this now for 14 or 15 months, working around the clock, really trying to respond, which does really, first of all, give me hope and pause that the vaccines will get here sooner rather than later and start, changing the tail of the tape in respect to transmission. But secondly, is something that we really need to bear in the back of our mind in terms of morale and retention, in terms of ensuring that the programs continue to deliver this very critical aspect of the response during this crucial time for our community. And so we'll go to the next slide, please. So just as a summary of the situation that faces us, we are seeing, the increase of VOCs in Peel. There are two alternate trends where the wild type variants are really on the decline, and the VOCs are increasingly replacing them, which really calls to mind the need to remain absolutely vigilant to try to avoid a third wave. That also calls us, to the extent possible, to reinforce the core 4 behaviors and precautions wherever possible, to stay at home as much as possible, and to continue to reopen gradually as best we can, until we get to a position where vaccines are rolling in higher numbers. And certainly to continue to work collaboratively to vaccinate our priority populations in the sequence that has been identified by the provincial framework, as discussed by Brian, all while trying to manage current system risks around both the provincial vaccine allocation that Brian discussed, as well as the really crucial staff and resources, those that have been the backbone of the response and of the mass vaccination program to date, as well as those that have kept other critical public health programs running certainly in the background, but no less important to our community, and trying to make sure that we keep the wheels on as we head into the end game of the pandemic, hopefully, here in the region of Peel. So with that, I will thank you for your time this afternoon, and myself, Manali, and Brian are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First on my list, Mayor Crombie.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to speak about a motion that we passed at Mississauga yesterday, because Councillor Parrish worked diligently to put that together, and it, oh, I don't like me being full. Hang on a second. There. To put it together, and it does speak to targeted vaccinations to where it's most needed, and I think it was wonderful, and I'm not going to speak about it. I'll let her do it because it's hers, but we all supported it unanimously, and I hope everyone here supports it today too. This one came about last Friday when we met with our MPPs and our MPs. We learned that there was something in the pipeline, although we didn't know exactly what it was. And we learned later it was a pilot project to distribute AstraZeneca vaccine at pharmacies to individuals 60 to 64, because of course AstraZeneca is not recommended for over 65. And I think we were all a little deflated to hear that it was going to go to Toronto, also in gray, to Windsor, which is in red, that's fine, but to Kingston, which is in green, and that didn't seem to make a lot of sense. We have been speaking about the ethical deployment of vaccine to the high priority areas, to the hot zones like Peel, but then we heard over the weekend that there would be something coming for Peel, and so we got a little bit excited, and I don't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday, we heard, Dr. Lowe, that there would be more vaccine AstraZeneca coming to Peel to participate in a primary care provider. And I think we all got a little bit excited about that. But now we know that there are 194,500 total AstraZeneca vaccines, but only 29,500 of those, which is 15%, are going to primary care providers. And that is to be divided among, there'll be 8 primary care providers in 6 regions, Toronto, again, so they have both pilots, Hamilton, Guelph, Peterborough, and Simcoe, Muskoka, and Peel. So these are the areas that are either in red or gray. And so, you know, I think we all felt a little concerned that Toronto is part of both pilots, and we're also a priority region and a hotspot, and why we didn't, why we weren't chosen. So my question to you, Dr. Lowe, because I do have a motion that I hope will address this, which I'm asking for everyone's support, and I need a seconder, so if you could please look at it, everyone, to help address the situation. My question to you, Dr. Lowe, is when did we become aware that we weren't going to be participating in the pharmacy pilot? Who consulted with you? And when did you learn that we would be part of this primary care provider pilot? And were you consulted by that as well? Because that's my question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair to Mayor Crombie. These decisions are being brought out from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and we certainly continue in conversation and dialogue. I've made very clear our need and our position, and certainly the position of council that's been previously passed in respect of vaccine allocations. But I can share that also on Friday, I think I was advised at a table with General Hillier that those would be the 3 sites for the pharmacy pilot, and then subsequently over the weekend on Sunday, I believe our team was advised that the primary care pilot would be coming to Peel. So that was the extent of how we were notified about both AstraZeneca pilots by the ministry.
And let's be clear that this is vaccine for 60 to 64 only. So notwithstanding my colleague has an excellent motion forthcoming, it won't address her need, which is the place of employment, because of course there'll be people in all age categories in those places of employment. So this is very limited to 60 to 64, and it is only asking that Peel participate in the pharmacy rollout as well. So I wonder if we could put that on the screen if the clerk has it, and if you'll agree with me that there was an oversight that Peel not be included in both pilots like Toronto was. Thank you, Councillor Mayor Thompson. Thank you. I don't know if Mayor Brown's still here. We can all do this together. I mean, it's just asking that we be included in both pilots. Right? It's just asking that we be included in both pilots like Toronto was, why the hot zone wasn't included in other areas that were green and red were. So if I may read it, I don't know if you had a chance to. Dr. Lowe, do you have any comments on this before I go forward? Because you did receive it as my staff were busily drafting it while we were debating 413, by the way, because I keep getting asked by the press, were you consulted? Were you aware? Why isn't Peel included in this one? And I said, I wasn't consulted. Dr. Lowe was informed, but it doesn't seem like there was any consultation happening. So this is not in conflict with the other motion. I agree with the other motion as well. This is just to get us on the pilot with the pharmacies as well. So if you don't mind, we can, do you want me to read it or have the
No,
clerk read it?
Councillor, rather, Mayor Crombie, I'm going to stop. I will come to the motion once I've dealt with the main item. I've got about 8 questioners, and then I will come back to you to put a motion at that time. So do you have any further questions of Dr. Lowe now?
Just what Dr. Lowe felt about the motion that we've drafted, about the need for all additional vaccine that is available come to all the hot spots, including Peel, was the idea behind this. And I felt that we were left out of the pilot. Dr. Lowe, do you have any comments?
Yeah, well, so through the chair to Mayor Crombie, I think certainly we've had many discussions around this table around the need as well as the capacity that we have to deliver vaccines to the people of Peel. And significantly to the extent that we can try to control transmission in Peel and the Greater Toronto Area, the hope would be that that would both protect our communities, but also the province at large. I know our ministry partners continue to dialogue with us, and they are very aware, and I have made clear and made known, the position of Council as the Board of Health, as well as, the significant need in this community. And I certainly anticipate that they will undertake that knowledge in the course of their deliberations and decisions. So I don't have any further specific comments on the motion that you are planning to table.
Thank you. I'll see the rest of my time. I just wanted to put this motion forward. There will be another motion. It is excellent as well. They're not in conflict. I hope we'll move past them both. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, once we finish all the questions on the presentation itself, I will come back to the motion. Councillor Vicente. Councillor Vicente, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. Councillor Vicente, do you have any questions of Dr. Lowe?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. No, that was from earlier before.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Sado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lowe, and everyone for all the work you've been doing. Please pass along my thanks to all the Peel Health staff that have been doing such an outstanding job. I want to start by saying, I do have questions, but I want to start by saying that the comments that I've been receiving from the seniors who have been going to Trillium or to UTM have been extremely positive of the process. I've been getting emails saying, this is great, I got registered, I went the next day or 2 days later. It was half an hour from the time I got there, didn't have to line up, went through the process, had my shot, waited the 15 minutes, and it was done. And how supportive the staff, volunteers, everyone that was working there were through that process. So that was really good for me to hear, and I know other councillors have probably been getting the same type of feedback. So I think also they were comparing it to all the television coverage of what was happening in York, and wanted to make sure we knew how well it was going in Peel. So my questions are, first of all, I guess to Brian, when you listed the public health clinics, the slide that listed the clinics, are those the only ones that we are going to have? Or are we going to be having more local, and I'm not talking about pharmacies because that's up to the province, but are we going to be opening more Peel clinics locally? As I said, my seniors think it's great once they get there. The problem they have is getting there. Some of them were okay, but as you know, I've mentioned 3 or 4 times now, taking 2 or 3 transit buses and then a bit of a walk. I understand at UTM, if you take transit, it's quite a walk in from to the building. Driving is fine, parking is fine. So what are we doing about that? I know you talked about mobile clinics. And my other question on that is, I believe your email said there were 40 or 43 buildings within the region of Peel that had been identified where seniors over those ages, particularly had a large percentage of 80 plus were living. And I think my staff had asked if we could get addresses of those buildings that were identified so that we can make sure that none of ours were missed. So that's one question. With regard to the more local clinics, is it possible for us to use our Peel Public Health clinics, the smaller clinics that we already have, for vaccinations? Or is it, do they not have the facilities? I know if it was the AstraZeneca, they probably could, because it doesn't need to be refrigerated. I think that one, right? That's the one they're doing in the pharmacies. But, if the Shoppers Drug Mart in Meadowvale Town Center, they're not getting the vaccine. They should be, but they're not. But if they were able to give vaccinations, I have a Peel Public Health Clinic, 5 units down. Is it not possible for us to use our own facilities to provide the vaccine going forward? And my other question is the registration system. You and I and Sean had a little bit of a conversation yesterday about whether or not we are going to have to go to the provincial system when it opens on the 15th or when it gets up and going. And your email to me was saying, yes, we would. Then there was some confusion as to whether the hospitals were staying on their registration. And I asked the city manager's office to get, and Rob Tworth is getting that straightened out. But I wondered if you could address that, because I'm getting a lot of questions now. We're approaching March 15th. I'm getting a lot of questions about residents as well. Where do we go to register? I'm sending them to the Peel website because I figure you'll have the information there, and that's the easiest. So if you could clear that up. The other question is, will only Peel residents be allowed to register for a vaccine at the region of Peel locations, or can anyone from anywhere in the province come to locations in Peel? And if that's the case, what's that going to do to our projections and numbers? And lastly, the communication. The other concern I'm hearing is we're not hearing anything. We don't know when we're going to be, and these are mostly from the 70-year-olds, 70 to 80-year-olds. We don't know what's happening. We don't know when. We're seeing that, I think it was Waterloo region or one of the regions out that way just recently pre-registered, and the appointments are 4 weeks out. But they did a pre-registration of 70 to 75-year-olds, I believe it was, or 70 to 80-year-olds. Even though they said you won't be getting your appointment until we get the vaccines, but it'll be at least 4 weeks, but you can pre-register. So, residents read these and they question why we're not doing the same thing here. So if I could leave those with you for answering. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Sato, I was going to suggest, Brian, if you could speak to these, and then I'll be able to fill in after you've had a chance to start.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Thank you, Councillor Sato, and through the chair to you. I think I have those all listed down, but I can tell you those are excellent questions and ones that we answer ourselves every day and plan around. So you've hit many nails on the head there. With respect to other clinics, we really focused on setting up the 7 that we have and supporting the 4 that the hospitals have, to get the heavy lift done and get the bulk of the vaccine distributed through those mass vaccination clinics for purposes of efficiency, effectiveness, and speed in the most safe and effective manner. Having said that, we are continuing to have our eye on the populations and plan for how we could make sure that we access vulnerable populations or those with poor mobility and accessibility issues, such as those that you've identified. Some of those could be through our mobile response, and we'll continue to build that out as vaccine ramps up. It's possible that other local clinics might come into play later down the road if we need them. To Dr., referencing back to Dr. Lowe's comments, we're really on the edges of our staffing complement now. And those are the majority of the challenges. But as I said 2 weeks ago, we're running two races at the same time. One is to get to the starting line and get as many people vaccinated as we can, and the second is how do we get to the last person vaccinated? And that's the group that you're talking about, and we'll continue to keep our eye on that and plan and move in that direction. With respect to, and that's the same answer really for using the Peel Public Health clinics. We're relatively small, and just don't have that impact that we need. As far as the scheduling from the websites, what that's going to look like, we're challenging our IT experts at the hospitals and the clinics and our own to come up with those solutions behind the scenes. But for what we want is a front-facing common platform that residents who are going to schedule from, regardless of what clinic they want, will have relatively easy access to the booking. So that's in play and that's in conversation, and those wheels are moving because the system that the province is putting forward is due. But we all know that it's not going to be seamless on day one, and we will not be jumping from one to another on day one. There will be a ramp up and there will be communications around it as necessary, but we're hoping that what that looks like for the public is relatively simple and straightforward and won't cause any issues. And we're working with our partners on that communication.
Brian, could you further clarify on that? So the information that I got from, I think it was from Sean and from Dr. Lowe yesterday, was that eventually we would be moving to the provincial framework, don't want to use the word framework, but the provincial registration. So staying on the Peel, which I wish we could stay on forever because it's so much, I think it's going to be so much better, but that's only temporary. And that would include the hospitals as well.
Yeah, yes, there's lots of pros and cons to moving, but at this point, that's the balance that's swaying the day to move for all the long-term benefits, and the fact that the province will continue to work on that, and it doesn't require the double entry for our schedulers, and like I said, that's a lot of that's the back end piece of it, and the front end should be fairly seamless for those trying to schedule, and that's our hope. And we'll put the communications and the plan around that to support the back end. Then regarding, are we open to Peel residents only? For those that resident-based priority groups, it is for Peel residents. For those that are healthcare workers, our guidance has been for those that work or live in Peel. So I think that's the simple answer to that one, and I think that is also the response that our partners have had as well. So we know we're vaccinating some residents from other jurisdiction in Peel because they work here, and the same is true for people that live in Peel and work in other jurisdictions. So hopefully that comes out in the wash for the workers. And then on the communication about we don't know what's happening, we have an army of communications people working on this from multiple venues and avenues. They're doing an excellent job. I can tell you whatever we do won't be the right thing or enough, and there will always be pieces that aren't quite done correctly. We've tried to put out a little in advance what where people might be on the timeline, and then we've had people jump there and try to get in before they're really open. So it's a sort of a no-win situation. We're doing our best, but you like I've said, I think I've worked through your questions, and I think you've hit them all right on the head, and I hope that helps.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add
Yes.
to Brian's very comprehensive answer through you to Councillor Sato, one of the biggest limiting things, and I think a key message that we can try to get out to the population, is that supply continues to be the challenge. Certainly, we hear from many deserving residents, many deserving groups. I get dozens and dozens of emails a day from people asking, when's my turn? Where can I go? How can I do it? The reality is we're working with thousands of doses for a region of 1.5 million people. And so to the extent that people can continue to be patient, both with the public health measures as well as with the vaccine rollout, as we anticipate more and more supply, as has been promised by our provincial partners, will be coming. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to a point where steady supply means that a lot of these questions on when's my turn is going to start to go away.
Okay, thank you. Next for questions of Dr. Lowe, Councillor Parrish.
I have no questions. I just have a motion that I'd like to put on at the end of, I guess, after Mayor Crombie's, to do with vaccinating people where they work. Run it by Dr. Lowe. He didn't pull his hair out, not that I can see any patches, so it must be okay. So I'll just wait. You can go to me after Bonnie, I'll be fine.
Yes, thank you. So moving on with my questions for Dr. Lowe, Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Lowe and Brian and your team. So just a couple of questions, Dr. Lowe. Some of my residents here, the challenge that they're having in getting to the clinics that are available for vaccinations is transportation. Very difficult for them to get there. A lot of our seniors, they don't drive. Caledon Community Services, the transportation piece is very limited. So the question that I've been asked, and I keep getting asked that over and over, and Dr. Lowe, I've said that to you, and I know you just said it's availability. So the clinic, the site in Caledon East, it is open, but I don't think that anyone's able to register to get vaccinated there. So when do you think that we'll be able to do that?
So through the chair to Councillor Groves, I'm going to have Brian speak to this, but again, this is a supply issue, and so the public health unit has not received enough. Again, the clinics are open, but they are open for limited appointments at this time, just given, and they're targeted at our priority, like the phase 1 priority healthcare workers and other groups at this moment, not yet open to the public, owing to an absence of supply. But Brian, can you confirm that, and also a timeline on Caledon in general?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lowe, and through the chair to you, Councillor Groves. Very, very important that we continue to advocate to get that supply. A few weeks for sure, or like that's where we're, we have planning targets that we're getting vaccine, and then we get confirmed. All clinics only book out like a week to 10 days because they don't have the confirmation and the stability of the supply, and they don't want to be booking appointments until the vaccine is actually in our fridges and freezers. So even when there's even been a logistics change such that we can, even if we're confirmed, we're not sure how the new logistics firm will get it to us. And it's tended in the early days to take a couple of days to get here beyond what the last process included. So Councillor Groves, I wish I could be more specific. I don't want to get any false hope up, but I would think that if people could be just a little bit more patient, it will open up shortly.
Thank you, Brian. And you answered my next question: is could they pre-register? But obviously not. They have to wait till we have the vaccine on hand. Okay, so the other question that I need some clarification on, because I don't quite understand it myself, and I was asked this by a resident. I think somewhere in there you said their primary care physician would call in, but if the primary care physician is not in Peel, let's say, but the patient lives in Peel, how does that work? Like, I'm not quite sure how that would work.
So through the chair to Councillor Groves, I believe this is in reference to the primary. This is in reference to the primary care pilot that's being undertaken at this point in time. That's a few thousand AstraZeneca doses that are coming here, and the primary care sites, which the doses, as I understand it from Brian and team, have been distributed on a per capita basis throughout the region to certain primary care clinics who will be calling out to patients to actually participate in the 60 to 64 pilot at this point in time. I anticipate that as more vaccine becomes available to primary care physicians, there will be broader distribution throughout not only our health unit, but various other health units. And then they would be able to reach out to patients or through other means, having patients book with them, whatever, to go. But this was specific. The point in the slide was specific to the pilot.
Right. So I guess, Dr. Lowe, if my doctor, let's say, is in Toronto and I live in Peel, I don't think my doctor is going to be calling me if they're in this primary care pilot. Correct? They're going to be, I'm sure, going to be more focused on their folks who live in their area.
I believe so, but through the chair to Councillor Groves, I'm going to see if Brian has further information on the primary care pilot.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, and yes, and through the chair to again, Councillor Groves, if your region Peel, so we need to distinguish between, is this for the pilot or is this for the 80 plus population? So if you're an 80 plus resident of Peel, it doesn't matter where your physician is, they should be able to, what they're doing probably is helping their patient book into the system while they're in their office. And in that case, if they're a resident of Peel, there should be no problem with that. The pilot is very, very small, as Dr. Lowe has outlined. So the physician groups will have their way of communicating with their specific Peel residents within the age group. And that's how that pilot will roll out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco.
Thank you through the chair. And I just wanted to say appreciate all of the work that's ongoing. And I do know from people that have made it in to get their injections that once they get there, it's a pretty seamless, well organized way to do things. But I do have a few questions, and Dr. Lowe knows, and Mr. Sharma, I've been asking for something in the South, which I know is a little challenging. But again, I'm getting, I guess, a few things. One is with the mobile units. For example, I've got a building at 1400. It's called the Fairways on Dixie. 75% of that building is over the age of 65, and a good chunk of them are, that 80 plus demographic. For them to get from there over to whether it's UTM or over to Trillium is challenging. And then, as I previously mentioned, I've got other residents in pockets, and I would imagine, Councillor Raz, for example, that also has a ward with the aging demographic is there. And so the challenges are twofold. How do we get these folks vaccinated properly? Is the mobile unit going to end up addressing the South? That was part of that plan that you had shown us, because the South really, Trillium Hospital is not the South for Mississauga. So that's kind of the midway point, the way we look at it. So just wondering about the South, how that will be addressed in the short run, and also going into the rest of the rollout. That's my first question. And then the second question is just from a logistical point of view. We're getting a lot of folks that are asking about the confirmation process and the registration process in terms of needing an email, because we do have a number of people that don't have email addresses, and just wondering if people don't have email or access to email, how can they still go through getting on the list? So those are my two.
So so through the chair to Councillor Dasco, thanks for the questions. And I neglected to mention as well, because I think when Councillor Sato mentioned it as well, certainly the work of our hospital partners, both Trillium and William Osler, that has contributed to, in collaboration with them and the work that they've been doing at those sites, that has contributed very much to the experience that you guys are hearing from. So kudos to, Michelle DeManuel and also to Naveed Mohammed and their teams for the tremendous work that they've been doing in supporting the overall system. And thank you for reminding me about that. In respect of your two questions, in terms of the registration, there is a phone line that residents can call in the event that they don't have email or access to the internet, and that is 905-791-5202. That again, it's 905-791-5202. And they can call and have assistance to actually make an appointment, and someone will actually walk them through that process. And then in respect of a lot of these buildings, again, it is an issue of supply. So we do have mobile capability and functionality, but we simply don't have the vaccine to be able to go to a lot of these congregate senior settings. We did have a pilot with the few hundred doses of Moderna we had left from our last allocation, and we're able to go, but there are many, many buildings like the one that you described that we would hopefully be able to either have a mobile facility there. I do also know that our team was looking at TransHelp as another means in pilot, and so I know Brian was working closely on that, and I'll pass it over to him to talk a bit about what they were looking at in respect to TransHelp.
Before you do, if I could, Dr. Lowe, if you could maybe get some clarification out to the 791 number, because that's where people are calling and they're being asked for to register with an email address.
Oh, I see. Oh, I get. Oh, so through the chair to Councillor Dasco, I see what the issue is. So they need even with the assistance, they need an email address. I'll take that back with the team, and we'll try to figure out what we can do. I know that some proxies, if they have a proxy, like someone who can act as a proxy for their email, that's been something that's been done on occasion. Primary care providers have done that, but we'll check back with the team, and Brian may be able to answer that as well, just in terms of the system and the booking line.
If you could, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dasco, and through the chair. Yes, so TransHelp's an option. I'll have to check on the schedule for the mobile. Not only is it a matter of supply, it's a matter of resources. You can imagine to get out to the number of people that we have in congregate settings is going to be a challenge. So we're looking at many options. As we discussed with Councillor Sato's question, is there future options to go more local? Is there ways to transition testing centers, if that makes sense, and the mobile option? So all of those are being considered. They'll be a little longer term, into the spring and summer. So if people are able to find a way, and TransHelp would be one of those, I understand there's minimum 48-hour notice for transportation, so you might want to check that out, or you can. And I have heard this issue on the email, but I'm sorry, I've forgotten the response, but I know the teams are working on it, so we can get back to you with that.
If you could, Brian, I'd really appreciate that. And with regards to a lot of these folks are amongst the most vulnerable. So they're not able to get out. They're not able to get on transit, and if they are, they probably don't have the immune system that would last them a few different bus rides if they were able to do that. So this is very time sensitive. So if you could get back to me and share that actually with the whole council, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, another good conversation. I do want to start out by saying a very hearty thank you to Dr. Lowe and to Brian, who responded to a concern from the Ontario Optometrists Association fairly late on Saturday night. So again, I know you're working 24/7. Thank you so much. And your response was in a matter of, I would say, 5 minutes of my query. So thank you for that. If I can just get a clarification on the registration, when people sign up, they get an auto reply that they've registered. But I've noticed a few people on some of the Facebook pages saying that they haven't heard back yet. What's a reasonable time frame once they register that they'll hear back for an appointment?
So through the chair to Councillor Raz, if this is Trillium's booking system, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to answer any specific comments on the inner workings of it. But I don't know, Brian, if you're able to speak to the pre-registration website that Trillium have.
Yeah. So only like we work with, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Raz, we work with Trillium. We hear a lot of the anecdotal information. I know that as of a couple of days ago, Trillium had 20,000 pre-registered and 14,000 of those had been closed, meaning they had either been booked or already vaccinated. So they're working through their lists and we just don't have a clear line of sight. And that's something that changes daily too. I know they've got they've hired 50 people in their call center to be able to respond to the registration system. So it's a big ask, and I just don't have the details on the exact amount of time.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if we can find that out for next meeting or in between meetings, just shoot us an email. My worry is that people don't hear and then they'll go register again, and then we end up with a lot of duplications. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. Let's try to create an efficient system, and then when we set the expectation that if you will hear back within a certain within a few days, please don't re-register. So if you can just pass along those comments to Trillium, that would be appreciated. So that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Alan, I can't hear you. If you could unmute, please. Alan, I still cannot hear you. There you go. There you go. And I just lost you again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, on the Johnson & Johnson, have we got any idea what that's going to be and what that looks like for us coming down the pipeline? Especially when you hear the general saying January or June 20th.
So through the chair to Mayor Thompson, we have no further information beyond what's been shared at the federal level through their public releases, with an understanding that there may be a manufacturing delay of some variety, but I unfortunately do not have any further insight into the delivery of the supply. We do know that obviously the vaccine would present a significant advantage and additional functionality for our vaccine program. It's a one-dose vaccine. It is approved at this point in time for, again, for all age groups, certainly waiting for further guidance, of course, from the National Advisory Committee of Immunization exactly around its use. But in terms of the actual arrival of the vaccine, still awaiting further details from our provincial and federal counterparts.
The second one I have for you is we got a problem with people booking everywhere trying to get a vaccine, and then they do, and they're tying it up. Is there any way in our software that once you're in a system, all the others are knocked out, so we're not tying up spots for people trying to get in?
So through the chair to Councillor, sorry, not to Mayor Thompson, rather, apologies. I'm going to have Brian Laundrie respond to that, because again, there's 3 different booking systems that are presently in use, and then and we'll have to, I mean, I can't speak to the hospital ones, but Brian, I don't know if you have insight.
I've heard, sorry, to you, Mayor Thompson, through the chair. This has been raised at a number of planning tables that I'm aware of. At this time, it hasn't proven to be too much of an issue because of the vaccine supplies. The minute that booking opens, it gets filled. So I haven't heard that the tying up the booking is a big issue, but the IT teams are trying to work on as much gating as they can. It's a very difficult process, but it's being addressed. I just don't have a good answer to the resolution for you.
I have to say, like whether everybody's saying about Trillium, I can say the same for Osler. It's been a great experience for our residents as well. And I'll work with Councillor Groves. We even have our own transit system there in Bolton. And when we have people with appointments, maybe we can figure out how to, and we've got some federal funding, maybe we can help with that. So see where that goes. One more question I have for you. why do we call it a pilot project when we're putting needles in arms here? Like, can we not come up with a better word than pilot? Like, it really doesn't mean what these other pilot projects are, right? So why are we using the word pilot?
It's through the chair to Mayor Thompson, leaving aside the fact that it is the provincial terminology that's being deployed in those instances. I think to the extent that it is an attempt to see how the distribution would work, how the clinics would work, and all those other pieces, with the essentially a trial or a soft launch or whatever the case might be. But it is a recognition that this isn't yet open to the public. It isn't yet something that is ready for prime time per se. And I think that really speaks to the ongoing challenges of supply and the rollout. But I think by making sure that they do these, at least in small scale, the hope is that when it gets scaled up to a larger level, it goes a little bit more seamlessly than it would if it hadn't been means tested initially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Nika, and I think we've all had the opportunity to ask a lot of questions, and so I'm only going to go over what hasn't already been covered. Dr. Lowe, in terms of the pilot project, the response I've been given from provincial officials is that right now they're testing out delivery methods to find out what's most effective, and that's why it's a pilot project to determine, once the supply arrives from the federal government, how to get it most effectively into people's arms. But I was told, don't look at which pilot project you're part of, look at the total number of vaccines that your region's getting. And right now, I'm told that we've had more vaccines per capita than other areas. Is that claim accurate? Because that's what I'm being told from a cabinet. And is there a way that you can update us on a weekly basis how we stand in terms of vaccines in Peel compared to the rest of the province?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, we could certainly look at how we would share that information. Part of the challenges that the ministry had initially requested that for security purposes that we limit information around the number of doses that were arriving on sites. However, this is a request I'd made to the ministry around our ability to share the number of vaccines that are coming into Peel, and it's certainly something that I'm happy to revisit with them. In respect of the per capita question, I would have to go back and double check with my team, or Brian may have some insight. There is also a challenge around both per capita allocation and then also the per capita administration. And as was mentioned, one of the challenges that we have in the region of Peel is we have a lot of people who don't live in Peel, but they work in the region of Peel and have availed themselves of the vaccine at our clinics using the live or work in Peel aspect of things. So while we may be receiving a lot of allocation, what will actually turn out in the overall coverage numbers may not necessarily reflect the overall allocations that we've received. But Brian, I didn't know if you wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Lawrence, and to you, Mayor Brown, through the chair. So the only comment I can make is on the per capita for the primary care pilot project, which gives us our per capita right in there, if not a little bit more than our counterparts. And that's only 4,500 doses. So that's not that's a drop in the bucket. So on the bigger scale, I think is the more important question.
I would say is getting that data will be helpful, because Mayor Crombie, Mayor Thompson, and myself, we have the opportunity to speak to provincial decision makers on a regular basis. And if we can be armed with that information, it'll be helpful in our advocacy. Because when I was expressing concerns about the pilot project, the first response was, why are you concerned, Mayor Brown? You've had more seniors vaccinated in your region per capita than anywhere else in the province, even the city of Toronto. So I need that data would be helpful if we're going to be effective in pushing for more vaccines. And I understand this is a waiting game. Canada doesn't have supply, but in that waiting game, we need to use the fire extinguishers where they're most effective. And the fires in Peel region, the fires in Toronto, and I want to make sure that we have the ability to argue factually if that's not the case. If we're not getting the proper resources, is that something that we can get access to, or is that something that the ministry controls?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, you've hit the nail on the head. This is actually a bit of a complex data problem. And Manali, I don't know if you're able to speak to it, but part of the issue is that the vaccines that are administered go into a provincial database called COVAX. Public health units and through certainly with our government relations counterparts here at the Region of Peel have been advocating for greater and greater access to numbers to actually understand, who's been vaccinated, who's been administered here in the in the Region of Peel. Accessing that data has proven to be quite a bit of a challenge because that functionality unfortunately wasn't built necessarily from the get-go, but it is coming in dribs and drabs. So the province does to some extent have that data, and they are able to review that data, but we in the public health unit don't necessarily have full data or access to it, which presents challenges in being able to get that. That said, in terms of things like allocations, which I mentioned were previously embargoed due to security concerns, et cetera, maybe Manali, can you speak a bit to the data around vaccination coverage and how we might be able to answer Mayor Brown's question?
Thanks, Lawrence, and through the chair to Mayor Brown. I do know, I don't have much to add to what Dr. Lowe just said, but I do know that we are receiving access to another database that might be able to provide more comprehensive information for us. So we will take that back and see what we can provide.
Thank you for that, and I think that information on a weekly basis, if it's accessible to us, would be helpful. The last question I have, Dr. Lowe, and you may not be able to share much on this, but I am getting questions because of media coverage of Amazon. Is there any updates for us on how we are managing outbreaks within logistics companies in Peel Region, and are you confident right now it's under control?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, thank you very much for the questions. Certainly our workplace investigations teams are continuing to monitor a number of workplace outbreaks throughout the Region of Peel. As is typical, they recommend numerous interventions and should broader updating about any one specific outbreak be required, I will certainly advise council in due course. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
Thank you, and thank you to you, Dr. Lowe, for your update today. Mayor Thompson earlier had asked why the word pilot is being used, and I believe you had mentioned that that's just sort of lingo that the province is using at this time. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the virus is still pretty new, and now we have variants of concern in which to deal with, and the efficacy rate I think is 66%, something like that. And it's still early days as far as the the vaccine rollout is concerned, and those who are providing us with the vaccines, I know there are a number of different companies involved, brands, and we're all very hopeful and maybe in some respects excited to receive what we hope will be a safe vaccine rollout. You may have heard, and just today it was reported by a number of local papers, including Global News, that countries in Europe have temporarily suspended indefinitely the AstraZeneca vaccine. So this is Global News I'm going to read from. Denmark, Norway, Iceland temporarily suspend use of AstraZeneca vaccine. Health authorities in Denmark, Norway, and Iceland on Thursday suspended the use of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine shots following reports of the formation of blood clots in some people who had been vaccinated. Austria, it's another country, earlier stopped using a batch of AstraZeneca shots while investigating a death from coagulation disorders and an illness from a pulmonary embolism. Denmark suspended the shots for 2 weeks after a 60-year-old woman who was given an AstraZeneca shot from the same batch used in Austria formed a blood clot and died, Danish health authorities said. Their response was also prompted by reports of possible serious side effects from other European countries, including Italy. It is currently not possible to conclude whether there is a link, Health Minister Magnus Heunicke said on Twitter. However, the vaccine would be suspended for 14 days in Denmark. So being that we have a motion here on the floor referring to AstraZeneca, and maybe whatever we've gotten the sample is different, and maybe it's great, I don't know. But I've got some concern around that, as you can imagine. When I hear that, I read that, I've read people getting thrombocytopenia, including Dr. Gregory Michael in Florida, who's only 56 years old, an obstetrician. That was quite a notorious case, I thought. And then those who have allergic reactions or a history of allergies being told in the United Kingdom, do not get a vaccine because you will quite possibly get anaphylactoid shock or anaphylaxis. So on that, I think I'm going to have to respectfully abstain. On the second motion, as proposed by Councillor Parrish, I would just ask if she's comfortable to add, like she did at yesterday's Mississauga Council meeting, the word voluntary or non-mandatory. I think that would be a lot more comfortable for the residents of Peel, knowing that we're taking that into consideration, and we're being cautious, while also cautiously optimistic around the safe vaccine rollout.
Okay. Councillor
I'm not sure, Dr. Lowe, if you maybe would want to provide any follow-up comment. I was also looking to Councillor Parrish to maybe just respond to that. Thank you.
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Kovac, the situation that has unfolded in Scandinavian countries is exactly what is supposed to happen in continuing to maintain safety and efficacy in the vaccine supply, and it does not indicate that the vaccine caused the medical outcomes of interest. Having worked in vaccine safety at the federal level, there is a very low threshold where there is something that is identified as potentially related. They will say, you know what, we're gonna stop, we're gonna take a look at it, we're gonna make sure that it's safe, and then if it is safe, they are going to continue. So it really is actually the opposite, I think, to some extent of what you're portraying, Councillor Kovac. We take the safety and seriousness of vaccines so seriously that any potential signal is cause for caution, and immediately for a deep and detailed investigation to be done to say, did the vaccine actually cause this, or was it the specific lot, or was it the specific batch, whatever the case might be. So the measures you're describing are actually part of the post-release vaccine safety surveillance, and it is similar to, with the stock market. If it drops a certain percentage, there's a circuit breaker that goes in so that it can't drop any further. It's the same thing with vaccines. We take the safety that seriously, and I imagine that the medical regulatory authorities in the EU and in those countries are going to be working day and night to ensure the ongoing safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. It is important to mention as well that out of their investigations, they may recommend additional use considerations, or whatever may come if there is a causal link identified, and to the extent that rare side effects can occur. The Canadian government, the federal government, does have a compensation program that has been set up with the recognition that while the vast majority of people will have a safe and a safe and effective experience with their COVID vaccines, there are individuals for whom at this scale and at this size, and especially with the nature of just people having medical issues, even on a background rate, there is a compensation program that would be availed in the course of similar investigations that are intended to preserve the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine supply. And finally, I would add that the data is very clear that overall, if you look at the outcomes in respect of mortal and severe outcomes with COVID compared to the rates of side effects that we've been having with the vaccines, with millions and millions and millions of doses distributed, I think the tale of the tape so far continues to prove that the vaccines are safe, that the vaccines are effective, that countries that have had significant rates of vaccination are able to exit from the current trajectory that we continue to be on with variants and viruses, and that getting the vaccine from a health perspective is far less riskier, leagues and magnitudes less risky than actually getting COVID. Thank you for the question.
And thank you for your response.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm hoping that this is okay and appropriate to raise this here. But while we're saying thank you to Dr. Lowe and Brian Landry and his team, I did have a resident, and we are always very proud of our essential workers and our frontline responders. And I did have a resident who had a heart attack back in October, and two of our paramedics actually, brought him back to life. He had, and he turns 59 on March 22nd. So I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of my resident to the two paramedics who saved his life. And those paramedics are Adam Cerrone and Nathan Cervoni. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to them. I know that right now with the COVID and the pandemic is very difficult on our paramedics and our frontline workers, but I just want them to know that myself and my residents really appreciate them, and thank you so much for doing that and saving his life. And Mr. Chair, and by the way, Councillor Fortini is trying to get on. He can't, his internet's down, but he's on the phone and he needs to ask a question. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for that, because I otherwise don't see it here. So Councillor Fortini and to the team here, can you hear me? And team, have we made contact with Councillor Fortini if he would like to ask a question? Pat, are you out there?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, perfect. Go ahead.
Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
I'm sorry, my internet's not working. I'm on my phone. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. I know we went for that tour with the minister, and it was very impressive, and everything ran so smooth, and the seniors were all quite happy doing the appointments and all. We did quite a few. I was going to ask the same questions that Councillor Kovac asked, because, as we talked offline, my brother-in-law is a specialist, is a doctor, called me in the middle of the night, worried about the vaccine, and they pulled it off the shelf over there. So I think he asked most of my questions, but I just want to say thank you for all the work you're doing. And that tour we did was very impressive. Everything's smooth. So I know we did the fire department at the soccer center. Are we going to start doing Peel Police this week, and other frontline workers like bylaws and maybe city employees that are in contact with all the rest of the residents?
So through the chair to Councillor Fortini, thank you for your kind words and your support. I'm going to pass it to Brian Landry to talk about the priority groups that are currently being done and anticipated to be done. Brian, are you still there?
Brian, we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry, difficulty getting off mute. Thank you, and to you, Councillor Fortini, through the chair. Those groups that you identified are clearly outlined in the provincial vaccine distribution plan, which and they're in phase 2, which would so they're probably later in April into the summer.
Okay, thank you so much, and once again, thank you for all the hard work you're doing. It was very impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, Councillor Fortini and Councillor Groves are moving receipt of that presentation. Is anyone opposed? That is carried. That brings me to Councillor Crombie's motion, which I believe Mayor Brown and Mayor Thompson were going to second. I have it on the screen, and I'm happy to take it as read. Do I have any speakers, or Mayor Crombie, did you want to add anything?
I think we should also add that it should be sent to the Premier, the Minister of Health, and General Hillier, who I think probably makes the decisions on where things like pilot projects will be located. All right, that was neglected on the bottom. Okay, but it's pretty self-explanatory. It just asks that we be part of the pilot, as we talked about, and not sure why we were overlooked. But every little bit helps.
Absolutely, and well done, and duly noted that it'll be directed as you've said. Seeing no other speakers, Madam Clerk, I put the vote to you.
Thank you. So the motion as amended, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla indicated she had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes? I believe Councillor Innes had to leave at 5. Are you still there, Councillor Innes? Okay. Councillor Kovac?
Abstain.
Councillor Kovac abstains. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi also had to leave the meeting. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? I believe that you were saying in favor. Thank you. Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. On to 8.3, motion regarding the prioritization of vaccinations for vulnerable employees at places of work in the region of Peel hotspots as requested by Councillor Parrish. Carolyn.
I sent this out to everybody. The only thing I would change in it is in the second, therefore be it resolved, and further that the Ontario government support the non-mandatory vaccination of vulnerable employees. What's important about this is the province doesn't seem to be getting the message. Where you have high levels of infection, people working shoulder to shoulder, then going without health insurance, then going home, spreading it to their families, spreading it to their neighbors. And you'll never stop the spread of this until you vaccinate the 300,000 shoulder to shoulder working Brampton, Mississauga employees that are in our industries that package food, they do logistics, they drive trucks. These are the people that need to be vaccinated. And the best way to do it, because they don't want to take a day off work. I think Dr. Lowe's stats showed at one point that 25% of them go to work with symptoms and 10% go after a positive COVID test. These are people who can't afford to miss a day of work and still feed their kids. So what this is asking for is that we not only vaccinate them and make them a high priority, but we also do it right in their plants so that they don't have to take a day off, they don't have to book anything, they don't have to go anywhere, they just get booked in their plants. Now, the chances that the Tories are going to do this are probably next to zero, but I think when we pass this motion, we're going to pump it loudly and say, this is how we get out of the lockdowns in the region of Peel. This is how we get out of the gray zone. After 4 months of being locked down, this is the only way out. You've got to go to where the hotspots are. I have actually a letter from the Malton BIA. I have a letter from the Peel Liberal candidates. I have a letter from the Mississauga Board of Trade. And the comments from NDP Deputy Leader Sarah Singh have been very positive and very much in the same bailiwick. Our 6 MPPs have been absolutely useless. We met with them last Friday. They don't care. They're people marching under orders. And the one that Bonnie brought up, the 60 to 64s, by the time they diluted this all down, we have 75,000 residents 60 to 64, and we get 4,917 doses. Now, we can't take those 4,917 and say we're going to vaccinate 300,000 workers, essential workers. So we have to make the point that where the fire is, we're not putting it out. There's nothing happening to stop it from continuously growing. We want to get out of gray, we want to get out of red, but it's not happening because these people are very desperate. They're very needy of every paycheck they get, and we're not taking care of them, but they are taking care of us.
Councillor Parrish, thank you. I would hope Mayor Brown can second this motion because in fairness, he has been pounding on that file for months.
I'm happy to second that.
Yeah, and in fairness, the mayors as well, and any session we've had. So Carolyn, well put. And if I may put a fine point on it, Councillor Parrish, on behalf of all of council and anybody that's ever spoken, anyone that's ever spoken to the vaccines coming out, it's always been made very clear that it is voluntary, far and wide. I've heard nothing other, and let's remind everyone that it is a voluntary vaccine. We are not imposing it upon anyone. With that, you have the motion I taken as read, moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Mayor Brown. For the vote, over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. As indicated, Councillor Innes left the meeting. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi left the meeting. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, given the hour, I'm going to make a suggestion in consultation with the Clerk's Department. The outstanding items that I have, 16.2, 22.1, 22.3, 22.4, none of them require immediate attention or something to be done by this council before our next meeting. And some of you may not be, we have one in-camera item. There's also a second one. I think both of them are going to require some discussion as well. So I think that's already going to take us to almost 6 o'clock. So I would ask if the movers of 16.2, Councillor Rass, regarding provincial audit and the funding. 22.1, Councillor Innes has already said she's happy to defer that to the next meeting. If Councillor Dasco, with regards to 22.3, the 2 additional waste bag item can be put over. And the final one, 22.4, Councillor Fonseca, the motion with regarding the year of sustainable active viability. If I could ask all of those if they would have objection, if we can defer those to the next meeting.
No objection, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Innes has confirmed. Councillor Dasco?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, and the last one, Councillor Fonseca.
Absolutely, I'm okay with that. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr.
so with
Chair.
everybody's concurrence, I think I need a formal motion through to you for deferral.
Just need a mover. I see Mayor
Happy to
Thompson.
put that forward.
Thank you, and Councillor Fonseca. That the following items as listed by the chair be deferred to the March 25th Regional Council agenda. Are there any people or any members in objection? No, so that carries. Thank you.
That is carried with thanks to all. The one that does require attention here and now is item 16.1 that was held. Letter from Shelley Peterson, President and Chair of Royal Agricultural Fair, with regards to request to appoint one representative to the Royal Agricultural Winter Board of Governors for 2021. I would hope that our standard bearer, Mayor Thompson, would be an automatic in this regard. So if someone would like to move a motion, I would strongly urge that the person that served us so well, and I see a whole bunch of hands waving. I see Councillor Dasco and Councillor McFadden, who would be honored to put his name forward. Can I consider nominations closed? So great. I will take that as a motion. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, that brings us down to notice of motion. First of all, is there any other business? Seeing none at this time. Madam Clerk, I'm in your 22.1. We moved on 23. Am I ready to go to bylaws, Madam Clerk? Very good. There are no bylaws. We are on to in camera with thanks to all for letting us expedite these last few moments. Madam Clerk, if you could constitute us in camera, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a motion, need a mover and a seconder for the motion to move in camera. I see Mayor Thompson and Councillor Sinclair that the council proceed in camera to consider reports related to the following: labor relations or employee negotiations, and a matter related to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And I'm just going to read really quickly the in-camera protocols. We're moving into closed session. You will not have a video option during in-camera. The screen will be locked with the closed session logo. As per the rules of electronic participation, each of you must declare that you will adhere to the confidentiality standards as outlined in the Regional Council Code of Conduct, which provides: no member shall disclose the content of any such matter or the substance of deliberations of the in-camera meeting until the council or committee discusses the information at a meeting that is open to the public or releases the information to the public. If you cannot make the stated declaration or appropriate arrangements so that others cannot see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place, please withdraw from the meeting until we've moved back into open session. Members who leave the meeting during the in-camera session and attempt to connect back via the dial-in option will be required to send an email to council@peelregion.ca indicating their request to rejoin the meeting. We will temporarily pause the in-camera session and unlock the room to allow you to join. You'll be required to identify yourself upon joining the meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thumbs up. We're back in open session. Madam Clerk, the matter is arising out of in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion before me moved by Councillor Starr and seconded by Councillor Parrish that the item at 24.1 listed on the March 11th, 2021 Regional Council agenda be received, and further that the direction given in camera to the Commissioner of Human Services related to item 24.2 on the March 11th, 2021 Regional Council agenda be approved and voted upon in accordance with Section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended.
And I have that moved by Councillor Starr and Fortini. Please proceed.
Sure. Thank you, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson
Yes.
in favor. Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Jamerla had left the meeting.
Madam Clerk, I have to leave as well. We've got the teletown hall, so I'm leaving. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Just wanted to vote on this.
Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes had to leave the meeting. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson in favor. Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I have a motion moved by Councillor Kovac, seconded by Councillor Mahoney, that the bylaw 19-2021 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held on March 11, 2021, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region Appeal bylaws relating thereto be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and Deputy Regional Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Any opposed? That is carried. Then I have a motion moved by Councillor Stark, seconded by Councillor Parrish, that the March 11, 2021 Regional Council meeting be adjourned. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Great day's work, everyone.
Oh, okay, let me get those back. And